Fast distinctions which do not fit the facts and cover up important features of the facts. It is Dr. Popper himself who is doctrinaire in his ideas about government. Thus Dr. Popper says roundly that in a democracy, as distinct from a tyranny, there is public control of the rulers. But how far and in what sense is this true in such a democracy as Britain or the USA, for example? Such institutions as general elections establish public control inasmuch as rulers have periodically to submit themselves to election. But the public are a very heterogeneous bunch in our class-divided society, including not only wage and salary workers and professional people, but bankers, industrialists, and financiers. The institutions which in their totality permit a certain amount of generous public control of the rulers, permit a more continuous and stringent control over them by that section of the ruled who constitute the capitalist class, who for this very reason are described by Marxists as the ruling class, even though they do not count for much in terms of their votes. And furthermore, while the rest of the public are deciding how to vote, their sources of information, and the propaganda agencies which influence their ideas, are very little controlled by them. Democracy includes powerful institutions for controlling the majority of the nominal controllers, as well as for ensuring continuously effective control by a minority. So long as the capitalist class within a democracy can hold on to these types of control, it remains effectively the ruling class. Further, these characteristics of the actual methods of control in practice qualify that other property which Dr. Popper praises in democratic institutions, that they make it possible to secure reforms without violence. True, in Britain the institutional rules of the democratic electoral system permit the ruled to vote into office a parliamentary majority to introduce any reforms they wish. But it does not follow from trees that the British political system does not include institutions which might well not permit certain reforms to be operated. Thus while the financial institutions, under present control, can do a great deal to sabotage Z64. Many intended economic reforms, the judiciary, the civil service, the posts, and the armed forces are so controlled, despite their obligations to Parliament, that at a pinch they could act not only to sabotage reform but even to nullify it by violence. Thus independent action by the military has often been known in very recent times in democracies. For example, the action of the military in Ulster to prevent the operation of the then British government's Irish Policy, to say nothing of more recent examples in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and in Europe too. Are we quite sure that the present system of command in Britain and the United States could permit no similar actions in any circumstances? Indeed, the management institutions of Britain and the United States in their totality are so constituted that even far less radical reforms than, say, socializing capita HST property have not been permitted without violence. The violent scenes often enacted when any considerable number of the ruled have attempted to exercise their democratic right to demand such reforms as the abandonment of nuclear weapons, or the ending of racial discrimination, or work, or full maintenance for the unemployed, bear witness to this. So how democratic is democracy? What some institutions permit and make possible, other institutions do not permit or make, if not impossible, at least difficult and dangerous. Perhaps it is because he is so well aware of these features of our democratic system that Dr. Popper so earnestly advocates that no reforms should ever be attempted except very little ones. One must be as careful not to go too far in a democracy as under a tyranny, lest the powers that be are provoked to violence. Dr. Popper, who accuses Marxists of such dismal confusion of thought on the question of democracy, is not altogether clear himself. Thus he tells us that the various equalitarian methods of democratic control, such as general elections and representative government, are to be considered as no more than well-tried and reasonably effective institutional safeguards against tyranny, always open to improvement. This statement has the undoubted merit of bringing out two important truths. One is that democratic institutions are evolved historically in the struggle against various forms of oppression, that they are not set up in accordance with some perfect model of democracy but in accordance with the conditions and needs of particular class struggles. The other is that democracy is not an all or none characteristic of political systems, but that particular political systems provide a variety of methods of institutional control over rulers, some more and some less democratic, and that the measure of control which may be exerted through one institution in the interests of one class may be counteracted by the greater measure of control exerted through another institution in the interests of another class. But yet in writing about democracy, Dr. Popper postulates the existence of a set of institutions which permit public control, without taking into account the fact that society is divided into classes and that there are powerful institutions for pushing the interests of classes, institutions for assuring that effective control, the last word, shall belong to one class and not to another. True, democratic institutions do provide institutional safeguards against tyranny. But that is not the same thing as providing equalitarian methods of control. When he speaks of equalitarian methods, Dr. Popper implies that no one class has more weight in the exercise of control than any other. But this could never happen, and certainly has never been known to happen, in a class-divided society in which an exploiting class, owning means of production, can exist only by maintaining its general management of the processes of production. In the system of control of the office holders in such a society, the institutions of control allow to some groups among the public far more contravailing influence than others, and their influence is measured not by their abilities or their devotion to the public welfare, but by their property. 2. Public control and class control. The fallacy in Dr. Popper's account of democracy lies in his defining it simply as public control of the rulers without asking how, in a society divided into classes, such control is divided between the classes. It is because he ignores the existence of classes, and ignores the ways in which people in the aggregate work for and protect class interests through institutions, including democratic institutions, that Dr. Popper can counterpose as he does the issue of extending and strengthening democracy and the issue of class power. It is only another example of the fallacious posing of antitheses. If we think concretely about the real social relations and social processes which confront us, instead of engaging in merely abstract phrases, it becomes evident that the question of extending and strengthening democracy raises the question of class power, and does not supersede it. Similarly, the question of class 266 power raises that of extending and strengthening democracy. These questions mutually involve and do not exclude one another. This is what Marx discovered with his dialectical approach to the study of social questions. Dr. Popper counterposes to the issue of one class or another exercising power through the government institutions the issue of instituting checks on the power of individual office holders. He sees as all-important the question of whether such checks, or such control, can be exercised without violence or only by the use of violence. In the first case there is democracy, in the second tyranny. But the institution of nonviolent methods of checking and controlling office holders, including dismissing them, does not remove the issue of class power. For the issue remains of whether the political system permits or does not permit an exploiting class effectively to protect, through the institutions of government, its property rights and its mode of exploitation. Marxists entirely agree about the desirability of instituting forms of democratic control over office holders. But that does not prevent us from advocating effective measures to put an end to exploitation, including government institutions which will effectively enable those who were exploited to ensure that they all be exploited no more. We agree with Dr. Popper in not wanting to be ruled by tyrants whom he has defined as office holders who cannot be removed from office except by armed force. But we do not want to be ruled by servants of the capitalist class either. Arguments about democracy are always deceptive when they ignore the existence of classes, class struggles and class power. This is what Dr. Popper ignores when he classifies all governments as democracies or tyrannies, and says that democracy is simply a system of institutional control over office holders which permits them to be shifted without violence. And he goes on ignoring it when he holds forth about the democratic principle or the principle of a democratic policy. He represents democracy as the institution of safeguards against tyranny, paying no attention to the safeguards which continue to be required, and are always instituted, for class interests. When Dr. Popper says that the principle of a democratic POHCY is to develop and protect political institutions for the avoidance of tyranny, his democratic principle is so conveniently vague and abstract, in relation to contemporary problems, that it can be, and regularly is, appealed to in justification of political institutions to avoid damage to capitalist interests. This is represented as avoiding the tyranny. 267. Of prohibiting one class from exploiting another. Of course, a democratic policy is opposed to tyranny, and will not permit rulers to rule without a measure of democratic control. But to establish political institutions to safeguard the majority from being exploited by the minority demands establishing a greater degree of democratic control than is permissible with political institutions that ensure that the majority shall go on being exploited. Marxism poses the issue of a policy to establish and build the former institutions, and to disestablish and destroy the latter. That is not opposed to any genuine democratic principle of public control over office holders. Dr. Popper tells us that the policy advocated by Marx amounts to doing the work of the enemies of the open society. And against the manifesto which says ambiguously, the first step in the revolution of the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class to win the battle of democracy. I assert that if this is accepted as the first step, then the battle of democracy will be lost. Where Marx went wrong was in telling the working class that there is only one way to improve things, that of the complete conquest of power. But Trias neglects the one really important thing about democracy, that it checks and balances power. If ever a single person, group, or class achieves the complete conquest of power, there is an end to democracy, and tyranny holds sway. Democracy is a matter of checks and balances. Rather than one person, one group, or one class exercising unchecked and unbalanced power, different persons, groups and classes check and balance each other. However, there is a contradiction here, and Marxists see it quite clearly. On the one side is the demand in a capita HST society that the capita UST class shall always have its say in the control of government, and that government, while it may be got to do something to check the rapacity of individual capitalists and make them compromise their interests, will never suppress them. On the other side, in contradiction to this, is the demand that institutional progress shall continue towards equal democratic rights and freedom from exploitation. We cannot have both. If institutions are democratic insofar as all persons concerned have rights of control over the office holders, it is these specific rights which are presumably to be classified as democratic rights. They are not equal so long as membership of a propertied class confers a power of control not possessed by other classes, any more than there is freedom from exploitation so long as the exploiting class retains the right and the power to go on exploiting. So if we 268 are going to satisfy the demand of the capitalist class to retain its stake in society and the rights that go with it, we must set strict needs to institutional progress towards equal democratic rights and freedom from exploitation. The establishment of democratic institutions has always been a matter of the fight for them against opposition, and Dr. Popper himself speaks of the battle for democracy. What he does not see is that this battle is always a class battle. Democratic institutions guaranteeing democratic rights have been fought for and introduced by exploiting classes only when they were concerned to protect themselves and others from the oppression of some other form of exploitation than their own, and to secure at least their own control over the activities of persons placed in office. No more than this has ever been secured without organized pressure from the exploited, while the exploiters for their part contrive to limit the democratic features of government institutions and to rig them in their favor. The history of the working class movement has been a history of organized class struggle, not only to secure better conditions in the face of capitalist exploitation, but to win democratic rights and to have them embodied in law. Traditionally, the working class movement has been democratic. It has fought for democratic rights because these are the political means to its economic emancipation. Its own organizations have been democratic too, so that for all their defects they have set the model for democratic methods of conducting business. The advice of Marxists to the working class movement is, and has always been, to organize democratically, to fight for democratic rights, and to fight against every attack and restriction on these rights. But rights are won in order to be used. And Marxists advise the working class never to be kicked around by those who consider the interests of capital and profit paramount, and never to be duped into accepting their policies, but to use its organization to defend and improve its standards and, by defeating the policies and overcoming the opposition of the capitalist class, to lay the foundations of a cooperative socialist common wealth. Dr. Popper says that there is ambiguity in the statement of the Communist Manifesto that to raise the proletariat to the position of the RUHNG class is to win the battle of democracy. There is considerable ambiguity in his own dispositions for winning that battle. On the one hand he is for equal democratic rights and freedom from exploitation, on the other hand he is for perpetuating capitalist control over. 269. Government and capitalist exploitation of labor. There is no ambiguity at all in the program of the Communist Manifesto. It is to continue the struggle of working people for democratic rights to protect themselves from exploitation and its consequences up to the point of abolishing exploitation and the power of exploiting classes. From his democratic principle, Dr. Popper deduces the consequence that it is better to accept a bad policy in a democracy than to submit to a wise and benevolent tyranny. Why should we do either? And the choice is in any case a somewhat unreal one, for whereas we suffer much from bad policies in a democracy, the prospect of relief through a wise and benevolent tyranny is remote. Dr. Popper is evidently merely counseling patients in putting up with bad policies. You may not think much of the established parties, but don't be kidded by the communists who invite you to submit to a wise and benevolent tyranny administered by themselves. Democracy is always better than tyranny. But it is Dr. Popper who is kidding us. Communists do not invite you to submit to a tyranny, whether benevolent or otherwise. They simply urge you not to accept bad policies. They point out that in a democracy we have democratic mass organizations, which we can use to compel a better policy, and to counteract the influence of those whose interests have dictated a bad policy. The working class should use its democratic rights to enforce its interests when these are threatened by policies dictated by capitalist interests. Dr. Popper condemns the policy of Marxist parties because it can be characterized as one of making the workers suspicious of democracy. But Marxism does not make the workers suspicious of democracy. It makes them suspicious of the capitalist class. It makes them suspicious of the ways in which institutions are managed and governments engineered in the capitalist interest. It makes them suspicious of the ways in which the agencies of information and propaganda are actually controlled, of the ways in which education is actually conducted, of the ways in which the judiciary actually functions. It makes them suspicious of the ways in which, whenever a crisis threatens the profit system, governments invariably launch attacks on the standards of the working class. It makes them suspicious of the ways in which the police break up peaceful protests against social injustices and preparations for war and spy upon and intimidate their organizers, and of the ways in which the armed forces are sent all over the world to protect the investment of capital. It explains how and why these things happen, and says that they had better be opposed and 270 stopped, and that the only way to oppose and stop them is by democratic mass organization. Dr. Popper has told us himself, and with truth, that no democratic institutions are foolproof. The policies operated through them are not, he tells us, necessarily right or good or wise. It is up to us to try to make them so, he suggests, through the public control over policies which democratic institutions permit. But he might have added that there is another way in which democratic institutions are not foolproof. They can always be rigged. Everybody who has anything to do with any democratic organization knows very well that conferences, for example, can be rigged, if the organizers have decided beforehand what they want to put across and have managed to deceive the delegates either by ease or by withholding information. Similarly, governments are rigged when the electors return members to parliament who have promised to protect their interests, and then the majority party sets up a cabinet which works all the time in the closest consultation with a small gang of monopolists and uses all the powers of force and persuasion vested in the state machinery to put across the measures which they have agreed upon behind the scenes. If the people whose interests are at stake in the policies operated through democratic institutions are thus deceived into accepting policies contrary to their interests, they may be said to have been made fools of, if no worse. The value of Marxism to the working class movement is that it teaches the workers not to be made fools of by those adept at rigging democracy against the workers, and to work for a democratic policy to defend the interests of working people against capital, and ultimately to emancipate society altogether from all forms of the exploitation of man by man. We must learn, says Dr. Popper, that in the long run all political problems are institutional problems, problems of the legal framework rather than persons, and that progress towards more equality can be safeguarded only by the institutional control of power. How very true that is. With institutions as they are in Britain at the time of writing, if we vote out Mr. Wilson we will only get Mr. Heath instead, and a lot of good that will do us. The real political problems for us are certainly not merely those of one person rather than another, but of institutional control of power. The same applies to Americans when it comes to a presidential election. That is exactly what Marxism teaches. But where Dr. Popper's arguments, and all arguments like them, deceive us about democracy is in their assumption that the battle of democracy 27I. Democratic institutional control of power operates independently of classes, class interests, and class struggles. This assumption is not true, and could not be true so long as antagonistic class interests continue to exist. The institutional control of power presents a battle for control between different classes, each of which has its organizations and other institutional means for pushing its interests and aims. At the present time, in capitalist countries like Britain and the USA, institutional control, as operated through the entire legal framework, is rigged in favor of the capitalist class, which through its organizations and institutional facilities maintains a pretty firm control over the conduct of affairs. This means that the institutions of government, in their totality, confer effective power upon the capitalist class. That class still virtually exercises, as Marx said, a dictatorship. Marxism poses the question of how to alter this state of affairs, of how to build a democracy in which the institutional control of power will ensure the advance from capitalism to socialism. One thing that stops Dr. Popper's objections to Marxism from becoming boring is that they are full of surprises. And perhaps one of the chief surprises is that, when he comes to explain the basic errors of Marx's theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and to show how these led Marx to advocate replacing democracy by dictatorship, he informs us that Marx made the mistake of adopting a disparaging attitude towards political power, and that Marxism is a doctrine of the impotence of political power. This, he explains, was the result of Marx misunderstanding the distinction between political and economic power. Marx thought that economics ruled politics, so that political power was always secondary to economic power and impotent in face of it. Dr. Popper even has a kind word to say in excuse of this error. For Marx discovered the significance of economic power, and it is understandable that he exaggerated its status. He and the Marxists see economic power everywhere. It was this that led him to the dogmatic doctrine that economic power is more fundamental than physical power, or the power of the state. But on the contrary, says Dr. Popper, it is only the active intervention of the state, the protection of property by laws backed by physical sanctions, which makes wealth a potential source of power. 272. For without this intervention a man would soon be without his wealth. Economic power is therefore entirely dependent on political and physical power. If it were not that I hesitate to describe Dr. Karl Marx as Dr. Karl Popper's grandmother, I would say that the latter is singularly unsuccessful in this attempt to teach his grandmother to suck eggs. It will perhaps be remembered that in contradiction to what he here tells us, Dr. Popper told us elsewhere that to say the state protects property is nothing but an historicist dogma about the functions of the state. Marx, on the other hand, always consistently maintained that the state protects property and that, without this role of the state, property, together with the wealth and economic power that accrues from it, could not be preserved. It was of course for this very reason that Marx concluded that we cannot make any fundamental change in institutions of property, or end the evil effects of the exercise of economic power by men of property, without the political power to make the change. It is not Marx but Dr. Popper himself who creates confusions by introducing the notion of economic power as a power separated from political power, and asking which is dependent on which. Marx never did so. He never wrote about economic power in this way. It is like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg. A dialectical approach to understanding human institutions in their real connections in processes of development saves Marxists from the puzzles resulting from such questions. Marx showed how from the formation of property and the ensuing conflicts of class interests there have resulted forms and operations of state power to protect property and to promote class interests. If a class is interested in furthering its economic power by either preserving or changing property relations, then it has to seek ways and means of doing so through the instrumentality of the state, that is, by controlling the operations of political power. And no political power has yet been known which did not serve, in one way or another, the furtherance of economic power. Of course, Dr. Popper continues, in practice Marxists never fully relied on the doctrine of the impotence of political power. So far as they had an opportunity to act, or to plan action, they usually assumed, like everybody else, that political power can be used to control economic power. But their plans and action were never based on a clear refutation of their original theory, nor upon any well-considered view of that most fundamental problem of politics, the control of the controller, of the dangerous accumulation of power. 273. Represented in the state. They never reached the full significance of democracy as the only known means to achieve this control. Marxists never in fact needed any clear refutation of their original theory, because they never believed in any doctrine of the impotence of political power. And it is Dr. Popper himself who lacks any well-considered view of that most fundamental problem of all politics, the control of the controller. According to the way he sees it, we, or the public, must control the controller. We must do this by electing office holders and controlling what they do. And the elected office holders will then, on behalf of the electors, use their political power to control economic power. Marx could never grasp the significance of this democratic process because he behaved that political power was impotent in face of economic power. Political power could not control economic power, but on the contrary, economic power controlled political power. The thing to do, therefore, was not to secure democratic control of political power, but to make a direct assault on economic power by a revolutionary uprising which would put paid to economic power by chasing away those who possessed it, locking them up, or hanging them on lamp posts. Such a doctrine may well be considered hardly well considered. But Dr. Popper's simple scheme of double control, where the public controls political power and political power controls economic power, is hardly well considered either. What concerns us today in the matter of economic power is the power of capital. The economic power inseparable from ownership of capital is the power to accumulate surplus value from the exploitation of labor. In this process one capital swallows another, and an ever greater and more dangerous accumulation of economic power results in the hands of a few industrialists and financiers. To preserve and control it, there is the capitalist control of political power. For, as we discovered when we began to discuss democracy, what has actually happened is that the class which owns the means of production, and exercises the economic power which that ownership confers, has found its own ways and means to secure for itself effective control of the controller. One class is effectively in political control. And that is why that class continues to possess and control economic power. So the fundamental problem of the control of the controller is in fact the problem of which class is going to have political power. Marx therefore concluded, not that we must immediately attack 274. Economic power because so long as it exists political power is impotent, but that before any effective change can be made in economic management the dangerous accumulation of power represented in the state must be taken out of the control of the present possessors and beneficiaries of economic power, namely, the capitalist class. And so far was he from behaving that political power is impotent in face of economic power, that his whole doctrine rested on the belief that a sufficient accumulation of political power in the hands of a revolutionary political movement could stop the nation's economic resources being used for capitalist profit and use them instead for the people's welfare. Such economic power as might still be left in the hands of private capital could then, he thought, be effectively controlled. For socialist democracy, what is necessary, if it is proposed to do away with capita HSM, is to break up the institutional ties of big business with the executive machinery of the state, and likewise with the organs of opinion formation. It is necessary to smash the whole organization of control by big business, a control which is built into the entire machine. No elected administration, whatever its socialist aims, and no aspirants to political power, can end the domination of capital unless the organization of this domination is smashed. That means that the strings of control must be cut, the channels of influence destroyed, the key personnel removed from their offices. The whole state organization of administration and compulsion must be adapted, under a new command, to serve new purposes, dictated by working-class socialist organizations and not by big business. To accomplish this, however it is done, whether by armed workers storming government offices or by more constitutional means, is to establish the dictator's life of the proletariat. It is not only Dr. Popper who warns us that, whatever Marxist parties may say about their programs and aims, whenever they are in the government they always try to turn it into a tyranny. Dr. Popper's contribution is to demonstrate from first principles why this must always be so. It is because, following the alleged teachings of Marx, communists insist on having complete and uncontrolled power, and to this end employ violence against democratic institutions so as to dismantle the controls of power and the checks and balances which such institutions impose. What Marxism teaches, however, is that we should dismantle the control of power by the capitalist class in order to build socialism, and to this end conduct a struggle for democratic rights and use them when we have got them. Organization is needed both to smash the capitalist control of power and to control the exercise of power that replaces it. But in Dr. Popper's account of democratic control it is never admitted that it is only organization that can exert an effective control of power. Democratic control by unorganized individuals is a myth. They may express opinions and vote, but it is organizations that do the real controlling. And while individuals express individual opinions, it is through organization that influential bodies of public opinion are formed. Without revolutionary labor organizations, then, majority public opinion will always be molded by the great mass media whose propaganda serves the ruling class. People in the mass will only learn to turn a deaf ear to this propaganda when they have themselves in the mass entered upon an organized struggle. And without such organization it is impossible to break and replace the highly organized control of the state machine by the ruling class. Dr. Popper says that militant mass organization violates the principles of democracy and leads to dictatorship. On the contrary, it is the means to tear control out the hands of a minority ruling class and exercise it on behalf of the majority. It means that working people have the democratic organization to exert effective and continuous control over how affairs are run for them. In capitalist parliamentary democracy the mass of working people have the right to vote for members of parliament. But having done so, they exert practically no further control themselves until there is another general election, though of course they do have democratic rights to lobby their representatives and to protest against impopular policies through mass meetings. It is this lack of organized popular control over the executive that allows, despite the democracy of parliamentary elections, effective continuous control over the executive by highly organized big business. Because it is this latter control that has to be abolished if we are to get socialism. The method of effective control which socialism demands is that of continuous control by mass democratic organization. In socialist revolution, the organizations which led the struggle against capital take over from the organizations of the exploiters, both the offices of power and the control of power. It is from this that socialist democracy emerges as a system of government distinct from capitalist democracy. The central democratic achievement of the bourgeois revolution has 276 been the institution of forms of representative government. In H the key institutions are parliaments or similar elected legislative assemblies. Such an assembly is distinct from the executive, from the bureaucratic and military organization of the state. But by making laws, by holding ministers and permanent officials answerable to it, by setting up committees and commissions, and prosecuting inquiries, it exerts powers of control over the executive. Of course, the individual electors do not exert such control directly, their representatives exert it. The fact that in the power structure of capitalist democracies the place of legislative assemblies is as instruments of control is clearly indicated in the history of the so-called mother of parliaments in Britain. The English Parliament began as a far from democratic institution by which the feudal barons sought to exercise a measure of control over the arbitrary power of the king. In the course of time the burgesses obtained entry into Parliament, and its power increased especially by way of controlling the royal finances. Eventually it became the sole authority for making and unmaking laws, and assumed powers of control over every aspect of government without exception. This is the sovereignty of Parliament, and such is the position in Britain today. But at the same time as universal suffrage gave members of all classes the right to vote, and all classes the right to form their political organizations, the system of parliamentary control became, for the time being, a pretty effective system of control of government by big business. As we have seen, this took place as a result of the institutional links established between business interests and party machines, and of both with the entire bureaucratic and military organization of the state. In the USA the constitutional relations between Congress and Senate, on the one hand, and the President, as chief executive, on the other show up even more clearly the controlling function of elected assemblies, just as political practice in the USA shows up even more clearly how big business controls government. The object of socialist revolution is not to destroy the democratic achievements of the preceding bourgeois revolution but, on the contrary, to make use of them. Hence socialist revolution does not imply, as Dr. Popper seems to think, smashing up elected assemblies and parliaments and instituting a tyrannical rule not subject to any such form of control. Responsibility of the executive to a representative assembly, and its control by such an assembly, is necessary for the democratic government of a large modern community, for without it, as Dr. Popper absolutely correctly says, power could become uncontrolled and the executive could do what it liked and trample on people's rights. Hence the policy of socialists must always be, and this is what Marxism quite unambiguously advises, to make use of the controlling functions of representative assemblies here they already exist, and to carry out a fight to get them instituted where they do not exist. The point is not to get rid of representative assemblies and rule without them, but to turn them into effective instruments of popular democratic control. And that means defeating and putting out of business the old political party machines, and making the assemblies they dominated into institutions of control wherein the political representatives of the organized majority of working people carry out the business of control in the interests of and under the instructions of the members of the organizations that sent them there. It is in this way that the organized masses can control government. They do it through the controlling power of a democratically elected assembly which their own organizations dominate, while at the same time their organizations can play a direct part in various functions of economic management, local government, the administration of the social services, control of the mass media, and so on. For Marxism, in all circumstances and all stages of the battle of democracy, democracy is not a matter of merely allowing individuals to vote while organizations of the exploiting classes take control of the executive organs of power, but of the activity of popular democratic organizations, and the control of power through them alone. Part 3. Towards an open society. Equality. Equality of rights. Like everyone who is in favor of democracy, Dr. Popper brackets it with equity and freedom. He speaks of general elections and representative government as equalitarian methods of democratic control, and of the institutional control of power as progress towards equality. According to his account of it, democratic institutions, VDTH, the provision of representation and a voice in the control of affairs to all persons of all classes, bring equality. Equality is lost, just as freedom is lost, without democratic institutions, and democratic progress towards equality is at the same time enhancement of individual freedom. What is this equality which is somehow bound up with democracy, and towards which democracy progresses? It is evident enough that people are in fact unequal in respect of abilities, characters, bodily attributes, desires, and needs, and that not only would it be impossible by any measures taken by democratic institutions to remove such inequalities, but such removal would even be undesirable since, as Dr. Popper says, the variety and individuality of human characters and opinions is one of the main conditions of moral as well as material progress. Equality is reached through the removal of inequalities. And the sort of inequalities we are concerned with in democratic progress towards equality are those inequalities which result from social institutions, as distinct from what may be called natural inequalities. Inequalities which result from social institutions may be removed, and equality instituted instead, by changing or reforming social institutions. So Dr. Popper very logically and properly concludes that, although there can be no question of removing the inequalities exemplified in the physical and mental makeup of human individuals, this has no bearing upon the question whether or not we decide to treat men, especially in political issues, as equals, or as much like equals as possible, that is to say, as possessing equal rights, and equal claims to equal treatment. The inequalities which democracy removes are inequalities of rights, and the equality it brings is, Dr. Popper maintains, that of equal rights and equality before the law. Equalitarian proper, he says, is the demand that the citizens of the state should be treated impartially. It is the demand that birth, family, connection, or wealth must not influence those who administer the law to the citizens. Men are not equal, he concludes, but we can decide to fight for equal rights. These explanations make it clear that democracy is indeed bound up with equality. For the democratic principle of establishing measures of institutional control over the rulers by the ruled implies that the ruled should possess equal rights of participation in the CT entral. To the extent that that is not so, the instituted control is defective in respect to democracy. Understanding equality in this way, it is evident that general elections and representative government are indeed equalitarian methods of democratic control, and that universal suffrage is not merely progress towards equality but the establishment of a very important measure of equality. It means that everyone, irrespective of birth, family, connection, or wealth, and irrespective of ability and personality, has the equal right to vote, to make representations to his representative, and to seek nomination himself, and that no class is excluded from taking part in this democratic business of institutional control. Similarly, the laws which the elected legislature enacts apply to everyone in the same way, so that everyone is entitled to the same legal protection for his person and property, and liable to the same penalties for breaking the law. Even when everyone has the right to vote, and a system of the impartial rule of law is well established, there is likely still to remain plenty of room for democratic reform, continuing the progress towards equality. For example, the electoral system can be made more democratic, and the equality of electors more equal, by rearrangement of constituencies, by devising systems of proportional representation, and so on. Loopholes in the law and in the administration of the law can be stopped up. Progress towards equality means removing inequalities, and we must always look out for the sorts of defects in organization and administration which might make one vote count for more than another, or enable some people to evade the 4 or equality 283. To use it unfairly for their own gain and to the detriment of others. Dr. Popper therefore holds before us an invigorating prospect of continued democratic progress. But there still remains a question about equality of rights which Dr. Popper never asks, and this is the question pressed by Marxists. Even when everyone has the equal right to vote and join in political organization, and when everyone is equally amenable to the laws, do there not remain other inequalities which it would be desirable to remove, quite apart from those individual inequalities which we all agree are characteristic of human nature and have no bearing on the political struggle for equality? Rights in general are not inherent in men as men, by virtue of their common human essence. They correspond rather to definite social requirements of definite people situated in definite circumstances. Thus, for example, the right to own property in means of production and to hire labor is not an inalienable human right but a specific right applicable only in certain definite conditions of development of a commodity-producing economy. Such a right is unheard of in a primitive tribe, and is precluded by socialist relations of production. In general, when new relations of production supplant old, rights associated with old forms of property are lost. They are abolished, along with the old forms of property. Thus the rights of feudal lords, from the right of the first knight to the right to levy private armies, were lost and, indeed, forcibly suppressed when capitalism was developed, and similarly, capitalists must lose their rights to own capital and exploit labor when socialism is introduced. Rights may be claimed to exact service from others and command their actions, or to live free from oppression and exploitation by others. Clearly, the first sort of claims are claims for unequal rights, and the second for equalization of rights. And as clearly, these sorts of claims are contradictory. To discuss questions of equalization of rights, as Dr. Popper proposes, it would be as well, therefore, to inquire into the source of removable inequalities in social institutions. Marx undertook this inquiry, and reached very definite conclusions. There is a common source of inequalities, and they have all sprung from the institution of private property in means of production, class 284 towards an open society, divisions, and the exploitation of man by man. Dr. Popper may have failed to take account of this because, although he begins by giving the word institutions a very wide reference, he most of the time confines his intention exclusively to institutions of management and government, and completely overlooks the institutional connections between these and such institutions as the institutions of property, class division, and exploitation. No person of sense can object to one man's possessing greater natural abilities than another, for this is due to no defect in social institutions but, on the contrary, with good institutions, encouraging the employment of all abilities for improving the human condition, we could all gain advantage from this sort of inequality. What we can reasonably object to is that one man should be provided with opportunities to develop his abilities denied to another, and still more than one man should be compelled to sell the use of his abilities for the profit of another. These are inequalities resulting from social institutions and the way they work, and could be removed by changing the institutions. Again, that people should receive unequal rewards for unequal contributions to social life may seem fair enough, but it represents a gross inequality in the distribution of the means of life when some receive a superfluity provided from the labor of others because they own property in means of production, while others receive much less because they can only work and own no such property. These inequalities are not removed simply by instituting general elections, representative government, equal political rights and Equality before the law. But their source is the same as that of all inequalities of rights, namely, in the institution of property relations within which one class exploits another. If throughout the centuries until quite recently every political system was a system of unequal political rights, it was because exploiting classes preserved rights for themselves which they denied to others. As slave owners denied rights to the slaves, or feudal lords denied rights to the serfs. Many political philosophers have tried to make out that political inequalities have natural causes. Aristotle, for example, tried to make out that the political institutions which denied political rights to slaves were a consequence of some people being natural slaves unfit by nature to exercise the rights of free men. Similarly, some theoreticians of racism today try to make out that the natural differences in the color of men's skins are differences which render equality 285. Persons without pigmentation alone capable of exercising political rights. These sorts of natural disabilities on the part of whole classes and races do not in fact exist. What has happened is that the social institutions attached political rights to certain forms of property, and that is why rights were unequal. Similarly, certain forms of property carried with them their own law and exemptions from laws applicable to those without such property, so that men were not equal before the law. In democratic capitalist countries today, the democratic process has at last removed most of these political inequalities. Such as remain are merely anomalies, hangovers from earlier times before democratic demands began to be won, but removable without thereby altering the capitalist property relations, such as the double vote for businessmen and members of universities, which was only a few years ago abolished in Britain, or such as the legal exemptions which peers still enjoy in Britain. Dr. Popper very rightly calls this progress towards equality. But the causes of inequalities in property relations and class relations remain. So long as the system of exploitation of man by man remains, there remain gross inequalities between men, which are only glossed over, but not alleviated, by the existence of certain equalities of political rights and equality before the law. There are rights necessarily associated with property, so that the inequalities of private property entail inequalities of rights. When there is private property in means of production, it confers upon the owner the right of appropriating the products, and therefore the right of appropriating the products of the labor of other people who work for him with those means of production. The capitalist class and the working class may all be equal before the law as citizens, and each individual may have a vote irrespective of his class, but they do not possess equal rights, for the one has the right to appropriate the products of labor, and the other has not. And this is inequality. It is impossible for there to be equality of rights as between exploiters and the exploited, whatever rights of voting, bargaining, striking, organizing, protection of working conditions and provisions of services and holidays the exploited may have won. Dr. Popper and others may say that this sort of inequality does not matter, so long as wages, working conditions, and social services are good. If that were true, we had best stop talking about institutional progress towards equality, since instituted inequality does not matter. But it does matter, because so long as it exists, wages, conditions, and social services are under threat, and can only be made good and kept good by a fight, and because this system of inequality has always been and still is inseparable from underemployment of resources, crises, poverty, and wars. One may justly protest that the phrase equality of rights, as used by Dr. Popper as well as by many other people, is extremely vague and loose. Dr. Popper himself keeps on talking only of certain political and legal rights, and notably of the right by voting, and by political organization, to elect, control and dismiss the rulers. These are rights which we in the democratic countries have won and value. But besides the right to vote and to organize, and equality before the law, there are other rights which people have sought to win through democratic institutions, namely, rights to education, health, social security, enjoyment of leisure, and free speech. How equal are these? In Britain, at all events, everyone not only nominally possesses but actually enjoys basic minimum rights of this kind. At the same time, there can be no doubt at all that the ownership of property, and the income accruing from it, confers the right to very substantial advantages in all these respects, quite irrespective of personal merit. The mere possession of enough money guarantees better opportunities for education, protection of health, security, and enjoyment of leisure. While as to free speech, it is a well-known fact that wealth confers on its possessors very considerable privileges in the way of ownership and control of organs of propaganda and opinion formation. Effectively, these rights are not equal, and cannot be so long as property relations remain unchanged. Dr. Popper has pointed out, and Marxists agree, because we knew it before, that there can be no question of removing all natural inequalities between persons in respect of characters, physical strength, and abilities. But in this context it should also be said that even this is not true without qualification. What of the inequality between a well-nourished person and an undernourished one who is crippled or suffers from congenital disease and a healthy man, the sound in mind and body and the sick? Much can be done to remove these inequalities. Even the inequality between clever and not so. Equality 287. Clever people might be reduced by provision of equally good conditions of upbringing and education from conception onwards. Again, the disabilities which women naturally suffer as a result of the constitution of their bodies and of their bearing children can readily be compensated by providing special consideration, special services, special compensating advantages, for women. But effectively the right of those without money for assistance in these respects is not equal to that of those with command over money, social services, or no social services. Money, the universal medium of exchange in commodity-producing society, is in one way a great acquisir, for everyone is equally entitled to receive money for whatever he has to sell, and to buy whatever he wishes with the money he has received. This entitlement has nothing to do with birth or rank, and affects to the beggar as much as to the millionaire, and to the peasant as much as to the lord. Former rigid divisions of rank broke down before the acquiescing power of money. At the same time commodity production inevitably breeds inequalities, since when both means of production and labor power are commodities, some acquire means of production and appropriate the products, while others have only their labor power to sell. These inequalities may then make no difference to either the right to vote or to equality before the law. They make a great deal of difference to other rights. In these there is still inequality. Everyone possesses certain basic and essential rights, but the institutions at the same time impose inequality, because they confer on the class that appropriates the products of the labor of the other the right to substantial advantages. Dr. Popper and others may justly praise such British institutions as universal free education, the National Health Service, and social security legislation, and point out what an advance they are over conditions that prevailed not long ago. Very good. These institutions do indeed represent victories in the struggle for people's rights. But only in a socialist Britain will we be able to cite them as examples of equality of rights. To equality and the abolition of classes. But what about equality itself? Is it true that the equal right to vote and to take part in political organization amounts, within a capitalist organization of society, to equal political rights in exercising control over the rulers? It is not true. As was already remarked in a previous chapter, the organization for protecting and pushing the interests of the capitalist class exerts an overwhelming controlling influence over government, even though this control is that of a very small minority in terms of the numbers of electors. This control may be, and sometimes is, counteracted by the results of general elections. But it is reinforced and works through the operation of a whole complex of institutions, such as the party system and system of cabinet government, the entire system of backstage political intrigue, the entire layout of the so-called corridors of power, the organization of the civil service, the judiciary, the police, and the military, and, not least, the system of ownership and control of organs of mass information and propaganda, and the management of the educational system. All these institutions in their totality effectively institute inequality of control over government by the different classes, and make the capitalist class the ruling class. And, as Marxists have continually insisted, this inequality cannot be removed simply by counting votes, but only by radical reforms in the entire working institutions of government, or in other words in the structure of the democratic state. Similar considerations apply to so-called equality before the law. Law is founded on rights, and exists to protect rights and ensure their exercise, so that if certain rights are to be abolished, the corresponding law is changed or falls into disuse. If certain rights are to be established, the law defending and protecting them is adopted, and unless there is a comprehensive and well-enforced system of law, the rights people may exercise depend solely on their own strength in getting their way, and not on social institutions. So integral is this connection of law and rights that in some languages the same word does service for both. Unequal rights are therefore embodied in and protected by law, and when persons with unequal rights stand before the law, they stand as unequals. They are equal only in the formal sense that each is equally amenable to the law which decrees their inequality. Dr. Popper lays it down that birth, family, connection, or wealth must not influence those who administer the law to the citizens. These are FME words, but how are judges to obey them when administering laws which concern precisely the rights of birth, family, connection, and wealth? Of course, if someone commits a theft, or an assault or murder, or creates a public disturbance, his birth, family, connection, or wealth. Equality 289. Must not influence the magistrate or judge. This is because the citizens' rights of property and of personal security demand protection irrespective of the social status of offenders. And of course, through the development of class struggle in capitalist society, the law comes to protect not only the rights of capital but also rights of labor. This is because that protection can be afforded as an item of the protection of unequal rights based on HST property relations. The law protects the right of the owner of means of production to buy labor power and direct its employment, of the worker to sell labor power, and of each to organize to get the best terms he can in the bargain. That is the protection of unequal rights, and in affording it the law upholds the rights to services and respect, and to appropriate the products of labor, which accrue from birth, family, connection, and wealth. There is no doubt that it is a great gain to have won and established in capitalist society a system of law within which all persons in authority have to act, which allows no exemptions, which allows not only the right of capital to make profits but of labor to organize, and which protects everyone's personal property and personal security at least against assaults by individuals if not against the economic effects of the profit system. Marxists thoroughly agree with Dr. Popper that these are gains worth defending from persons misguided enough to wish to destroy them in favor of a lawless tyranny. He is mistaken in including us among such misguided persons. But we shall not boast that all this, good as it is, yet represents full equality before the law, so long as the law upholds the inequalities inseparable from capitalist property. Progress towards equality demands not only that the law shall apply universally and equally to everyone, but that laws which uphold inequalities shall give place to new laws which abolish inequalities. Progress towards equality has always been effected by the institutional removal of instituted inequalities. And the policies of revolutionary socialism which Marxists advocate are policies to continue this progress. If Dr. Popper denies it, it is because he supposes that general elections and representative government have done far more to remove inequalities than is actually the case, and he can suppose that only because he is blind to inequalities except those which either deny rights to political representation, organization, and ownership of personal property to some classes or bestow on others exemptions from the law. Workers do vote, they are represented, they are allowed to organize, they have all legal rights to acquire and dispose of personal property, and no one is exempted from the law, but that does not bring equality between exploited and exploiters. nor make the classes equal either in the exercise of political control over government or in economic and cultural opportunities. There cannot be equality between exploiters and exploited, and exploiting and exploited classes cannot possibly be equal. For this reason Engels said that equality must not be merely apparent, must not apply merely in the sphere of the state, but must also be real, must be extended to the social and economic sphere. The real content of the proletarian demand for equality is the demand for the abolition of classes anti-during, Part I. Chapter Lo. Dr. Popper fears that to abolish classes would be so undemocratic a proceeding as to plunge us from the heights of democracy into the abyss of tyranny. But why should that be so? To abolish classes involves suppressing and abolishing all those institutional means by which the exploiting class maintains its control over government, establishing institutional means by which social production can be taken into social ownership and planned for social welfare, and instituting laws which prohibit the exploitation of man by man. Where is the departure from democracy? Such institutional changes could not possibly be effected without the support of at least the majority of the population, and there is nothing in them which requires the rule of any persons, or of any strong man, independent of popular democratic control through democratic institutions. The inequalities consequent on private property in means of production, including overriding control of government by a small minority for its own profit, would be removed. But to remove these sorts of privileges for a minority at the expense of the majority, and even to take very firm steps to prevent the possibility of anyone ever being able to restore them, would not abolish democratic control of the rulers by the ruled but rather provide a basis for strengthening it. When Dr. Popper, like other supporters of the capitalist democratic establishment, speaks of equality and of democracy, he speaks as though society consisted simply of an aggregation of individuals whose affairs are directed by certain persons holding government office and regulated by a set of laws. He says nothing about the property relations and consequent class relations which define the equality 291. Economic structure of society, as an organization of individuals based on the social production of the means of life. He is content to consider each individual, singly and individually, and to say that there is democracy and that each of them has equal rights when they each have the right to vote, to make representations to their representatives, to a fair trial if they commit an offense against other people, and to legal protection if anyone else commits an offense against them. But just as it is deceptive to describe institutions in general as democratic without taking into account the class-controlled institutions which enable one class to exert an overriding control of government in its own interest, so it is deceptive to describe rights in general as equal without taking into account the class relations which entail inequalities of rights. The institution of equalitarian methods of democratic control demands ending the unequalitarian control by an exploiting class, and progress toward equality demands ending the inequality of exploiting and exploited classes. Yet Dr. Popper and others not only ask us to accept inequality as equality, but warn us that to abolish it would be to destroy democracy. Freedom and restriction of freedom. Passing in the discussion of democracy from the provision of equality to the provision of freedom, Dr. Popper reminds us of the well-known paradox of freedom, namely, that the free man may exercise his freedom, first by defying the law and ultimately by defying freedom itself and clamoring for a tyrant. He concludes that freedom defeats itself if it is unmighted. This is why we demand that the state should permit freedom to a certain extent, so that everyone's freedom is protected by law. As for Marx, he never grasped the paradox of freedom, and never understood the function which state power could and should perform, in the service of freedom and humanity. But Marxists would agree with Dr. Popper that freedom defeats itself if it is unmighted. For, as he goes on to say, if everyone is free to do whatever he likes, a strong man is free to bully one who is weak and to rob him of his freedom. So if people together are to enjoy freedom, what they do must be limited by restrictions and rules. No man should be free to get hold of a club and beat other people over the head. Nor, Marx adds, should any man be free to acquire capital and exploit the labor of others? Marxists agree that there should be laws to stop strong men from bullying the weak, and they also conclude that there should be laws to stop exploiters from exploiting labor. To protect freedom, the law must take his club away from the bully, and also take his private capital away from the capitalist. Marx in fact grasped the paradox of freedom with a rather more sure grasp than Dr. Popper. It is as obvious to Marxists as it is to Dr. Popper that the promotion of human freedom does not consist in establishing unlimited freedom for anyone to do anything, but consists in establishing the specific freedoms of specific people to do or not do specific things, and simultaneously in preventing anyone from hindering them. If freedoms are to be effectively provided, that must be protected. Therefore the assertion of some freedoms. Freedom 293. Entails the denial of others, since protection entails prohibition. There is therefore no practical sense in talking about freedom unless one specifies freedom for whom to do what, and unless one is also prepared to accept prohibition of actions which would hinder these freedoms. In other words, freedom consists in the provision and protection of specific freedoms of individuals, in the provision of freedom of individuals to do or not do certain things, and in the prohibition of their doing things to hinder each other's freedoms. Marxists are sometimes accused of proposing to deny freedom to individuals in order to dragoon them into courses of action which somehow represent collective but not individual freedom. For instance, individuals will be conscripted to work, each as no more than a cog in the machine, so that social production of social needs can go freely forward. But just as collective action which is not the action of individuals is an absurdity, so is collective freedom which is not the freedom of individuals, and it is a mockery of individuals too. A free society is nothing but an association of free individuals, for, as Engels remarked, Anti-Düring, Part 3, Chapter 3, it goes without saying that society cannot be free unless every individual is free. Although Dr. Popper says that Marxism regards individuals as pawns and advocates the subordination of the individual to the collective, he parenthetically admits that, nevertheless, Marx was ultimately an individualist. This does Marx no more than justice. Marxism is concerned to promote specific freedoms of individuals, which can only be won and protected by collective action and by the prohibition of whatever hinders them. The provision of freedom to individuals depends on their social institutions, so says Dr. Popper, and so also says Marx. Marxism advocates practical ways and means for establishing institutions which will ensure that social production will be carried on with the highest techniques and minimum expenditure of labor, so as to provide amply for material needs. With these, we need institutions for education and research, for the sciences and arts, for individual and group enjoyment of leisure, and institutions of management and administration. Such institutions can do the most to make people free from want, so that they can freely enjoy material necessities and comforts, which is the essential basis for every other. Freedom, free to amuse themselves in a variety of ways, free to take every advantage and benefit they can from the social development of technology, knowledge, and culture, and to contribute to it personally in every way they are able. Marxism advocates establishing institutions to provide these freedoms, not for some people only, but for everyone. Free institutions provide freedoms equally for all citizens, and not just for a privileged few. Indeed, if institutions provided certain freedoms for some and denied them to others, it is evident that for the latter these would be institutions not to provide for their freedom but to deny it to them. It is very obvious, therefore, why demands for the maximum provision of freedoms should always be demands for equality. Marxism therefore links freedom with equality. The institutions through which human freedom may be secured include economic, sports, scientific, artistic, literary, educational, and a host of other types of institution. But there can be no doubt, and Marxists certainly have never doubted, that the key institutions are those of government and law, the state institutions. The state can allow and assist the fullest development of institutions for freedom, or it can hinder or forbid it, and the government policies, the laws, and the actions of the enforcers of the law can either uphold the conditions for individual freedom or can deny them. From this follows what Dr. Popper calls the function which state power could or should perform, in the service of freedom and humanity, and which he says Marx never understood. So in this connection Dr. Popper asks, what do we demand from the state? And he says that the reply of the humanitarian will be, I demand protection for my own freedom and for other people's. I am perfectly ready to see my own freedom of action somewhat curtailed by the state, provided I can obtain protection of that freedom which remains, since I know that some limitations of my freedom are necessary. But I demand that the fundamental purpose of the state should not be lost sight of, I mean, the protection of that freedom which does not harm other citizens. Thus I demand that the state must limit the freedom of citizens as equally as possible, and not beyond what is necessary for achieving an equal limitation of freedom. Something HKE this, Dr. Popper concludes, will be the demand of the humanitarian, of the equalitarian, of the individualist. It is a demand which permits the social technologist to approach political problems rationally, i.e. from the point of view of a fairly clear and definite aim. We too are humanitarians, equalitarians, and individualists. We try to approach political problems rationally, and we make demands. Freedom 295. Upon the state for the furtherance and protection of freedom. Yet, for some reason or other, Dr. Popper thinks that his rational political question, what do we demand from the state, is posed as an alternative to such rational sociological questions as what is the state, what is its true nature, how did it originate. He says that Marxism asks such historicist questions instead of asking what do we demand from the state. But the fact that, as Marxism claims to demonstrate, the state originated out of the protection of class interests, and the capitalist state protects capitalist interests, does not preclude our asking ourselves what do we demand from the state, and concluding that one thing we demand is the protection of certain freedoms. To have asked and answered the other factual or so-called historicist questions does not prevent us asking what do we demand from the state, but what it does do is to show us what we are up against in fighting to win our demand. Indeed, it is merely hot air to proclaim we demand that the state should protect freedom, unless we are prepared to make what Dr. Popper is pleased to call an historicist inquiry into the state in its actual developments up to the present day, to examine in what ways it falls short of protecting freedom, or hinders people from wieldy their freedom by protecting the freedom of others to exploit them, and to work out what can be done to get a state which will in the fullest sense protect freedom because it provides the necessary conditions for it. Dr. Popper further contends that if the state is to protect freedom, democratic institutions are necessary. Even without the benefit of Dr. Popper's advice, this was Marx's contention too. For those who want to ensure that their freedom is protected must see to it themselves, and not rely on protectors over whom they themselves have no control. If the masses of humanity are to live free from exploitation and free from want, they must see to it that those in charge of management and administration manage and administer accordingly, and that requires equalitarian methods of democratic control. To help demonstrate that this is so, Dr. Popper adds a good deal of useful argument to the effect that while uncontrolled power in the hands of exceptionally benevolent despots may occasionally be exerted to protect certain limited freedoms, the protection is at best extremely insecure except to the extent controls are instituted to ensure that it continues. But while Marxists agree with Dr. Popper that democratic institutions are necessary to protect freedom, Dr. Popper does not agree. 296 Towards an open society. With Marxism. For Marxism, he says, belittles the role of democracy even while claiming to be in favor of it, and from belittling democracy Marxism goes on in practice to try to overthrow it altogether. It calls the exercise of democratic rights mere formal freedom, and from this goes on to propose supplanting it with real freedom. But without this mere formal freedom, whatever other freedom Marxism proposes can't be freedom at all. What Marxists describe disparagingly as mere formal freedom, says Dr. Popper, is in fact the basis of everything else. This mere formal freedom, i.e. democracy, the right of the people to judge and dismiss their government, is the only known device by which we can try to protect ourselves against the misuse of political power. It is the control of the rulers by the ruled. And since political power can control economic power, political democracy is also the only means for the control of economic power by the ruled. Without democratic control, there can be no earthly reason why any government should not use its political and economic power for purposes very different from the protection of the freedom of its citizens. But where and when did Marxists say that democratic control was not necessary for the protection of freedom? It is the fundamental role of formal freedom which is overlooked by Marxists, Dr. Popper continues to fulminate, who think that formal democracy is not enough and wish to supplement it by what they usually call economic democracy, a vague and utterly superficial phrase. But stop. Dr. Popper has been carried a bit too far by the exuberance of his verbosity. For it is not Marxists who usually talk vaguely and superficially about economic democracy, but Fabians and such like vague and utterly superficial persons. By economic democracy is presumably meant measures of public control over the management of economic enterprises, just as by political democracy is meant measures of public control over government. So far as freedom is concerned, both are self-evidently in the same sense. Forms or mere forms. And to call them forms is only to call them by their right name, not to disparage them. The freedom to vote, and to take part in instituted control, whether in general concerns of government or in particular items of economic management, appertains to the form of democratic control of institutions, which is necessary, as the form of control, in order that through the operation of those institutions people may enjoy the freedom associated with the exercise of their faculties and abilities, and the satisfaction of their needs. Dr. Popper himself continually talks about such freedoms as freedom from want and freedom from exploitation, and says that these are the freedoms which democratic institutions should be designed to protect. In the context of freedom there is nothing vague and superficial in the use of such antithetical terms as form and substance, or formal and real, and it is a perfectly proper and precise use of language to say that formal freedoms, such as freedom to vote, appertain to the form of control of the working of institutions within which such real or substantial freedoms as freedom from want and freedom from exploitation may be housed. Marxism does not disparage mere formal freedom. But what it does say is that we must not let ourselves be tricked into accepting the form without the substance. It is perfectly true that formal democracy is not enough, whether it is political democracy alone or is supplemented by a measure of economic democracy. Marxism tells the workers that to have the right to vote and trade union rights is not enough, these rights must be protected, but it is not enough to protect them, we should also use them. We should also seek to win, and then to protect, that substantial freedom which goes with freedom from want and freedom from exploitation. It is not Marxists who overlook the fundamental role of formal freedom but Dr. Popper who overlooks it, for he overlooks that the role of formal freedom is to enable us to establish and protect real freedom. Dr. Popper says that the view of the state which I have sketched here may be called protectionism, and proceeds to explain that the protectionist theory of the state is not a theory about the origin of the state, nor about the essential nature of the state, nor does it say anything about the way states actually function. It formulates a political demand, a proposal for the adoption of a certain policy, and that demand and that proposal is that the state should protect freedom, and that everything it does to this end should be democratically controlled. It may perhaps be thought an odd use of words to call a demand or proposal a theory, since for most people a theory is something on which demands and proposals may be based. However, Dr. Popper goes on to say that theories of the state must always be translated, as it were, into the language of demands or proposals for political action before they can be seriously discussed. Otherwise, and 298 Towards an open society. Less discussions of a merely verbal character are unavoidable. We can certainly agree that theories of the state should be translated into the language of demands or proposals for political action before they can be seriously discussed, and that unless such a translation can be done, theories are not worth serious discussion anyway. But if we are going to put forward the demand that the state should protect something, as a serious proposal for political action, we should at least have some idea as to whether the state is protecting it already, if so how effectively, or whether it is protecting something else. For political action has to start from an existing situation, and a proposal for it can hardly be serious unless it includes an estimate of the situation. The Marxist theory of the state can be and has been translated into the language of political action. What Dr. Popper deplores as its elements of historicism or essentialism is that it not merely proposes political action but proposes it on the basis of an analysis of how things are and how they have come to be it. Yet if political action aims at remedying an evil, it is as well to understand something of the evil it is proposed to remedy. So far as protectionism is concerned, Marxists agree that the state does fulfill a protective role, and we put forward political demands and proposals which concern its protective role. In that sense we are protectionists too, only we differ from Dr. Popper in that we think it necessary to examine the way states actually function in order to discuss seriously the way we propose to get them to function. According to the way Marxism interprets the historical evidence, states came into being as a result of development of private property and of classes, and have always fulfilled a primary function of protecting property and property relations. Exploiting classes have made themselves ruling classes by means of the forms of institutional control they have exerted. This remains true of the ruling class in capitalist countries today. As I have already pointed out more than once, the equalitarian methods of democratic control which have been won in some capitalist countries are still strictly limited. The right to vote, the right to take part in political organizations, the trade union rights, and the rights of free speech and assembly, are limited and counteracted by the overriding control which the capitalist class institutionally exerts over the organs of government, including not only the legislature and executive, but also the organs of information, education, and propaganda. This control is exerted to protect capitalist property and the freedom of capital to accumulate surplus value and seek profitable investment. As a result, it is the same with the state today as it always has been. It protects property. There are various freedoms which individuals seek. Freedoms to take part in the institutions of democratic control, and freedoms to dispose of their property and to develop their physical and mental capacities. The capitalist state actually allows and protects, and at the same time curtails and disallows these individual freedoms in so far as it accords with the preservation and development of the capitalist forms of property it protects. These are all facts, highly relevant to any protectionist theory of the state, which Dr. Popper overlooks. Recognizing that freedom must be limited, Dr. Popper says that it is certainly difficult to determine exactly the degree of freedom that can be left to the citizen without endangering that freedom whose protection is the task of the state. But, he continues that something like an approximate determination of that degree is possible is proved by experience, i.e. by the existence of democratic states. For this purpose he concludes that the state should be considered as a society for the prevention of crime, i.e. of aggression. For when the state is considered in that light, the approximate degree of freedom that can be left to the citizens is readily determined as a result of experience. To illustrate the practical principle on which such approximate determination is made, he quotes the famous story of the hooligan who protested that, being a free citizen, he could move his fist in any direction he liked, whereupon the judge wisely replied, "The freedom of movement of your fists is limited by the position of your neighbor's nose." No doubt. But even so it may be doubted whether the existence of democratic states has yet proved that they can always readily learn from experience how exactly to determine the limits of freedom. Experience has not yet taught the democratic American state that the freedom of its pilots to drop bombs should be limited by the position of its neighbors, women and children. As a society for the prevention of aggression, this democratic state may be deemed a failure. Experience has not even taught some of the state legislatures that the right of their own children to education should not be limited by the color of their skins. Furthermore, there is a difficulty in determining exactly what that 300 towards an open society. Freedom is whose protection is the task of the state. The American state, for example, considers that it must at all costs protect the freedom to invest capital, and that is why, far from considering itself guilty of aggression against some of its neighbors, it considers them guilty of aggression. Again, is the democratic state to protect the freedom of managements of private enterprises to declare workers redundant when they cannot make a profit out of them? If so, then this automatically curtails the freedom of workers to earn their living and contribute their working capacity to the social production of the means of life. For this right of private capital contradicts what in socialist countries is considered a fundamental right, the right to work. Dr. Popper's view about freedom and its limitations, and the role of the state, is summed up in his demand that the state should protect that freedom which does not harm other citizens. This is recognizably the same liberal view as was put forward by J.S. Mill on liberty, when he said that the state should not interfere with the freedom of individuals to conduct their affairs and dispose of their property as they please, except in so far as experience showed was necessary to stop them from harming one another. But the fact is that the general concept of harm is by itself, in Dr. Popper's phrase, far too vague and utterly superficial to serve as the key concept for deciding in what ways a democratic state should protect and should restrict freedom. A practical difficulty in the interpretation of Mill's practical principle has always arisen over the decision of what sort of harm, and what degree or quantity of harm, should be done before the state is justified in interfering. People can and do harm one another in a variety of ways, so that if the liberal principle were taken literally it would suggest an intolerable amount of interference by the state in the private lives of citizens. This very point was touched on by W. S. Gilbert in The Mikado. In Gilbertian Japan, flirting was made an indictable offense, since it was judged to lead to harm being done to innocent maidens. As we have seen, Dr. Popper maintains that experience will always show democratic states where to draw the line, and long before Dr. Popper began his elucidations, liberals, being commonsensical folk, were trying to draw some distinction between public and private life, with the proviso that the state should let the latter alone except in extreme cases. They likewise tried to draw some sort of balance between, on the one hand, the harm which could be done by permitting certain sorts of activity and, on the other hand, the harm done by interfering. For the liberal principle contains the implicit assumption that state interference, being a restriction of liberty, is in itself harmful, and so should be practiced only when a demonstrably greater harm would result from not interfering. Thus, in a television discussion got up by the BBC in the summer of 1966, the question was debated whether pornographic literature ought to be banned, with one rather diffident and academic gentleman from Oxford arguing that it ought to be banned because of the harm it does, and all the other representatives of a free culture that it ought not to be banned because of the harm done by any form of censorship of publications. In political and economic debate, J.S. Mill's principle was used to argue the case for laissez-faire, but as is now generally agreed, and J.S. Mill himself was one of the first to argue the case, that a limited amount of state interference is desirable in economic affairs. But if socialists try to argue that any form of exploitation of man by man does harm, the counter-argument is that the state interference needed to stop it would do much more harm. The hidden reason why Dr. Popper and others think that nevertheless experience in democratic states shows quite clearly what to allow and not to allow, in the light of their formula, is that they take it for granted that there should always be private ownership of means of production, buying and selling off labor power, and private appropriation of the products of socialized labor. On that assumption, experience does indeed indicate the advisability of imposing certain restraints and not imposing others. But this is not at all the same thing as restraining people from harming one another. To determine the limits of freedom to be allowed by a democratic state is therefore not so easy nor so uncontroversial a task as Dr. Popper tries to make out. For what limits freedom is not simply the decision, wise or otherwise, of the legislature, which decides to allow or disallow individuals the freedom to do this or that. The laws must allow or disallow freedoms in accordance with the rights which go with different forms of property, so that what finally decides the limits of freedom is the institutions of property. The question is, shall the state legislate for the existing forms of property and continue to protect them, or shall it, on the contrary, legislate against them, promote the institution of other forms of property, and protect these other forms instead? This is the difficult question which has to be decided in order to determine the limits of freedom. And its decision inevitably involves a struggle of classes for control of the state, and to preserve or change state institutions. 302 Towards an open society. Dr. Popper has correctly stressed the necessary connection between provision of freedom and limitation of freedom. And it is not difficult to see that this implies also, in practical discussion, a necessary connection between the uses of the terms freedom, rights, law, and security. The freedoms to be provided correspond with rights. Everyone is to be free to exercise and enjoy his rights. Rights are embodied in law, and the enforcement of law brings security for the free exercise and enjoyment of rights. Thomas Hobbes was quite correct when he said that unless men's actions were governed by social rules effectively enforced, the lives of men would be nasty, brutish, and short. It would not be a condition of freedom. As Dr. Popper's wise judge recognized, a hooligan or thief is the enemy of men's freedom, for he attacks their security. Similarly with military or economic aggression by states, in international affairs. And this, of course, is why Dr. Popper says that a democratic state should work for the prevention of crime, i.e. of aggression. Marxists entirely agree with that precept. But what Dr. Popper overlooks when defining the function which state power could and should perform, in the service of freedom and humanity, and the recognition of which made Marx understand this function rather better than Dr. Popper subsequently understood it, is that states always have to protect property rights and the security of property. It is therefore important to decide what sort of property rights are to be protected, and what sort of security is thereby to be provided. There are certain basic sorts of security which Marxism demands, voicing in these demands the immediate interest of the working class in modern society and at the same time stating the necessary condition for the unimpeded further development of social production. We demand for everyone the security of being able to find work to do, so as to contribute to social production and, as Marx put it, in capital. Achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. We demand for everyone the security of the use and enjoyment of personal property. And we demand for everyone security in conditions that will enable him to develop his capacities for faith and happiness, both in his own person and in his personal relations with others. This, it may be said, is a rather tall order, human nature being what it is. Many argue that it is of no use demanding institutions which would provide such social security, because people as individuals are by nature far too bad or stupid ever to make them work. However, Freedom 303. Marxism opposes this kind of cynicism about human nature so long as there actually exist institutions which by their nature as institutions prevent such social security, whether individuals are by nature bad or stupid or not. And such are the institutions of HSM. So long as the state protects capitalist property relations, it must be concerned, whatever democratic demands are placed upon it, to provide as much security as it can for the accumulation and investment of capital, and for individuals, whether individually or through corporate organizations, to enjoy freedom to accumulate and invest capital and to live on the surplus values accruing to them from the exploitation of the labor of others. This demonstrably goes counter to providing security of work. For employment depends on the vagaries of the crisis-ridden process of the circulation of capital, and so far as concerns working with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most worthy of their human nature, the worker's FMD progress in this respect impeded. Equally it goes counter to security of personal property. Although the state and the law protect personal property, one's security of personal property remains contingent on the insecurity of one's job or one's shares. The worker who has managed to acquire various personal possessions, and even to buy a few shares, is in danger of losing the lot through inflation or unemployment. As for the more intangible goods of faith and happiness and personal relations, it is a well-known fact, extensively demonstrated in sociological writings and explored in art and literature, that their sources are poisoned by the free-for-all competition and the monopolizing of resources, the I'm all right, Jack and dog eats dog ethic, of capita HSD society. By instituting social ownership of means of production we can institute social planning of production to employ available resources and labor to meet human needs. And the state which abolishes the rights of private capital and sets out to protect public property in means of production can then protect everyone's right to benefit from social production and, by the social planning of production, can seek to establish and protect social security for everyone for work, personal property, and the pursuit of happiness. The freedom and equality which socialism can thus secure can be secured only by restricting and denying certain freedoms, as well as removing inequalities. Marxists have always said so, demonstrating therein a perfectly sound grasp of the so-called paradox of freedom, and of the function which state power could and should perform, in the service of freedom and humanity. The sort of restriction of freedom which is exemplified by preventing fists from coming into contact with noses goes without saying. Dr. Popper himself agrees that that is wise. To secure freedom and equality based on social ownership of means of production demands also prohibiting private enterprises which make profits out of buying the use of labor power and SEUing the products. It demands taking away the freedom of individuals, singly or in corporate organization, to own such enterprises, or to buy and gamble with shares in them, or to display their initiative and competitive spirit by directing them. It demands taking away the freedom of one man to exploit another's labor. It likewise demands the removal of all those institutional means, and the blocking up of all those corridors of power, through which a minority exploiting class can contrive to maintain its influence and control over government. All the rights claimed by representatives of that class to positions of influence and power are forfeited. And this forfeiture includes the rights to own and dictate the policies of newspapers and other means of propaganda, to control radio and television networks, to own and run publishing businesses and art galleries, to direct the organization of science, and to exert censorship over what is taught in the schools. In such an undertaking of restricting freedom to secure freedom there is no doubt that, as Dr. Popper warns us, many mistakes will be made. And in fact many mistakes have been made already, and are still being made, by socialist states hampered as they have been both by lack of democratic traditions and by an initially backward economy. But whatever mistakes have been made, or will be made in the future, they have at least got rid of property relations which block the road to security and freedom and established basic institutional forms of property and government within which the road ahead is open. And experience will show, and is showing, how to correct the mistakes. 3. Freedom from exploitation. When freedom is reckoned a social and political good, and preserving and winning it set as a social and political aim, what do we mean by it? To explain what we mean it is necessary, not to dig for and uncover the hidden essence of what the word stands for, but simply to state the implications of the uses of the word. If that is understood, then it is evident that when people say they want to be free they imply that they want either to cast off some constraint from which they are suffering or else to prevent some constraint from being imposed on them. Thus to be free implies to be free from constraint. Accordingly, Dr. Popper considers that the object of political action to promote freedom is to free people, so far as it can be done, from the constraints imposed upon them when they are ordered about and coerced by representatives of instituted power over which they have little or no control. So the political objective of freedom is realized by instituting democracy and self-government. There can be no doubt that this objective does correspond to most people's actually expressed aspirations for freedom. For most people, to be free includes to enjoy democracy and self-government, and so long as they remain deprived of their own democratic institutions, people do generally mean by winning freedom very little else than winning these institutions for themselves. As Dr. Popper has said, it is recognized that once democracy and self-government are won, people may fail to make good use of them. But the first consideration in fighting for freedom is to win democracy and self-government. As against this, it is sometimes argued that, according to Marxism, it is a mere bourgeois or liberal illusion to suppose that freedom implies freedom from constraint. But the concept of freedom, as understood by everyone who aspires to freedom and refrains from using the word in tricky senses designed to cheat people by foisting on them something they do not want by denoting it by the word they customarily use for something they do want, does bear the implication that to gain freedom is always to throw off some constraint imposed on us. And if Marxism disagrees with bourgeois liberalism, it is not because we advocate imposing all sorts of constraints on people which liberalism urges them to throw off, but because we advocate getting rid of constraints which liberalism is quite content to accept. Dr. Popper's idea that we demand that the state protects that freedom which does not harm other citizens leads him, hke other liberals, frequently to argue as though the constraints placed on freedom were only political, that is, only impositions by the state. You have your freedom curtailed when the posts come after you, and Dr. Popper insists that that should be done only to stop you harming anyone else. Apart from what the state, or officers of the state, may do to curtail our freedom, we are free. 306 Towards an open society. But quite apart from such constraints on freedom as may be imposed by the state and the posts, is not our freedom to do as we please, and to enjoy and cultivate the advantages which individuals can gain from the amenities of civilization, very severely constrained by long hours of work, arduous, dull and unrewarding jobs, lack of good food and living conditions, and even more constrained when the individual cannot FMD work? Is it not limited, too, by lack of education, and by people being subjected to a multitude of propaganda influences which stultify their minds, condition them to believe what they are told, and lead them to believe they are living well when in fact they are only grabbing what they can get in a competitive scramble with their fellows? All these limitations exist. But because they, or even worse ones, have always existed, they are taken for granted, as natural features of the human condition. So long as techniques were comparatively primitive, such conditions were unavoidable, and to do away with them was not within the range of practical politics. But it is within the range now, and Marxism is the working out of the theory and practice of such politics. For that matter, it is equally true that institutions of democratic control, in which the whole population to some extent participates, and not merely those privileged by owning property, were not within the range of practical politics in earlier times. Such institutions of freedom have fairly recently begun to be established. Liberals, enthusiastic as they rightly are about the gains of freedom made by democracy, and prepared, as they say, to fight to the death to preserve even such limited items of democracy as we have so far got, make the mistake of thinking that because controlling the power of rulers to dictate to citizens is a necessary condition for the citizens' freedom, it is the whole of their freedom. It is nothing of the sort. For even when we have gained a measure of control over how far we may be dictated to by the decrees of rulers, that is to say, have gained political freedom, we may still be relatively unfree, and under heavy constraint, on account of our production relations and of the whole way in which we organize social production and the distribution of the means of life and enjoyment of life. Liberals accept this constraint and this unfreedom. Marxists seek the ways of ending it. Marx and Engels were of opinion that, as a result of socialist ownership and management of social means of production, and the restrictions which that would imply on the freedom of individuals to own means of production and buy and sell labor power and its products. An organization of social production could be achieved on the basis of which all individuals could enjoy a freedom they cannot enjoy in any society based on the exploitation of labor. And in Anti-Düring Engels proceeded to spell out the conditions for such individual freedom, and in what it consists. The main thing, he explained, is that in making itself the master of all the means of production, in order to use them in accordance with a social plan, society puts an end to the former subjection of men to their own means of production. Thus productive labor is no longer a means to the subjection of men. In order that the human race should exist at all, and that anyone should be able to live, let alone have freely, productive labor has got to be done. The ways in which it has become a means to the subjection of men are all, so Engels gives us to understand, consequences of the social division of labor. First, individuals have become tied to particular jobs in such a way that all opportunities for development of abilities and personality, and for enjoyment of goods, have been conditioned and restricted by the job to which each individual is tied. Thus the peasant is tied to the land, the worker to the bench, and the managing director to the boardroom, all being equally in a state of subjection to their own means of production. Second, some individuals live by exploiting the labor of others, so that the latter are tied down by having to work for the benefit and under the direction of the former. Third, individuals are compelled to devote the greater part of their energies to socially necessary labor, with little time or energy left to devote to avocations freely chosen by themselves. Engels argued that the present development of productive forces is already adequate for us to do away with all this subjection. Starting with the third item, he pointed out that the social development of modern productive forces can now reduce the time required for labor, with every individual taking his share, to what on our present conceptions would be a small amount. So everyone can be given plenty of time and opportunity to have a good fait as he chooses. Second, all exploitation of man by man can be abolished. And third, it is possible with modern productive forces to do away altogether with the former crippling effects on individuals of the division of labor. Modern industry, indeed, compels society, Marx had written in Capital, under penalty of death, to replace the detail worker of today, crippled by lifelong repetition of one and the same operation and thus reduced to the mere fragment of a 308 towards an open society. Man, by the fully developed individual, fit for a variety of labors, ready to face any change of production, and to whom the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. In particular, the development of techniques and of people's mastery of them can end the two greatest divisions which impose restrictions and inequalities upon individuals: the divisions between mental and manual labor, and between town and countryside. So, said Engels, the individual freedom which people can get as a result of socialist ownership of means of production is the correlative of the removal of these forms of subjection. What it amounts to, he said, is giving each individual the opportunity to develop and exercise all his faculties, physical and mental, in all directions. Marx explained the same point, but perhaps with greater eloquence and less attention to detail, at the end of the third volume of Capital. The realm of freedom actually begins, he wrote, only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases. Thus in the very nature of things it is beyond the sphere of actual material production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce fait, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. With his development this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants, but, at the same time, the forces of production which satisfy these wants also increase. Freedom in this field can only consist in such a housed man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. But it nonetheless remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself. The true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. Thus Marx and Engels both made very clear that what they regarded as freedom, a goal worth striving for, and which could be reached only on the basis of social ownership of means of production, consisted in each individual enjoying equally the possibility to develop and exercise all his faculties, and to engage in that development of human energy which is an end in itself, and which is done, not because one has to, but because one chooses to. The necessary condition for this, they explained, was something which could only be realized by social action, the fullest development of social production on the basis of social ownership of means of production and planning, overcoming the crippling effects of division of labor, abolishing all exploitation of man by man, and reducing to the minimum the hours of necessary labor for each individual and the individual energy expended in them. As Marx suggested in his Critique of Gotha program, individuals would then hardly begrudge the time spent in social labor, under orders within a social production plan, for they could recognize that work is the prime necessity of life. Moreover, as Engels pointed out, with the fullest use and development of techniques, labor will become a pleasure instead of a burden. It is for these reasons that Marxists maintain that it is only by the institution of socialism that men can make a real beginning to the achievement of a free society. For as Engels said, it is only after the seizure of the means of production by society that in a sense man finally cuts himself off from the animal world, leaves the conditions of animal existence behind him, and enters conditions which are really human. The conditions of existence forming man's environment, which up to now have dominated man, at this point pass under the dominion and control of man, who now for the first time becomes the real conscious master of nature, because and in so far as he has become master of his own social organization. It is only from this point that men, with full consciousness, will fashion their own history. It is only from this point that the social causes set in motion by men will have, predominantly and in constantly increasing measure, the effects willed by men. It is humanity's leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. During Part 3, Chapter 2. To achieve such freedom as this, not only must more effective forms of democratic control of rulers be introduced, but social relations must be changed. Denying this, the liberals not only justify political constraints associated with the existing capitalist relations as necessary to prevent harm, but also accept the powers and privileges of the existing ruling class, and the subjection of the majority of people to the cramping conditions of exploited labor, as normal features of the working of a democratic political system. So far as freedom is concerned, their horizons are extremely limited. 310 Towards an open society. It is, indeed, always important to remember that what is called liberalism is in fact often far from liberal. Liberalism in social and political theory is often as hidebound and stuffy as the great liberal party itself. Liberal meiosis as regards the bounds of freedom is due to their accepting capitalist relations as those within which human freedom must be confined. Dr. Popper talks, indeed, of freedom from exploitation. But, for him, it is only unorganized workers, who lack bargaining power against unscrupulous employers, who get themselves exploited, when there is organization and wages and hours are settled by collective bargaining, there is already an end to exploitation. On such a view, freedom does indeed seem to be in the main a matter only of political and economic democracy. The essential freedoms are seen as freedom of individual enterprise, freedom for individuals with a common interest to organize for the promotion of their interest and to bargain with other interests, freedom both by individual initiative and by collective organization to better one's condition. But yet within the capitalist relations the utmost betterment that can be hoped for is only a little easing of the constraints of economic necessity and the demands of one's job. and in these conditions people naturally see as objectives of all their efforts only the grabbing for themselves of such satisfactions as they can get amid the free-for-all, and grab and consume these the more greedily because their possession of them is constantly being thwarted and threatened by the economic crises, and crises in political and international relations, which capitalism engenders and the onset of which no one can control. Such, for liberalism, is the inescapable human lot. Marx, as Dr. Popper admits, saw all these evils of capitalism clearly enough, but he saw beyond them, towards how to overcome them. He did not disparage the political freedoms associated with democracy. On the contrary, he advocated enlarging them by removing the political and economic controls of the ruling class. But he saw clearly that political power must be used to change social relations in order to set men free, that is to say, to make men individually free on the basis of their cooperation in social techniques to produce the means for satisfaction, and collectively secure by their control over their means of livelihood and their own social organization. The account rendered by Marx of freedom, and of the constraints which must be removed to win it, is of profound importance because it sets before us an aim of political action. Dr. Popper is very scornful about aims and ideals because, he says, the object of political action should not be to reach ideals but to remove evils. However, Marxists fight harder than most to remove evils because that is the practical way of fighting to reach ideals. One's idea of what is an evil to be removed can never be dissociated from one's idea of what good is to be got by removing it. For if one lacks the conception of what good is to be got by removing evils, one may well think it not worth the trouble of removing them, or even fail to see them as evils at all. By demonstrating something of the full potential scope of human freedom, Marxism urges us to go on removing what blocks our freedom. And while it urges that we value and defend the freedoms already won, it does not teach us that in winning them we have won all the freedom we want or could get. In capitalist conditions, therefore, Marxism urges that we should organize to protect the democratic freedoms already won, or to win them if they are still lacking, that we should organize to defend our standards of life and to improve them, and that we should organize to deprive the ruling class of its powers to protect its own privileges at the expense of the freedoms of the majority, and, having done so, institute socialist relations of production. And when socialism is won, Marxism urges that we should go on working for the conditions of individual freedom, defined not simply in terms of democratic rights, though those must be established where they are lacking, but defined also in terms of conditions of work worthy of human nature, and of the production of plenty with the least expenditure of energy, so that that development of human energy which is an end in itself can blossom forth. It is a very well-known fact today that under socialist governments, in the first 50 years since the first was established, people have lacked many conditions of freedom, even some which they have got in capitalist countries, not only because of unavoidable economic and political difficulties, but because of misconceived policies of socialist governments. But whether all who hold office in socialist countries are as yet aware of it or not, Marxism presents to the whole great movement of peoples in revolt against exploitation their goal of freedom, their conception of freedom in terms of which they can continue to judge what has still to be done to establish free institutions. 312 Towards an open society. For freedom and necessity. Dr. Popper quotes some parts of the observations by Marx and Engels about individual freedom and a free society quoted in the last section. And he then comments that as far as I am able to see, Marx followed Hegel's famous equation of freedom with spirit, in so far as he behaved that we can be free only as spiritual beings. This seems a surprising interpretation of Marx's view, even for Wonderland. But, continues Dr. Popper, Marx described all that pertains to material conditions and the production of the material means of life, as a realm of necessity, and said that true freedom only begins beyond it. So Marx evidently supposed that true freedom can come only in so far as we emancipate ourselves entirely from the necessities of our metabolism. For Marx, In fact, just as for any Christian duist, freedom consists in the emancipation from the flesh. And Engels expressed the same concept when he wrote that, to win freedom, man must cut himself off from the animal world. Of course, Dr. Popper adds, Marx and Engels knew well enough that we could never achieve 100% emancipation from the flesh. So what they advocated was simply that we should spend as little time and energy as possible on fleshly concerns, so as to leave all the rest for true freedom. He supposes that Marx regarded human metabolism, our material existence, the flesh, as unavoidable limitations on our freedom from which we should try to emancipate ourselves. Alas, we can never emancipate ourselves entirely, and so we are always forced to devote a certain amount of attention to material necessities. The view which Dr. Popper tries to foist onto Marx, that we can be free only as spiritual beings, can justifiably be regarded, as Dr. Popper regards it, as not merely nonsense but pernicious nonsense. He tends to call any such nonsense hegehan, regardless of whether Hegel actually propounded it or not. But this view is in fact considerably older than Hegel, since it is to be found rather forcibly expressed in writings attributed to St. Paul. The pernicious practical implication hidden behind its high-sounding spiritualistic phraseology is that because the body limits and fetters the freedom of the spirit, it is as well to chasten the body in order to free the spirit. Thus the view that true freedom is spiritual can be used to justify all kinds of oppression and cruelty in the name of true freedom. Dr. Popper has already warned us that the practical outcome of the Marxist advocacy of revolution as the means for securing freedom from exploitation can only be tyranny. But now he has shown how Marx and Engels tried to cover up this unpleasant fact with a load of nonsense about true freedom. The idea that only spirit is free, whereas the flesh is unfree, which Dr. Popper rather arbitrarily ascribes to Hegel and still more arbitrarily to Marx, has become associated in modern times with certain philosophical arguments about freedom and causality. Put in its simplest terms, the argument that we can be free only as spiritual beings goes like this. Material events have causes and take place in accordance with causal laws. Insofar as we are material organisms, therefore, we are subject to causal laws, so that if the cause of an action is present, the action necessarily follows as the effect, and if the cause is not present, the action does not follow. If the cause is present, there is therefore nothing we, as mere material organisms existing in a material environment, can do to stop the effect from following, and if the cause is not present, there is nothing we can do to bring the effect about. In either case we have no choice, no freedom in the matter. Hence if we are in any way free in what we do, it can only be as spiritual beings, because there is some spiritual principle in us which acts independently of the chain of causation in material processes. The answer to this argument is pretty obvious, to such an extent that it has today become even a commonplace in philosophy. So far from causality and causal law precluding our being able to choose to do something and then to do it, it is the necessary condition for such free action on our part. It is only because causes produce effects, and in so far as we know what effects given causes will produce, that we can decide on a course of action and carry it out. For if we could never know what causes produced what effects, how could we possibly deliberate on any course of action, or embark on any undertaking whatever? Men are material organisms and, as such, our activities and the effects of our activities are subject to causal laws. But that does not imply that we can only be free in our choice of activities if there exists some part of us which is free from the chain of material causality. On the contrary, when we know what causes will produce what effects, that is the cause for freely producing such effects as we choose. Professor Ryle, of Oxford, has illustrated this line of argument by examples from the free play of games. He pointed out that the fact that both billiard balls and billiard players are 314 towards an open society, subject to the laws of mechanics, does not prohibit the free play of billiards but is its necessary condition. The billiard player asks for no special indulgence from the laws of physics any more than he does from the rules of billiards. Why should he? They do not force his hand. That players exercise freedom in pushing billiard balls where they want them to go does not imply that the players are spiritual beings, nor that to play billiards well we must emancipate ourselves from the necessities of our metabolism. With that admirable facility for stating the obvious which is characteristic of the school of philosophy to which he belongs, Professor Ryle further pointed out how baseless is the assumption that a golfer cannot at once conform to the laws of ball sticks and obey the rules GOL and play with elegance and skill. It is the same in more serious affairs as in these examples of games. In so far as an effect follows from our own deliberate action, rather than from external causes independent of our deliberations, we may be said to be responsible for it. It was our own choice of action that brought it about. And in so far as we have learned from experience what to do in order to bring about one effect rather than another, we have made ourselves free to act upon and reach our own purposes, and so emancipated ourselves from conditions in which what happens to us, and what happens as the effect of causes we have set in motion, depends not on ourselves but on external forces beyond our control. Understanding all this, Marx and Engels did not regard material existence and its necessities as limitations on what, without them, would be our freedom as spiritual beings. Obviously, since man is a material and not a spiritual being, his freedom is that of a material and not of a spiritual being. His material existence is not a limitation on his freedom, but its condition. For example, breathing and having air to breathe is not a limitation on our freedom, but is a condition for its exercise. According to Marx and Engels, therefore, man makes himself free by his control and use of material conditions for his own purposes, to satisfy his own needs. The achievement of freedom depends on understanding and mastering the necessities of material existence. A word in time here about this use of the word necessity may save some misunderstanding. It is, of course, a word which may be used in several different senses in different contexts. Neither Marx nor Engels ever went to the trouble of splitting hairs in the distinction between these different senses, an omission for which they may perhaps be reproached by contemporary philosophers, and which affords ample scope for much lively nonsense at mad tea parties. The sense given to the word necessity is quite clearly the sense of necessary condition or necessary conditions. Thus, if we say that eating is a necessity of life, that does not mean that we necessarily eat, but that unless we eat, we do not stay of. Again, if we say that to construct aircraft we must understand and master the natural necessities expressed in the laws of aerodynamics, that does not mean that those laws are necessities in any more abstruse sense than simply that they express the conditions for controlled flight of bodies through the air. So when Engels said that man leaves the conditions of animal existence behind him, he did not mean that man achieves the emancipation from the flesh by freeing himself from the necessities of his material existence, but he meant exactly what he said, namely, that the conditions of existence forming man's environment, which up to now have dominated man, pass under the dominion and control of man. Leaving the conditions of animal existence behind us is not a matter of our spiritual being overcoming our material being and escaping from its limitations, but of our learning, as animals which live by satisfying their needs and creating new needs for themselves by social production, how to develop our social and personal relations and activities so as to satisfy our needs. As Marx explained, when men learn rationally to regulate the interchange with nature which is necessary to support human existence, they thereby make themselves free to engage in many pursuits which they undertake, not because they are forced to do so in order to support life, but because their success in producing material necessities leaves them free to devote energies to other pursuits of their own choosing. So when Marx said that the shortening of the working day is a condition for true freedom, he meant simply that it would allow more time in which to do things, not because we have to do them whether we like it or not, but because we doing them and choose to do them. This is a point which most industrial workers can readily grasp, even if it is beyond the compass of Dr. Popper's understanding. Dr. Popper's statement that Marx followed Hegel's famous equation of freedom with spirit, and believed that we are truly free only insofar as we somehow cut ourselves off from the necessities of material existence and emancipate ourselves from them, is the more surprising because in Anti-Düring Engels had already succinctly and explicitly explained that exactly the opposite is true. Dr. Popper perhaps failed to notice the significance of what Engels had to say in Anti-Düring because he dismisses that work as 3L6 towards an open society. Mere apologetics, and also because, believing correctly that in certain respects Marx and Engels followed Hegel, his own lack of understanding of Hegel precludes him from all possibility of understanding what following Hegel meant. Hegel was the first to state correctly the relation between freedom and necessity. To him, freedom is the appreciation of necessity, Engels wrote. He then continued, freedom does not consist in an imaginary independence of natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite aims. Freedom therefore consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature which is founded on knowledge of natural necessity. In talking about freedom, Dr. Popper follows the well-worn liberal tradition of dealing exclusively with political questions about how far the state should prevent anyone doing just as he pleases, and demanding that people should be forbidden to do some things only to protect their freedom to do others. As a result, and as I have already noted, he fails to take into account the very fundamental fact of human faith. That, quite apart from any notices the state posts up about what is permitted or prohibited, people's freedom is restricted by their relationship to their own means of production, so that each enjoys only that unequal area of freedom which is allowed him by his ownership of property and position within the social division of labor. Now it may further be noted that in talking about freedom, Dr. Popper fails to take into account an even more fundamental consideration, namely, that before anyone is free to do anything, the means must be available to enable it to be done, and also the knowledge of how to do it. To make ourselves free to carry out activities, we must get control over the necessary means for activities. People must have done this collectively before individuals can be free to engage in those activities. This consideration underlies and explains the fact that men can be said to seek and to exercise a freedom in their activities of a kind not attainable by other animals. This fact is misunderstood by Dr. Popper when he assumes that the creation and extension of human freedom is entirely a matter of poetics, an activity in which other animals do not engage, quite as much as it is misunderstood by those who say our freedom is spiritual, whereas other animals are not spiritual beings. Men are animals. But the species Homo sapiens, with upright stance and human hands and brain, distinguished itself from all others by the method of social production of the means of faith. To do this men, Freedom 317, learned how to make tools and construct the means to bring about various effects, and to represent to themselves effects which they wished to produce and the actions necessary to bring them about. Thus they developed the ways of purposive action in which human freedom resides, whether in the production process itself, the management of public affairs, or the pursuit of personal desires and aims. This consists in making means available and knowing how they can be used to produce various effects, so that one can choose whether to produce those effects or not. In the passage in Anti-Düring quoted above, Engels said that human freedom is people's own creation, and we create it by learning to master and control material causes so as to set them to work for our own purposes. To the extent that we learn how to use objects for our own purposes, our freedom of action is expanded. There is more we can do. And this expanded freedom depends on our having acquired, as Engels put it, the capacity to make decisions with real knowledge of the subject, so that instead of being compelled to act all the time simply in response to external stimuli, in which case our activity is controlled by the very object it should itself control, we are able to select practicable purposes and set causes in motion and control their effects so as to realize our purposes. This freedom, Engels continued, is a product of historical development. The first men who separated themselves from the animal kingdom were in all essentials as unfree as the animals themselves, but each step forward in civilization was a step towards freedom. The first men were unfree simply because in all their activity they remained, hke other animals, tied to their natural environment. They have the free fae in the sense that they could roam around as they chose, and no one oppressed them. But there was nevertheless very little they had made themselves free to do, and as a result their lives were confined within a very restricted round of tribal activities. Material objects are the objects of our activity, and their laws are the laws on the operations of which we rely in deciding how to act. It would therefore be absurd to say that the material world and its laws constitute a restriction on our freedom, as though we could enjoy true freedom only if there were no material world, or if we ourselves were not part of it and subject to its laws. But what is true is that material objects and their laws are obstacles to our freedom of action, and their presence ties down our action, except in so far as we can find out how to use them and master them. This, no doubt, is one reason why the more people become conscious of themselves as free agents, the more imperative becomes their urge to explore and master the environment. Thus, quite apart from considerations of economic or political advantage, people form expeditions to CHMB a mountain because it is there it is, an obstacle to men going wherever they wish on our planet, so they feel determined to find the way to get to the top of it. Similarly, we feel it to be worthwhile in itself to get to the moon, and then to other planets, and then maybe outside the solar system. Apart from any other considerations, it is a matter of demonstrating that the ruggedness of mountains and the vacuity of space will not be allowed to prevent men's freedom of movement. But to find out how thus to master the environment is not a matter of finding out how to cancel or evade the laws of material existence, nor is it a matter of simply pitting our own will and endurance against the resistance of natural forces. It is a matter of finding out how to construct the means. In general, the basic condition for the expansion of human freedom has been the advance of technology and the sciences. As Engels pointed out, on the threshold of human history stands the discovery that mechanical motion can be transformed into heat, the production of fire by friction. And at the close of the development so far gone through stands the discovery that heat can be transformed into mechanical motion, the steam engine. The discovery of how to produce fire, he continued, gave man for the first time control over one of the forces of nature, and thereby separated him forever from the animal kingdom. And so, he concluded, all past history can be characterized as the history of the epoch from the practical discovery of the transformation of mechanical motion into heat up to that of the transformation of heat into mechanical motion during Part I, Chapter. Thus, according this account of it, the freedoms won by men up to the latter part of the last century were those made possible by men's initial conquest of control over one of the forces of nature, developed from transforming mechanical motion into heat to transforming heat into mechanical motion. This is what made men free to do all the things they could do up to the time Engels was writing. And this, he added, shows how young the whole of human history still is. Freedom 319. Since Engels' time, the next great technological revolution has begun with the discovery of how to generate and control nuclear energy, coupled with the discovery of techniques of automation. This is fully comparable with the initial discovery of fire. And its implications for the expansion of human freedom are even greater. The development of this technology is what can give substance to Marx's idea of men regulating their interchange with nature with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. If Marx and Engels themselves could talk of the future realm of freedom only in rather general terms, not readily understood by Dr. Popper, that was because they died before the present technological revolution began. The freedom which can be achieved on the basis of future socialist production surpasses anything that could have been made possible by even the most rational employment of steam and internal combustion engines, and comprises all that is made possible by the employment of nuclear energy and computers. This means that men can draw on almost limitless sources of energy, and apply them, not to powering machines which have the time to be arduously fed, repaired, and controlled by human labor, but in processes which are made self-feeding, self-repairing and self-controlling. in the service of human purposes and needs. 5. The means and opportunities for individual freedom. All the freedom which people win, and can win, is not won by each individual for himself, but it is, as Engels stressed, a social product of the combined efforts of many individuals over a long period of time. This does not imply, however, that the freedom won consists of anything else than a variety of specific freedoms enjoyed by individuals. On the contrary, it is human individuals, and only human individuals, who enjoy and exercise human freedom. But they enjoy and exercise it thanks only to their having within, and their lives being regulated by, social institutions. The freedom which we want and strive for is the freedom of individuals, there is no other human freedom. But if individuals are to get all, or even any part of, the freedom which could be theirs, it is essential to recognize that the freedom of each individual depends on what has been and will be done by all individuals taken together, associated in society. It depends on the opportunities for activities and choices of activity which the individual enjoys, and in turn the opportunities and 320 towards an open society. Choices open to each individual depend on what means for activities and satisfactions have been created in the society to which he belongs, and on what other members of that society permit and do not permit him freely to do. There is no doubt that individual freedom implies freedom of choice for the individual. Thus to claim freedom is to claim individual freedom of choice, that is, freedom to choose what to do without being externally constrained to do one thing and not to do another. Hence to be free also implies personal responsibility. The free person chooses and decides for himself, and does not merely do what he has been ordered to do. This is a point heavily and, we must agree, rightly stressed by Dr. Popper when he writes about the open society. There must be personal responsibility in a free society, he says, rather than individuals being instructed in all they should do. Such a society, he insists, is one in which individuals are confronted with personal decisions. However, for the very reason that freedom implies personal responsibility, though freedom is proclaimed as a FME thing, it often appears as something of a burden. It is, indeed, a hard fate to have to choose what to do and bear responsibility for it, under circumstances when one is beset with all sorts of personal problems and lacks means and opportunities to solve them, and also, verily, is so deprived of education that one does not even know what the problems are, let alone how they might be solved. For this reason, people are sometimes apt to welcome lack of freedom as a sort of refuge, and to advocate depriving others of freedom for their own good. As Tolstoy wrote of the army, here in the regiment all was clear and simple. There was nothing to think out or decide war and peace, v.15. Dr. Popper himself recognizes this difficulty when he goes on to talk about the strain of civilization consequent upon our having as individuals to look after ourselves and to accept responsibilities. It would seem, therefore, that when individuals take upon themselves the onus of personal responsibility, they would be well advised at the same time to do all they can to assist one another by socially providing possible means and opportunities for each individual to benefit from it rather than harm himself and others. Evidently, then, if social institutions are to promote and support individual freedom, we must demand more of them than only that individuals should be left free to act as they choose, on their own. Freedom 321. Responsibility, and not be pressed or constrained to perform various actions whether they choose to or not, with the proviso that if, nevertheless, they act so as to harm others, the post will be after them. We must demand that all individuals should have access to the means and opportunities for a variety of activities in which they can develop and exercise all faculties, physical and mental, in cooperation and not to each other's detriment, and we must demand that they should be afforded that education which will enable them to make decisions with real knowledge of the subject, and not be forced to make their decisions in a random way, or on impulse, or relying on the prejudiced advice of others, uncontrolled by knowledge. Recognizing all this, What Marxism is therefore concerned about in the matter of freedom is not only to decrease the number of constraints imposed on individuals, but also to increase the opportunities and choices available to each individual. This implies deploying the technical resources of society and organizing education so as to provide all with the means to a full life, and arranging social relations so that each individual is able to take the fullest advantage of his opportunities. To work this out, the first question to tackle is the question why the opportunities for individuals have in fact remained so very restricted, and why people, whose freedom depends on each other, have done so much more to hamper and restrict each other's freedom than to enlarge it. The Marxist theory of the laws of social development not only supplies the scientific answer to the question of why we have not yet a free society, but also answers the question of what we must now do to get one. In brief, during the whole period of social development from man's first discovery of how to turn mechanical motion into heat up to the discovery of how to turn heat into mechanical motion, the condition for the social production of the means of life and enjoyment for individuals was that the great majority of people should be continuously engaged in arduous labor. Hence, whereas on the one hand people were learning how to control forces of nature so as to produce what they wanted for themselves, on the other hand the condition for this production was that the great majority became tied to their own means of production by bonds which condemned them to unremitting toil. As Marx and Engels showed, the necessary division of labor consequent upon the development of social production led to private property in means of production, a separation of functions of ownership and management from those of productive labor, and the division of society into exploiting and exploited classes. The exploiters and masters then appropriated to themselves the opportunities for free activities and enjoyments accruing from production, together with access to culture and education, and the laboring classes, from whose labor these opportunities were created, necessarily went without. Thus the condition for the freedom of the few was the unfreedom of the many. The many were driven to toil, whether by the physical force which oppressed slaves and serfs or by the economic compulsion which compels free wage workers to sell their labor power. They had no choice but to toil for most of their halves. It is in this that the unfreedom of the laborers has essentially consisted. Superimposed on it have been the various political forms of bondage, consisting of deprivations of rights and oppressions and coercions of various kinds, imposed on them within the social institutions. Throughout this period of history the class struggle has always taken the form of struggles for freedom, or rather for specific freedoms which people fought to retain or saw the possibility of winning. Such freedoms can always be characterized in two ways, negative and positive, freedom from and freedom for. People seek to free themselves from specific impositions and restrictions on their activity, and to win conditions in which they are free to do specific things which they want to do and in which they see advantage. Thus in class struggles people have managed to free themselves from specific forms of political oppression, and at the same time to win specific rights. The winning of rights for some has always and necessarily meant the cancelling off rights for others. For instance, the rights won when slavery was ended cancelled the rights of slave owners, the rights won in connection with the establishment of capitalism cancelled feudal rights, and so on. But whatever impositions and restrictions were shaken off, and whatever rights were won, the fact remained that the exploited classes never won freedom from exploitation, and the rights of the exploiters continued. Hence whatever freedoms the exploited classes won were always limited by their being driven to work for the greater part of their lives for the benefit and under the orders of others, and the most cherished freedom of the freedom 323. Exploiting classes has always been their freedom to direct and appropriate the labor of others. The great contribution of the social researches of Marx was not simply that he expounded these facts about freedom and lack of freedom in the historical development of the past, but that he showed that private property in means of production, and exploitation, originally necessary consequences of the division of labor, and necessary conditions for the development of social production, have now become so far from being necessary that they act as fetters on the further development of social production. he recognized the fact that with the modern development of forces of production it is no longer necessary that the majority of the human race should devote the greater part of their lives to labor, nor that the opportunity of education and leisure to enjoy most of the advantage accruing from it should belong to only a few. The conditions are present for the human race finally to free itself from the age-old bondage of labor. And what Marx did was to work out the foundations of the theory of how to carry this freedom. On the basis of his scientific, social and historical analysis, Marx demonstrated the necessary condition for it. This is that the modern working classes must carry through what, when it is done, will be the last act of the class struggle to bring an end to private property in means of production and the exploitation of labor, and establish social ownership of means of production and planning of production to satisfy human needs. Then it will be possible to bring about the organization of a free society, in which collective management of the production of all the necessary means to free activities is done and controlled with no other object than the provision of those means to individuals. Then every individual can enjoy for the greater part of his life all the opportunities for unconstrained free human activity afforded by the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. 324 Towards an open society. This freedom which individuals can then enjoy comes from their togetherness. It is the product of their working together. And only by working together, obeying the rules of communal faith, educating themselves, and each contributing all he can to producing the satisfaction of the needs of others, can they enjoy that freedom. As regards work, or social production, Marx emphasized that in this matter men do not have and cannot have a free choice as to whether to engage in it or not. In this sphere, as he said, the only freedom that can be won is the freedom of being able to work in the best obtainable conditions, and of being able to contribute to the best of one's abilities. This is the point which Dr. Popper finds so incomprehensible that he can only interpret it as meaning that true freedom consists in the emancipation from the flesh. But the point is simply that we are not free to choose whether or not to engage in social production, because if we are to enjoy any social fait, and the freedoms obtainable in social fait, we have got to work for it. The means must be supped, the work has got to be done. So as human freedom springs from appreciation of necessity, and not from any imaginary emancipation of any of our activities from their necessary conditions, men and women in a free society will regard work as a necessary condition for all their freedom. Consequently, if they follow Marx's advice, they will arrange for it to be done as expeditiously, efficiently, and effortlessly as possible, and to this end will share it out on equalitarian principles according to a rational plan. 3. The open society. The closed and the open society. We can return to the beasts, so Dr. Popper tells us. But if we wish to remain human, then there is only one way, the way into the open society. According to him, the open society is something we find our way into by getting out of the closed society. So its characteristics are defined in opposition to those of the closed society. A closed society is, he explains, a primitive tribal society which lives in a charmed circle of unchanging taboos, of laws and customs which are felt to be as inevitable as the rising of the sun, or the cycle of the seasons, or similar obvious regularities of nature. It is characterized by a magical attitude, as opposed to a scientific one. Its members think that the rules current in their tribe which forbid or demand certain modes of conduct are as fixed and inviolable as natural laws. So they never think of altering them, and anyone who disobeys them is strongly disapproved of and punished for his audacity. The attitude of the closed society, Dr. Popper next explains, is continued in societies in which the state undertakes to regulate more or less the whole of the citizens' halves. This, he warns, is to replace personal responsibility by tribalistic taboos and by the totalitarian irresponsibility of the individual. In the closed society, All the norms of conduct are laid down and strictly enforced, so that individuals are not allowed to exercise their personal judgment as to what is right. The results are generally bad. In the open society, on the other hand, individuals exercise their own judgment, and so far from their having to renounce personal judgment in subordination to the state is answerable to F/ZV judgment. This contrast between the principles of operation of an open and a closed society is pointed by Dr. Popper in two quotations from the ancient Greeks. One is a statement by Pericles: although only a few may originate a policy, we are all able to judge it. The other is taken from Plato: the greatest principle of all is that nobody should be without a leader. Nor should the mind of anybody be habituated to letting him do anything at all on his own initiative. 326. Towards an open society. Even in the smallest matter he should stand under leadership. For example, he should get up, or move, or v-ash, or take his meals. Only if he has been told to do so. In a word, he should teach his soul, by long habit, never to dream of acting independently, and to become utterly incapable of it. In contrast to the magical or tribal or cojunctivist closed society, then, the open society is the society in which individuals are confronted with personal decisions. In the light of what has been said, Dr. Popper continues, it will be clear that the transition from the closed to the open society can be described as one of the deepest revolutions through which mankind has passed. According to his reading of history, this revolution got underway in ancient Greece in the great days of Athenian democracy. For it was there and then that there rose a new faith in reason, freedom, and the brotherhood of all men, the new faith and, as I believe, the only possible faith of the open society. But the breakdown of the closed society, that is to say, the breaking of its charmed circle of unchanging taboos, of laws and customs within which everything individuals had to do was settled for them, leads to individuals feeling constrained due to difficulties encountered in trying to use their own judgment. Hence the continued urge is expressed to get back again somehow to the security of a closed society, and to reimpose its fixed rules of life. This is expressed in doctrines of totalitarianism, which echo the creed of the closed society that the tribe is everything and the individual nothing. It is likewise expressed in nationalism, which appeals to our tribal instincts, to passion, and to prejudice, and to our nostalgic desire to be relieved from the strain of individual responsibility which it attempts to replace by collective or group responsibility. That is the sum total of what Dr. Popper has positively to tell us about the open in contrast to the closed society. What it amounts to is that society is open when individual members of society are constrained by no externally imposed laws and customs in forming judgments, and when not only is each individually responsible for his own actions but exercises his independent judgment in approving or disapproving public policies. To make such a society work, reliance is not placed on inviolable law or custom or on the dictates of traditional or any other authority, but on faith in reason, freedom, and the open society. 327. Brotherhood of all men. For it can flourish only when the members of society try to form judgments by the exercise of reason, value the freedom of each and all, and agree to live in brotherhood. On that condition they can not only each exercise his individual judgment but together preserve conditions of security for enjoying their freedom. From this premise Dr. Popper concludes that, firm in the faith of the open society, we must go on into the unknown, the uncertain, and insecure, using what reason we may have to plan as well as we can for both security and freedom. Always anxious to be fair to Marx, even while exposing his errors as sins against the open society. Dr. Popper allows that he admitted his love for freedom. Marx's faith, I believe, was fundamentally a faith in the open society. But, he warns, in spite of his merits, Marx was a false prophet, responsible for the devastating influence of the historicist method of thought within the ranks of those who wish to advance the cause of the open society. Just as the historicist doctrine that society progresses from stage to stage by inexorable necessity teaches individuals that their personal decisions can count for nothing and they cannot be responsible for what happens, so the dictatorship which Marx advocated would actually deprive them of a responsibility. The prophetic element in Marx's creed was dominant in the minds of his followers, Dr. Popper concludes. It swept everything else aside, banishing the power of cool and critical judgment and destroying the belief that by the use of reason we may change the world. Marx left us with an oracular philosophy which threatens to paralyze the struggle for the open society. We have seen, however, that Marxism in fact investigates the conditions for obtaining security and freedom for individuals, and advocates the conquest of political power in order to plan the bringing of these conditions into existence. Dr. Popper makes a great point of emphasizing security and freedom when he holds forth about what we must plan for. Quite so. And a merit of Marx which Dr. Popper does not share is that Marx did work out the necessary conditions for planning for just that. We may perhaps detect in Dr. Popper's statement about the way into the open society a certain vagueness, and even a combination of big words with little meaning. For if we are to use what reason we may have, not simply to protect our security and freedom when they are in danger, but to plan as well as we can how to advance them. 328 Towards an open society. Then surely we must work out what conditions are required for maximizing both security and freedom and strive to bring them about. And if that is a practical objective, then what we are heading towards cannot be so entirely unknown as Dr. Popper says. True, it cannot but remain uncertain because we cannot know how well we shall succeed, and insecure because of the unexpected difficulties we may encounter. But if Dr. Popper is right in saying that the way into the open society leads into the unknown, his advice that we should plan as well as we can how to take it is mere hot air. For how well can we plan the way to go when we do not know where we are going? Although Dr. Popper says that the route mapped out by Marxism is to be avoided, because by taking it we shall only return to the beasts, Marx's views are still perhaps worth more serious consideration than his own, because Marx did at least try to use such reason as he possessed. To work out what were the practical conditions for security and freedom which we can now try to bring into existence. Dr. Popper has written 2 volumes on the open society and its enemies, comprising 481 pages of text plus 221 pages of notes. But if one searches in them for information about how to go forward into the open society and get rid of some of the deprivations of material necessities, education, and opportunity which individuals continue to suffer on a large scale, one is left with nothing but generalities about individual responsibility. One may well be tempted to echo Prince Hal's exclamation when he examined the record of his mentor's proceedings, "Oh monstrous! But 1 halfpenny worth of bread to this intolerable deal of sack." To the way into the open society. Dr. Popper assures us that the transition from the closed to the open society can be described as one of the deepest revolutions through which mankind has passed, but has little to say about how it happened. In one of his luminous and voluminous notes, however, he supplies us with a criterion. It seems to be possible to give some useful criterion of the transition from the closed society to the open. The transition takes place when social institutions are first consciously recognized as man-made, and when their conscious alteration is discussed in terms of their suitability for the achievement of human aims or purposes. Or, putting the matter in a less abstract way, the closed society breaks down when the supernatural awe with which the social order is the open society 329 considered gives way to active interference, and to the conscious pursuit of personal or group interests. As he told us at the start, in the closed society institutions are not recognized as man-made, but are regarded as fixed and inviolable parts of the order of the universe. So they cannot be interfered with, and their alteration cannot be discussed. When there enters into men's heads the consciousness that their institutions are man-made, they can start discussing how to alter them. After that, Dr. Popper concludes, The chief thing that has continued to obstruct our going forward with the conscious and rational alteration of institutions for the achievement of human aims or purposes has been the dead weight of prehistoric beliefs left over from tribalism and elaborated by enemies of the open society as doctrines treating institutions as other than man-made. Dr. Popper's statement that people came to recognize their institutions as man-made and advanced out of the closed society by altering them to suit the various purposes suggested by personal or group interests is not very illuminating as a description of what happened, and even less as an explanation. Marxists may perhaps be excused for suspecting in this account of what happened in history, if not an historicist doctrine about the pattern of historical development, at least a considerable oversimplification. But that Dr. Popper does not himself altogether share the idealist doctrine that great changes in human social behavior can be described and explained simply as the spontaneous generation in some men's minds of new ideas about their social institutions is shown by his own statement in the text, that perhaps the most powerful cause of the breakdown of the closed society was the development of sea communications and commerce. The point was made a long time ago by Marx, and is now generally agreed, that what makes tribal society break down and other more open forms of society emerge is the development of technology. Sea communications and commerce are, of course, a part of this, and have had a very disturbing effect on societies in which they were developed, though tribalism in fact began to break down before seafaring commerce got underway. Anyway, where technology has not been developed, their tribalism with its charmed circle of unchanging taboos has not been disturbed. Marx showed, and subsequent researches have continued to show, that technological innovations proved incompatible with many of the laws and customs previously held inviolable in tribal society. As a result of the laws and customs were violated. This circumstance broke into the superstitious awe with which the tribal order was surrounded. And because the use of new technology, with division of labor, set up personal and group interests as distinct from the single tribal interest, it led to the conscious pursuit of personal or group interests. The consciousness that social institutions are man-made is indeed, as Dr. Popper says, of vital importance for human progress, because of the implication that what man-made man can improve on. But if we are to understand the real issues and problems men have faced since the breakdown of tribalism, and still more what it is possible to do now to alter institutions to suit human purposes, and what is necessary in order to do it, it is hardly sufficient simply to be conscious that institutions are man-made. As I have said before, we need to know the laws and conditions of their making. Dr. Popper says with truth that when tribal society breaks down there ensues the conscious pursuit of personal or group interests. Though this statement could be qualified by remarking, with Marx, that consciousness of interests often takes a disguised form. If in primitive tribal society there was as yet no attempt made to alter institutions to suit personal or group interests, that was not so much because the tyranny of tribal custom forbade it as because there were no separate personal or group interests to be suited. Obviously, once separate interests had arisen, to get institutions altered to suit them was an example of the achievement of human aims or purposes, because the interests were human ones. But as obviously, it is a far cry from the pursuit of group interests to the achievement of human purposes in the sense that the aeklea element suits the interests of all human beings and not only of one group of them in opposition to another. In fact, the pursuit of personal or group interests which ensues upon the breakdown of tribal society led invariably, and quite inevitably, to the forcible subordination of the interests of persons to the interests of groups, and of the interests of one group to those of another. So far as most persons were concerned, the kind of class-divided society which succeeded tribalism was very far from open, not because their opportunities for personal decision in the conduct of life were thwarted by tribal taboos, but because they were thwarted by the subjection of their personal and group interests to those of the ruling class. The Open Society 33I. Marx demonstrated clearly enough how it was that personal or group interests came to be pursued, and what were the overall results of this pursuit. The cause was the development of the social forces of production. And Marx pointed out that this development was not simply a process of invention of new techniques but a change in the sum total of activity of human beings in obtaining and distributing the means of life. The primitive tribe, living by food gathering and hunting, constituted a single group of people banded together to produce and appropriate their own product for their own use. Its unchanging taboos, laws, and customs represented no tyranny practiced against individuals but rather the means of maintaining the tribal solidarity on which the very existence of every individual in such conditions depended. The invention of techniques of cultivating the land, domesticating animals, handicrafts, and metalworking broke up the closed societe of the tribe, because they entailed the division of labor. This differentiated people from one another in their ways of obtaining the requirements of life. It brought property in means of production and in products, exchange of products, and the production of a surplus out of which owners and managers could be supported. This in turn meant that while social wealth increased, and consequently the scope of the activities and enjoyments possible for individuals, the producers collectively lost control over their product. For it was no longer a collective product but a sum of individual products passing into the process of exchange. And those who owned property acquired separate interests in augmenting it. Some persons could acquire property in means of production to the exclusion of others, and in that way command the labor of others and appropriate its surplus for themselves. The laborers were then placed in a position where they had to work to supply products to owners and managers, as directed by the latter. Their working capacities were no longer exerted by them after the tribal custom as part of the collective effort to supply the collective need, but were appropriated by an owning and managing class for its own enrichment. Thus the antagonisms of classes were created, and the history of society became the history of class struggles. With this, the whole business of social management changed. The state came into existence as an institution through which some men rule over the rest. With the capitalist economic formation, the changes which were set up by the breakdown of tribal society eventually come to a head. 332 Towards an open society. All products are produced as commodities for exchange, which means that the entire social product passes out of the control of the producers. The producers' own labor power becomes a commodity, so that the direction and control of their personal abilities to produce what each needs is entirely lost to them. People cannot now decide to work to produce what they want, since they have to work for whoever will buy their labor power, and the increase or decrease of the total product, the proportions of different branches of production, and the eventual destination of products are all outside the producer's control and settled by economic laws of the market which operate independently of the voluntary actions of men. The class struggle is polarized into a single antagonism between the class which sells its labor power and the class which buys it. And finally, the state, as a power which men have set up over themselves to rule them, becomes greatly strengthened and centralized, and the more it intervenes in economic production and distribution, the more does it stand over the producers. As an organization which rules them but which they do not control. In all these respects, the social relations which obtain under capitalism are the complete negation of those which originally obtained under tribalism or primitive communism. In moving away from the tribal order, the social formation has gone as far as it can go, into the direct antithesis. In men's social development, capitalism stands at the furthest remove from tribalism. Where before nothing was produced as a commodity, now everything is produced as a commodity. Where people appropriated and consumed their social product as they produced it, now it has gone out of their control. Where people banded together to try to produce what they wanted, now each worker has to do what work he is told. Where there was no division of class interest, now there is a deep class division cutting right through society. And where people decided their common affairs for themselves according to their own tribal laws and customs, now they are subject to the rule of an all-powerful state. Since, then, Dr. Popper identifies the closed society with tribalism, it is natural that he should see in the antithetical conditions obtaining Under capitalism, the realization of the open society. For him, indeed, the open society is only another name for capitalism. But he never sees that the development of forces of production and of relations of production, which led from the breakdown of primitive communism to the establishment of capitalism, was the open society. 333. Development of different methods of exploiting labor. He only remarks superficially on some of their effects in institutions of social management, in ideologies, and in the habits of individuals. Hence he sees the antithesis between tribalism and capitalism only as the antithesis between a society which haves in a charmed circle of unchanging taboos, of laws and customs which are felt to be as inevitable as the rising of the sun, and one where institutions can be regarded as man-made and people can discuss their alteration to suit their personal or group interests. For him, capitalism is the open society because there are separate personal and group interests inside it and people can organize to press them, and because no human institutions are any longer regarded as sacrosanct but everyone can discuss whether it is best to keep them as they are or alter them. In that sense, it is open. But yet the way the institutions of the production and distribution of the means of life are fixed prevent people from being able to take personal decisions and to accept individual responsibility for working together for the production of their needs. In the HGHT of these considerations we cannot but view with skepticism Dr. Popper's contention that all those institutions and ideologies which have oppressed individuals since the demise of tribalism are at bottom hangovers from the tribe, dragging mankind backwards to the tribal closed society. One may freely admit the obvious fact, which Dr. Popper vigorously affirms, that ideologies and institutions imposing beliefs, taboos, laws, and customs to be accepted and obeyed without criticism are incompatible with individual responsibility, personal decision and rational judgment. One may agree that such were the ideologies and institutions in tribal societies. And one may agree, too, that subsequent exemplars have often and regrettably appealed to the same irrational fear and hatred directed against taboo breakers and outsiders which tribesmen sometimes evince. But that does not mean that all subsequent repressive ideologies and institutions have been hangovers from tribalism. On the contrary, the shutdown they impose on individuals has had no tendency towards restoring the primitive communal way of life. The state of affairs which the hymn All Things Bright and Beautiful finds so admirable. The rich man in his castle, the poor man at his gate, God made them high or lowly, and ordered their estate, is absolutely foreign and unknown to tribesmen. The ideas and institutions of tribalism were those of the soteriety of small groups in which no one pursued personal or group interests in antagonism to his fellows. These subsequent ideas and institutions were consequent upon the destruction of that primitive human sodarity and the dominance in society of acquisitive class interests. Dr. Popper tries to make out that such modern phenomena as totalitarianism are a return to tribalism, induced by people feeling the strain of civilization in an open society. But the facts make it clear that the repression of individuals under modern totalitarianism has little in common with primitive tribal sodarity but represents the violent assertion of the interests of an aggressive group of exploiters. Having identified the struggle for the open society as the attempt to alter institutions to suit personal or group interests, and the closed society with the suppression of separate interests, which in turn is identified with tribalism, Dr. Popper then goes on to contend that the policies of a militant labor movement are another sort of totalitarianism which will likewise lead us back to tribal conditions. For these policies will suppress certain interests, and subordinate personal and group interests to a common interest. It would seem that a delegate conference is like a tribal jamboree, and that in every militant mass demonstration civilization is threatened by the primitive horde run riot. So by representing the struggle for the open society as the struggle finally to overcome tribal hangovers, consummated in the capitalist antithesis to primitive communism, Dr. Popper ignores and obscures completely the struggle to overcome the forms of class domination which superseded tribalism, and TB resistance it meets with from the forces oligarch organized to maintain class domination. In capitalist society, the open conditions have been created where people can organize to change their social institutions in a way consciously decided to suit their interests. And the class struggle has reached a stage where the working class emerges as an organized force equipped with a scientific theory of how social changes can be brought about. So the issue which insistently arises in this society is that of organized action by the working class to throw off the fetters of capitalism, take control of the state into the hands of its own democratic organizations, and institute social measures to bring social production under the control of the organized producers. The very openness of capitalist society provides the conditions for ending the exploitation of man by man which supervenate on the breakup of the closed society of tribalism. The issue therefore posed by the open society, as it actually exists at the present day, is not that of defending it from the open society 335 reversion to tribalism, but of going forward to socialism and communism. The progress of mankind from the animal condition from which we sprang is progress in the human activity of socially producing the means of life, and of increasing the scope of human activity and achievement as we get further from the animal condition by mastering the materials and forces of the natural environment for human purposes. It is in this progress that there is made possible the individuality of the human person, as distinct from the animal as a member of the species conditioned to the unchanging habits of the species. Human individuality is the product of the increase of men's collective powers and of the increased supply of the means to a more varied life. Dr. Popper says that if we wish to remain human, we must go forward into the open society. If we wish to remain human, we must go on producing our needs, and we shall go forward with this the better if we manage by human cooperation to control the product so as to supply everyone's needs and thus allow to the development of everyone's individuality full scope. That means we must overcome the exploitation of man by man, and the divisions of class society. The poor life of primitive communities, when all individuals had to be much the same as one another and cling together in a common observance of taboos and customs, was overcome by the development of new forces of production, which in turn led to the negation of the tribal solidarity of primitive man by class divisions. The poverty-stricken subsistence economy was negated by commodity production. The close ties of kinship between individuals within the tribal organization were negated by making all individuals having and working in a territory the subjects of a state. But these negations must be negated by the working people of today asserting their control as producers over the socia-housed production of modern industry, equipped as it is with techniques capable of producing plenty, thus instituting once more the social appropriation of the social product, and taking over organized democratic control of state power. Then the future conditions for the freedom of human individuals, with their individual responsibilities and personal decisions, will be secure. This is what Dr. Popper, with his abstract description of the open society as the antithesis of the tribal or closed society, entirely fails to understand. He simply fails to comprehend what Marx demonstrated, namely, that the negation of the closed society of tribalism only led to class divisions and exploitation, and that the way forward into the open society now demands the negation of this negation. Shocked by such Hegelian horrors, Dr. Popper protests vociferously that this is nothing but an historicist doctrine cooked up by dogmatically applying to human development the arbitrary pattern of thesis-antithesis-synthesis. To end the conditions of the pursuit of antagonistic personal and group interests which superseded tribalism will, according to him, only land us back into a worse sort of tribalism. But it is in these capitalist apologetics of Dr. Popper that an uncomprehending dogmatic attitude is to be found, not in the scientific socialist theory of Marx. Marx did not deduce the course of history from any Hegelian formula. He examined how men actually made their institutions, and saw that the time had come when the exploitation of man by man could and should be ended. This being so, to go forward into the open society is not to go, as Dr. Popper says, into the unknown. On the contrary, there are definite issues to face, a definite job to do, and an organization to be built to do it. 3. Responsibility, individual and collective. In Dr. Popper's conception, the essential feature of the open society is that individuals in it bear personal responsibility and make personal decisions. With him, this suffices to define the open society. A society is open when it allows enough scope for personal responsibility and personal decisions. His objection to Marxism is so strong because he says Marxists hatch plots to take personal responsibility away from individuals, and to prevent their making personal decisions, by enforcing on them a tyranny similar to that which he says existed in tribes, the tyranny of collective taboos, laws, and customs. But let us agree with him in calling society open when it allows scope for responsibility and decisions, then far from objecting to society being made open in that sense, Marxists agree with him that the more open it can be made the better. Apologists for capitalism have no monopoly in wishing society to be open. Still less have they a monopoly in policies of how to make it so. Our own ways of faith, Dr. Popper freely admits, are still beset with taboos. And yet, there is between the laws of the state on the one hand and the taboos we habitually observe on the other, an ever-widening field of personal decisions, with its problems and responsibilities. This field, the Open Society 337, of personal decisions and responsibilities is not just the field of private life, for many of us make rational decisions concerning the desirability, or otherwise, of new legislation, and of other institutional changes. That is to say, decisions based upon an estimate of possible consequences, and upon a conscious preference for some of them. We recognize rational personal responsibility. The great point which we have won is that we recognize that institutions are man-made and that it is open to us to alter them, so that there exists, as Dr. Popper goes on to point out, the possibility of rational reflection on these matters, rational reflection consisting of estimating possible consequences and formulating conscious preferences. So although we are still beset with taboos, everyone can judge for himself as to what is best in the way of new legislation and other institutional changes, and is not bound to submit his judgment to that of anyone placed in authority over him. This personal responsibility and freedom of personal decision in our open society is opposed by Dr. Popper to the totalitarian irresponsibility of the individual, where individuals are not allowed to judge or decide anything for themselves. In the open society, choices are open to individuals as to what they shall do and what they shall make of their lives as individuals, and also as to what they shall think and what public policies they shall support or oppose, so that in deciding all these matters for themselves there is also open to them the possibility of rational reflection. That being so, he opposes collective to individual responsibility. He sees the collective as a tyranny, or at all events a potential tyranny, over the individual, which would force the individual to abandon his personal judgment to a collective judgment, his individual responsibility to a collective responsibility, and his personal choice as to what he should do to a collective instruction as to what he should do. To call for collective responsibility is, he implies, a case of reintroducing the totalitarian irresponsibility of the individual. It is of course perfectly true that in our own ways of faith there is, exactly as Dr. Popper says, an ever-widening field of personal decisions, with its problems and responsibilities. How much this field has widened in the case of working people in particular can be readily appreciated by comparing the conditions of contemporary wage workers with former serfs. When in the year 138 the Yorkshire king, Richard II, told the defeated remnants of the peasants' revolt, serfs ye are, and serfs ye shall remain, he meant, among other things, 338 towards an open society, that they should make no personal decisions as to whom they worked for or where they worked. The serf was in fact allowed very little personal responsibility for anything. The contemporary wage worker is, by comparison, a very responsible person with scope for a large number of personal decisions on matters ranging from where to apply for a job to whom to vote for in parliamentary elections. If Marxists now sought to deprive workers of the individual responsibilities and scope for personal decisions they have won, it would be a strange inconsistency, considering that Marxists have always fought to help win them and in that sense have been among the foremost champions of the open society. But Marxists do say that for individuals to have individual responsibilities and make individual decisions is not enough. We want to institute forms of the exercise of collective responsibility and collective decision. The reason why we want this is that individuals live, and can only live, within a framework of the social production of the means of life. And this reason also defines the sphere within which we think that collective responsibility should be exercised. But this is what causes Dr. Popper to conclude that we are heading straight back to tribalism. For according to him, individual and collective responsibility are incompatibles. He sets them in antithesis, so that anyone who calls for collective responsibility is in effect calling for an end to individual responsibility and its replacement by the totalitarian irresponsibility of the individual. It is also the end of rationality. For it puts an end to the possibility of rational reflection which resides in the making of personal decisions. One ought to ask what exactly can be meant by collective responsibility. Dr. Popper cites nationalism as a case where it takes over. Though he is far from explicit as to his meaning, it seems a fair guess that his reference is to cases where a large number of persons constitute themselves into a mob, activated by a common sentiment. It is true that in such cases the individuals concerned can hardly be credited with rational responsibility for what they are doing, and that together they bully, intimidate, and coerce any other individuals who try to think for themselves and oppose themselves in any way to the clamor of the mob. It is also true that when such a tyranny of the mob occurs, it can provide the opportunity for a strong man to step into the leadership and exert his own personal tyranny, so that the tyranny of the mob leads to the rule of the strong man and the strong man makes use of mob sentiments in order to enforce his own rule. But while it may be true that this type of social behavior appeals to our tribal instincts, to passion, and to prejudice, and to our nostalgic desire to be relieved from the strain of individual responsibility which it attempts to replace by collective or group responsibility, it is hardly true that it presents an example of anything that could reasonably be called collective responsibility. Indeed, one of the chief objections to letting ourselves forego our individual responsibility and be carried away by mob sentiments is that the result is not collective responsibility but collective irresponsibility. Collective responsibility is created where and only where people are united in democratic organization. In that case they can engage in rational discussion and debate as to what to do as an organized body. And when they do it, it is done as a result of a collective decision arrived at as the product of the organized accumulation of a number of individual decisions. Clearly, collective responsibility exercised through democratic organization is not incompatible with individual responsibility. On the contrary, it follows from the exercise of responsibility by individuals united in an organization. And it is not incompatible either with the possibility of rational reflection, but furthers it. Marxists, therefore, who favor the development of democratic organization, are not, as Dr. Popper alleges, seeking to replace individual responsibility and personal decision by a fictitious collective responsibility which only masks the tyranny of the mob or the rule of the strong man. On the other hand, to set the one against the other, as Dr. Popper does, is in effect to seek to omit the sphere of responsibility. For the truth is that there exists a large sphere of matters of public concern for the continuous control of which no one can be held responsible unless there is organized collective responsibility. Dr. Popper sees responsibility and decision exclusively as individual matters. Thus in public affairs certain persons, namely, those who hold offices of power, make decisions and are responsible for making them. And other persons, when there are democratic institutions, control them by casting their votes in accordance with individual decisions concerning the desirability or otherwise of new legislation and of other institutional changes. And that is the open society. But, we may ask, who is responsible for the forms taken by our social relations of production? In our present capitalist way of life, where it is open to individuals to make so many rational decisions, no one is responsible. Of course, decisions taken by numerous individuals in the pursuit of their personal or group interests resulted in these social relations being 340 towards an open society instituted. But no individual or collective decision has ever taken to institute these kinds of social relations, in which social production is fettered by the private appropriation of the social product by owners of capital. The fact is that, as Marx pointed out, men have entered into relations of production independent of their will. The way people conduct themselves to produce and distribute their means of life has not been and in capitalist countries still is not decided upon in the light of any rational estimation of consequences. Marxism is concerned with ways and means of remedying this deplorable situation of irresponsibility in the most basic affairs of social life. Marxists work to build organization by means of which the conduct of social production can be collectively decided and its management collectively controlled. Only within such organization can it become open for individuals to discuss and take rational collective decisions as to how the common social resources are to be used to meet individual needs. Once again, it is not liberals and individualists like Dr. Popper who advocate the extension of rational responsibility for all members of the human race, while Marxists oppose it. It is exactly the other way round. When writing about institutions, Dr. Popper himself clearly recognized that, because institutions are man-made, it does not follow that anyone is responsible for the decision to make them or for decisions as to how they are altered. As he said, many just grow. But when it comes to writing about the open and closed societies, and contrasting capitalist society as open with tribal society as closed, he forgets this simple truth. For he fails to notice that a similar condition of irresponsibility as regards the most important institutions, those concerned with relations of production, continues throughout the development of social formations from tribalism or primitive communism to capitalism. In tribal society the taboos and customs were certainly man-made, but because no one was consciously responsible for making or altering them, the tribesmen thought of them as inescapable conditions of human life which men were bound to accept. Thus they were closed in by rules of their own making which nevertheless ruled them like an external power determining their persona, their relations with each other and their conduct of fe. When tribal society broke up as a result of the development of the forces of production, people made for themselves the rules of property, of exploitation of man by man, and of the division of classes. And these have ruled them just the same, and closed them in the open society 34i. Even though there is greater scope for penal decisions and personal responsibility. In our capitalist society we are still ruled and closed in the same way. Thus in social production people have to sell their labor power, so that they have to work on tasks set for them and not on producing what they have decided to produce to meet their needs. Everyone concerned, whether worker or manager, is driven to work for the accumulation of capital. The product of labor is put into the market, so that neither those who make it nor those who need it have overall control to ensure that what is made shall get to those who need it and that what is needed shall be made. Again, the relations which people have entered into in producing the means of create divisions between them so that they find themselves in dispute and at enmity, and are driven to injure one another, for reasons for which they are in no way personally responsible. In all this, where is the rational responsibility, open to all individuals to accept and exercise, for arranging social relations so as to make the most rational use of social resources? It is not open to us, and cannot be until we organize to assume it collectively. In our society these conditions are what we accept and are used to and adapt ourselves to, as to the weather or the constitution of our bodies. So they generally seem to us as inevitable as the rising of the sun, or the cycle of the seasons, or similar obvious regularities of nature, and as much an unalterable element of human nature as having a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Hence doctors of philosophy and of science are judged to advise us wisely when they say that any radical alterations are out of the question, just as were doctors of magic in more primitive communities. they exclude human relations from the sphere of human responsibility. The fact is that in these and other ways we are now, as men were originally in tribal society, in the grip of man-made conditions which men made for themselves independent of their will. These man-made conditions are to us like an external power for which no one can be held responsible. And this external power rules us with laws of its own, imposing on us our relations with one another, compelling us to do what we do and treat one another as we do, and determining the consequences of social actions irrespective of intentions or desires. To talk about increasing the scope for responsibility and decision in making and altering social institutions, and in the activity of individuals within these institutions, therefore, leads us to the fundament. 342 Towards an open society. Tall question of how to organize rational responsibility for our institutions, and especially for the basic institutions of relations of production, so that rational decisions about them can be made and carried out. Great as may be the scope for the pursuit of personal and group interests in existing capitalist society, and for personal decisions and individual responsibility in their pursuit, our society remains closed in the sense that there is no organization through which rational responsibility can be accepted and exercised for conducting the basic business of social production for satisfying human needs. Part of Marx's great achievement was that he devoted to the conditions of the closed society, and to their historical development, an analytical investigation more penetrating than that now deemed convenient and sufficient by Dr. Popper. He studied how men have come to make for themselves these conditions which have always closed us in, and still do. And this led to the conclusion that mankind is at last in a position where they can be overcome. The issue posed by Marx was that of the organized working class movement, in conscious pursuit of an interest scientifically defined and understood, taking control of political power so as to plan social production. That would mean that at last people would begin collectively to take responsibility for arranging the basic relations of property in means of production so as to get control over the whole process of social production and direct it to meet human needs. As Engels said in Socialism, utopian and scientific, men's own social organization, which has hitherto stood in opposition to them as if arbitrarily decreed by nature and history, will then become the voluntary act of men themselves. And if we adopt Dr. Popper's quite suggestive terminology, we shall conclude that this is the great step to be taken out of the closed into the open society. The production of the means of life is then controlled by collective decisions, in the making and carrying out of which individuals bear personal responsibility, as responsible members of the organizations that see to it. And the overcoming of want, of exploitation and of enmity, with the sharing and lightening of labor, brings to everyone far greater opportunities and choices for personal activity than heretofore, and therefore more personal responsibility and more freedom in personal decisions. 4. Communism. The rationality and practicality of communism. I shall now return to the question of whether, to plan as well as we can, for security and freedom, we have to go into the unknown. Marx quite clearly defined where we have to go in terms of Dr. Popper's grounds for saying that the goal of communism is 344. Towards an open society. Utopian are entirely political. He says that the concentration of political power required as a preliminary would necessarily be uncontrolled, and seeks to portray, in the customary language of anti-communist politics, the inevitable consequences of any such uncontrolled concentration of political power in the hands of the working class movement. I think I have already written enough in rebuttal of his deposition that communist politics is the politics of violence and tyranny, suppressing all rights, all freedom, all democratic control, all individual responsibility and personal decision. He is mistaken in supposing that Marxism advocates or communism requires such politics. He is additionally mistaken in supposing that the argument as to whether or not communism is a practical goal is or could be primarily a political argument. Marx's reasons for putting forward the communist program were economic. They were, in brief, that with socialized production carried on with techniques eventually capable of producing abundance of all we need, the form of social organization eventually required will be one which permits everyone to contribute to social production to the best of his ability and derive from it the satisfaction of his needs. Dr. Popper blames Marx for holding that economics rules politics. But yet the problems which political policy has to solve are derived from the state of the economy. Marx worked out the politics based on recognizing the economic facts of our time, the politics for instituting that control and that planning of social production which is required to make the fullest social use of it. He clearly recognized the economic fact that modern production techniques are capable of development to produce abundance to satisfy human needs. That being so, what is there utopian in proposing the social aim of actually producing abundance and satisfying needs out of it? The proposal is to engineer institutions through which we can work together to satisfy needs in the way we know well they can be satisfied, instead of institutions which leave us to go into the unknown and accept personal responsibility for the inconveniences which ensue when one does not know where one is going. The opinion that communism is nevertheless a utopia boils down to the opinion that the pursuit of personal and group interests which has predominated since the establishment of the open society precludes the practical possibility of our working together for the common benefit. It is a poor advertisement for the open society if that is so, and if we cannot accept individual responsibility and make personal decisions without mismanaging our economic affairs in the way they are mismanaged under capitalism. This opinion fails to take account of the issues of the class struggle under capitalism. Marx pointed out that so long as control is exercised by competing interest groups, each bent on its own power and profit, it is indeed not only unlikely but impossible that production should be developed as it is capable of being developed to satisfy needs, but that the democratic class struggle and democratic control of power by working class organizations, under scientific socialist political leadership, could manage it. The fact that the working class exists as a social force opposed to capitalism, and willy-nilly pursues a class struggle disruptive of capitalism, is what makes the ending of capitalism and social advance towards communism a practical proposition in our society. For if no interest were interested in it, such an advance could not take place in a society where pursuit of personal or group interests predominates. The working class interest is the class interest in capitalist society which demands the use of social production to meet social needs, whereas the other class interests interpose considerations of their own preservation against such a demand. Anyone who proposes to work for communism today must therefore join in with the working class movement. But so far as the goal is concerned, and the contention that the foundation of a communist order of society is the known objective to be gained in order to establish security and freedom, the case for communism is based on considerations about technology, and the communist program is a program for making use of modern technology. To appreciate the case for communism, and to appreciate that the revolutionary movement which aims at communism is the one which knows how to solve the problems and realize the possibilities now presented by the economic development of the forces of production, it is only necessary to employ, quite disinterestedly, what reason we may have. 2. Social implications of modern techniques. Marx based his conclusions on examining the techniques of the industrial revolution of the 18th and 19th centuries. 2 definitions he gave are of a special importance. One is that of an instrument of labor, as a thing, or a complex of things, which the 34-5 towards an open society. Laborer interposes between himself and the subject of his labor, and which serves as the conductor of his activity capital, I. 7, I. The other is the definition of a machine. All fully developed machinery consists of 3 essentially different parts: the motor mechanism, the transmitting mechanism, and finally the tool or working machine. The machine proper is therefore a mechanism that, after being set in motion, performs with its tools the same operations that were formerly done by the workmen with similar tools. Capital 115, I. In the Industrial Revolution, machinery replaced hand tools. And while the motive power for the simplest machines is supplied by human or animal muscle power, once machinery began to be widely introduced in industry, men began to look for other motive power to drive it and discovered it in such inventions as the steam engine, the internal combustion engine, and the generation of electricity. Marx observed that at first a manufactory contained a number of separate machines set side by side, as in a weaving factory or a sewing factory. But in various branches of industry there was soon built up a real machinery system, to take the place of these independent machines. In this the subject of labor goes through a connected series of detailed processes, that are carried out by a chain of machines of various kinds, the one supplementing the other. Finally, as soon as a machine executes, without man's help, all the movements requisite to elaborate the raw material, needing only attendance from him, we have an automatic system of machinery, and one that is susceptible of constant improvement in its details. Ibid. Marx concluded, in language perhaps slightly reminiscent of William Blake, that an organized system of machines, in which motion is communicated by the transmitting mechanism from a central automation, is the most developed form of production by machinery. Here we have, in the place of the isolated machine, a mechanical monster whose body fills whole factories, and whose demon power, at first veiled under the slow and measured motions of Lee's giant limbs, at length breaks out into the fast and furious whirl of his countless working organs. In the machine system the role of the individual worker becomes more and more reduced to that of attendance on the machine. He has lost the freedom of the independent craftsman, and his odd life of personal decision and responsibility is lived only outside his working hours. Even the serf who was forced to toil from dawn to dusk for the whole of his life on the same piece of land was the owner and master of his own implements of labor and did his own job in his own way. But the worker who is employed to work in a machine system is forced to match his own motions to those of the machine whose servant he has become during his working hours. Meantime someone has to take responsibility for management and take decisions about production, and this function is separated from that of attendance on machines. The subjection of the worker to the machine, denial to the worker of all responsibility of management, and separation of management from labor have been inescapable consequences of machine production. When the machine system began, the responsibility of management was vested in the individual capitalist who purchased machines, hired labor to work with them as he directed, and sold the product with a view to reaching a profit on his capital investment. Subsequently the means of production owned by individual capitalists were taken over by larger and larger companies. These are, of course, purely corporate individuals. Not persons of flesh and blood, and bond of women, but institutions which people set up over themselves to regulate the social activities of producing and distributing the means of life. These corporations own and control blocks of capital and invested, thereby increasingly monopolizing whole branches of production. As a result, individual responsibility for directing labor and managing the disposal of products is separated from individual owners of means of production just as it is from individual workmen. It falls on those who hold controlling positions in the corporate capitalist institutions, and those whom they appoint. The situation that results is one in which management of machine production remains distinct from and antagonistic to labor, and the aim of management remains that of realizing the maximum profit for the corporate owner out of the sale of the product. But if the owner is a fleshless corporation, the men in control still receive the wherewithal to put on plenty of flesh. A further and immensely far-reaching consequence of the development of machine industry was noted by Marx. This is the development of the sciences. And in this development, as he noticed, a change takes place in the role of science in relation to industry. Initially, the sciences studied the processes mechanical, physical, and chemical employed in industry, with a view to understanding them better and formulating their laws. Inventions were rather due to the ingenuity of men engaged in industry than introduced into industry by the creative intervention of specialized scientists. 3. This situation changes into one in which 348 Towards an open society. Science becomes the pacemaker, the leading agency in the development of techniques, rather than an auxiliary. This change is also a change in the structure of institutions. From independent individuals interested in studying the constitution of nature and the laws of operation of natural forces, scientists become enrolled as members and employees of great research institutions feeding know-how into social production, and these in turn are ever more closely linked with the great corporations which own the means of production and direct the processes of industry. Marx designated scientific research as itself one of the modern forces of production, and one that makes itself more and more into the leading revolutionizing force. While others were regarding the sciences, in abstraction from their social function, in the light of a methodology for framing hypotheses which it is interesting to verify or falsify, Marx appreciated from the outset the revolutionizing role of science in relation to social production. This led him to conclude that the further development of the social forces of production, begun under capitalism, would be such as to end the need for either arduous or mindless labor, and the subjection of worker to the machine and the separation of the tasks of labor from managerial responsibilities, and finally achieve the planned social production of abundance to satisfy human needs. These consequences, as he saw clearly enough, even though not able to specify the exact forms which technological development would take, must follow from science taking the leading place among the forces of production. They are incompatible with the survival of capitalist relations of production. The character of the scientific technological revolution which has got underway in the second half of the 20th century confirms Marx's forecasts and conclusions in the 19th century. The principal feature of the contemporary technological revolution is the leading role of science in relation to industry. This accounts for the very rapid pace of technological progress today compared with anything experienced before throughout the whole history of mankind. Of course, though the change has been so marked during the past 20 years, this is a situation which has been developing for some time. For instance, radio technology and a lot of electrical technology, or again medical techniques, were introduced as direct results of scientific research. But now the long sequence of scientific discoveries has rather suddenly culminated in a situation where the dominant pattern is that of new techniques being fed into industry by science rather than being evolved in industry with science undertaking investigations attendant on them. This sudden change is dated, and recorded in quantitative terms, as a sharp and accelerating increase in the rate of introduction of technological innovations. The innovations now introduced can be classified under three headings. First, there is the introduction of new types of tools, for use both in production and in research, including not only extremely ingenious and adaptable implements and gadgets of one sort and another, but new agencies. Second, there is the tapping of new power sources, namely nuclear energy. Third, there is the introduction of techniques of automation and computation. It is evident that, provided the forms of organization and cooperation can be established through which it can be done, the combined use of these innovations would enable mankind as a whole to do a lot more than could be done hitherto, and to know a lot more. All these means are useful, moreover, not only for production but for research, which itself will contribute new means to production and to the activities of human beings, so that the prospect is not that of an advance followed by settling down at a new level, but of continuous sustained advance. Already, for example, people are building vehicles to take off into surrounding space and expect soon to make themselves at home on the moon. Possibly of greater practical consequence, new instrumentalities of research are penetrating the secrets of the constitution of living matter and of the formation of organisms on the earth. Evidently, there has already been created the possibility of a vastly increased production of things people need for far less expenditure of human labor power and physical wear and tear of human bodies, which would bring to all individuals the material requisites, the time and the opportunities for indulgence in free activities on their own responsibility and decision. The age-old condition of poverty of human resources is already ended, which made it necessary for anyone, let alone the majority of the human race, to earn a mere pittance by the sweat of his brow, or to live in an environment not thoroughly reshaped by human agency to suit his needs and tastes, or to suffer the ravages of disease or premature old age. So far as the opening up of real possibilities is concerned, all this is what Marx predicted would happen, and it has happened. But to understand the problems of social reconstruction inherent in the process of realization of these possibilities, we must look more closely at certain features of the contemporary technological revolution. This revolution is not only a further development of the design and 350 towards an open society use of machines, though that is included in it. It really is a revolution in technology in as much as it introduces into the process of social production something new to supersede machines, just as the machines of the Industrial Revolution introduced something new to supersede hand labor. This gives us grounds to conclude that it requires as great, if not greater, changes in the relations of men in the social use of the new forces of production. To think otherwise is indeed to remain blind to the implications of the technological changes going on under our eyes. To appreciate how revolutionary the technological revolution is, we must go back to definitions. The innovations comprise new or improved tools, new and greater sources of motive power, and techniques of automation. A machine, as we saw, consists of a motor transmitting motion to a tool or set of tools. Bearing this in mind, it is clear that a new element is added by the techniques of automation. These have been defined as techniques of communication, computation and control. Of course, no social production of any sort is possible without employment of these three interrelated functions. In social production, a number of people work to try to produce a product decided upon at the start of the operation. For this purpose there must be communication from one phase of the operation to another so that, for example, a new job can be started when the preceding job is done, or when something goes wrong steps can be taken accordingly. There must be computation, so that the operations of the job can be fitted together. And there must be control sufficient to carry through all the motions required for the work from beginning to end. These functions have always been performed by human agency, and they are so performed in machine production, since machines do not include any apparatus to perform them for themselves, automatically throughout, without the need for human intervention. But the techniques of automation add these functions to the performance of the material structures which men design and build for purposes of social production. In automated production, the motive force employed sets in motion a process of communication, computation and control guiding the motions of the tools to which the motion is transmitted. This is a system which replaces a machinery system, even of the most automatic kind, just as a machinery system replaced a gang of hand laborers. Communism 351. An automated system contains a fourth component added to the machine. And just as the machine system frees the productive worker from having to transmit motion to the tool by his own bodily exertions and to guide it with his hand, so does the automated system free him from the burdens of attendance. The very revolutionary character of the automated system, as compared with all previous material means men have constructed for the purposes of social production, is revealed by the fact that the relationship which has always been the basic one within the social forces of production, between men and their instruments of production, is changed. According to Marx's definition, an instrument of labor is a tiling or complex of things which the laborer interposes between himself and the subject of his labor as the conductor of his activity. Marx stressed that the distinguishing feature of human activity in social production is that men formulate a plan of what they want to do to the subject of their activity. Having formed a plan in their heads, men use instruments of labor for the purpose of altering the subject of labor in accordance with their plan. It is in this sense that instruments are interposed as conductors of human purposive activity. Men set themselves a task, and then use the instruments of labor to carry it out, as the conductors of the human activity of carrying out alterations of the environment corresponding to the tasks we set ourselves. It is in this way that men have used first very crude tools and subsequently elaborate machine systems as instruments of labor. but with a complete automated system we do not thus set ourselves a task and then use instruments off labor for our carrying out of the task. No. I've set a task to the system which we have designed and built to perform such a task for us, and it carries it out for us. Automated systems are instruments of production designed to carry out the tasks we set them. And such instruments of production are different from the instruments of labor which were formerly the only known instruments of production. They supersede the instruments of labor, the operative use of which entails a task set to the laborer, which the laborer must perform by his own exertions, the expenditure of his labor power. What we have to use, therefore, is that the scientific technological revolution now being begun by men is altering the part which men themselves have to play in the process of social production. Men have always been both designers and artificers of instruments of production and laborers who use them as instruments of labor. Now men's part 352 towards an open society is to design, build, and supervise the operations of instruments of production which can operate effectively without the intervention of men as laborers equipped with instruments of labor. 3. The Communist Program. Hitherto mankind has been split into two antagonistic parts in the production process. On the one hand there have been the people who had to wear themselves out wielding the tools or attending the machines. On the other hand there have been the owners and bosses who governed their fellow men and appropriated a large part of their labor. The communist program follows from the fact that this is becoming an anachronism. For if the technological revolution is pushed on to embrace more and more of social production, there will be a new sort of work, consisting of people cooperating to design, build, and supervise material systems to produce for them what they have agreed they want, and a new sort of management consisting of the cooperative arrangements people make to build these material systems and keep them in motion. The laborer who is set a task to perform with instruments of labor will become redundant, and the boss at whose behest the task is set will become redundant too. What therefore becomes necessary is for men to agree amongst themselves on the purpose to be served by production, and cooperate to design, build, and supervise the instruments which will carry out our purpose. This purpose can only be the satisfaction of human needs. To achieve it, everyone must work to the best of his ability to help with the design and maintenance of the productive system. The guiding principle of a communist society thus turns out to be no unworldly ideal, but the statement of how human relations will have to be arranged to adapt to the uses of a very highly automated system of production. To build such a system is not a problem of building utopia, but a problem of engineering. If, then, we care to follow Dr. Popper in importing the same word, engineering, into the definition of problems of managing social institutions, we can conclude that the engineering involved in building a fully automated system of production sets engineering problems as regards social institutions, namely, to adapt these to the requirements of people getting on with production engineering and using the instruments of production. The problems of social engineering are formulated inadequately if we pose them only abstractly, as problems. Communism 353. Of changing institutions so as to allow people security and freedom. For what is necessary for the security and freedom? It is to adapt the social institutions to the system of material production. Dr. Popper and other objectors to communism have failed to notice the fundamental fact that it is impossible to solve the problems of production engine, which will enable us to produce abundance for human needs without breaking up those institutions through which one class of men exploits the labor of another. For there is a formal contradiction between some men setting others to work on tasks of labor to produce goods which they appropriate and sell for profit, and a production system in which the tasks of labor are transferred to the material instruments of production. The fact is, that a society in which full use is made of modern methods of production can only be a communist society. Conversely, the full use of the productive techniques which are now being evolved and introduced can never be achieved unless we succeed in changing our relations of production into communist relations, unless classes are abolished and all men cooperate on the communist principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Hence, on the one hand, the development of the full economic potential of productive techniques now depends on the political struggle to overcome the capitalist rule which upholds capitalist relations of production. We shall never succeed in carrying those techniques forward unless we take up and win the political struggle for communism, with all its difficulties and dangers. On the other hand, the economic fact that the greed for capitalist profit and the competition of capitalism with socialism, as well as of rival blocks of capital with one another, drives capitalist managements forward to improve productive techniques will face the masses of people more and more urgently with the necessity and differentiated from earlier modes of production. Products will no longer be produced as commodities for exchange. For the production complexes from which different products issue cannot exchange these products as men do, as values embodying labor, but must rather be programmed to put them into distribution according to a plan. And this plan of supply of needs will be computed hke everything else in the production process in accordance with the purpose for which men have designed the production process and set it in motion. Commodity production will therefore be entirely superseded. The mode of production in which men or groups of men produced goods by their labor and exchanged the products of labor will be superseded by a mode of production in which the products are distributed amongst men according to their needs. One rather striking consequence is, of course, that there will be no such thing as money, as the measure of value and medium of exchange. Advanced technology likewise supersedes the division of labor amongst human beings which every invention of new instruments of labor has hitherto entailed and of which commodity production and private property in means of production were consequences. New instruments of labor mean new jobs, and since the instrument is specially constructed for the job, so must the laborer specia use in the use of that instrument. The multiplication of instruments of labor gives rise to the division of labor amongst the human beings who make and use them. In the fully automated system, on the other hand, the division of detailed and specialized functions in the operations of social production is transferred in its entirety from human beings to the material instruments of production, the various parts of which each specializes in its particular job without requiring any man to specia house. In the same way, as for men, one man will not be required to specialize in turning a screw or tightening a bolt, another in adding up figures and Communism 355. Another in the work of overall management of a production complex, but all will share the common human function of being designers, masters, and beneficiaries of the instruments of social production. This does not mean, of course, that all will have to do the same things or be exactly hke each other. On the contrary, the differentiation of human abilities, pursuits, and enjoyments is not the same thing as division of labor in social production, and its condition is that individuals should be freed from the stultifying effects of the division of labor. Ending the division of labor implies two specially important consequences, on which Marx laid considerable emphasis. One is the abolition of the division between town and countryside. This does not mean that all land will be covered with streets and buildings, though with new techniques of food production it may well happen that agriculture as we know it will disappear and the earth be turned into a sort of park. It implies that the division between rural communities laboring on producing food, stuffs and raw materials, and urban ones consuming their produce, with the superior amenities concentrated in the latter, will be ended. This raises an issue among the most pressing we face in the contemporary world. It means ending the division between underdeveloped and developed nations, where the former are kept down as suppliers of food and raw materials to the latter. It means raising the productivity and welfare of all human groups to a common level. It also implies, as has often been pointed out lately, instituting rational measures of population control. The other consequence Marx stressed is the abolition of the division between mental and manual labor. Once again, this does not mean that there will be no difference between mental and manual skills, for obviously this difference is inherent in the circumstance that people have brains and hands, and no doubt some people will always take more delight in the one than in the other. For example, there will no doubt always be a difference between, say, people who especially like doing higher mathematics and use their hands mostly to scribble symbols on bits of paper, and people who especially like painting pictures or making sculptures and use their brains to guide their hands in producing the effects they want, though perhaps the latter will not remain ignorant of the uses of the calculus and the former be well capable of doing jobs about the house. At the risk of laboring. 356 towards an open society. The point, I repeat, that such differences in individual pursuits and skills are not the same thing as division of labor as it has been forced on people hitherto by the development of the forces of production. What the abolition of the division of mental and manual labor means is the abolition of the division between people who act as managers and others whom they manage, and of the division between the common herd who labor with their hands and are educated for not much else, and the elite who are educated to other pursuits. Finally, all these changes imply what Marx and Engels described as the withering away of the state. In Engels' words, the government of persons is replaced by the administration of things, and by the conduct of processes of production. Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Chapter 3. Managing the general affairs of society will no longer entail any exercise of coercion, to force one set of people to perform a task of labor under the orders of another, or more generally to force one set of people to compromise or subordinate their interests in what they obtain from social production in deference to the interests of another. Hence no public force will be required to exercise and enforce its authority over individuals, and, as Engels said in The Origin of the Family, private property and the state, the whole state machinery will be put where it will then belong, into the Museum of Antiquities, next to the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. Naturally, there will still be social management. It will be a cooperative management, in which everyone has a say or vote, and in which what is set in train will be done in the light of thorough computation of requirements and consequences, and not bhdly as at present, according to the will of one interest against another. The concurrence of individuals in what is decided will be secured by education, habit, and argument, by each recognizing his responsibility as a member of society, and without holding a big stick over anyone or depriving anyone of his opportunities for cultivating his individual bent. This means, incidentally, that individual responsibility will indeed become the general rule of an open society. Not only will the social organization grant to individuals responsibility rather than making them do whatever they are told, but this individual responsibility will be the main thing on which the whole cooperative social organization depends. The idea that communism is a mere utopia is attributable to the fact that for a very long time there were imaginative thinkers who dreamed. Communism 357. Of a communist society, although there existed no practical possibility of reaching it. Conscious of the irrationality and brutality of people oppressing and exploiting one another instead of cooperating for the common welfare, they dreamed of a society in which all would cooperate to produce social wealth, and wealth would be owned in common and shared out according to individual needs. These imaginings have been rightly regarded as mere utopias because there was no technological basis in prospect for the communist organization of society, and so nothing could be done to organize for it politically. Communism was not a practical proposition, only an impractical ideal. But in modern conditions it has become not only practically possible but necessary. It is a practical possibility because we know how to set about building the technological basis, and know what political moves to make to start changing social institutions in the communist direction. And it is necessary because unless we start moving towards communism we shall be hindered from developing and using modern technology. But even so, many remain of opinion that communism is something to be realized, if realized at all, so far in the future that it is unpractical to start seriously organizing for it at present. One reason for this opinion is to be found in the contrast between the selfish modes of behavior at present in vogue and the socially responsible behavior which would have to become universal if a communist society was ever to work. It is thought that if human nature is to change so much it will take a very long time to change, and meantime we had best accept unchanging human nature for what it is and always has been. These opinions, which those who hold them regard as realistic facing of facts, are really based on nothing but a refusal to face facts. As regards human nature, it may be stated at once that we posit no such extraordinary change as is imagined. We do not suggest that people must change from caring only for themselves to caring for others, for in fact most people have always cared for both. We are only of opinion that if there is interesting work to be done, people will like doing it and want to do it if they get the chance, and that if needs can be satisfied without people having to compete with one another to get their satisfactions, they will not go out of their way to grab things from each other. It is not communists who ignore the facts of human nature, but skeptics about communism who ignore the fact of very rapid pace of contemporary scientific technological revolution. This fact demands that at 358 towards an open society, our peril we do something now to cope with its consequences. The need for organization for that purpose is urgent. And in face of this urgency, the bungling and complacency of politicians and business managers as they practice social engineering in the HST world is alarming. If technology could be developed and put straight into full use without check, it would probably not be unrealistic to say that a condition of world communism could be established within 50 years. Allowing for plenty of time for necessary social readjustments, it would perhaps be more realistic to put the period of changeover at, say, 150 years, which is not long on the scale of history. Change, though occupying the energies of several generations. So, political organization to carry through these readjustments is not utopian politics oriented to a far distant ideal goal, but the practical politics of the century we live in. The fact we have to face is not that communism is such a long-term goal as not to be worth bothering about at present, but that the actual and accelerating rate of technological change is already so impetuous that we will face the most serious social consequences if we do not commence the practical organization of communism. Technological change cannot be halted without destroying our civilization. So our civilization must be adapted to technological change. The technological revolution will within a few decades render most of the old equipment, the current layout of services, and the current ways of training, directing and deploying labor completely obsolete. Their retention will not stop the advance of technology, but it will inevitably cause greater and greater difficulty and conflict in the management of social production and distribution. Increasing mismanagement is the prospect if the bosses of corporations competing for private profit try to manage in their own way an economy which requires integration in a single plan of social production. If it is left to them, we are in for worse and worse conflicts as it becomes more and more evident to the masses of working people that their affairs are being mismanaged. Worse still, there will inevitably be continuous international conflict as people in the underdeveloped countries grow more and more intolerant of the contrast between their poverty and the affluence and greed of those who, pretending to aid them, forcibly intervene in their affairs to hold them down. What is desperately urgent is to establish right away that measure of democratic control by informed working class organizations which Communism 359 can begin the planning of production in the industrially developed countries and offer real aid to the underdeveloped. Nearly everyone recognizes that the present is a time of transition. The claim of Marxism is to have demonstrated scientifically 6 here we are heading, and to have set out the real problems of the transition. The communist program is the imaginative forecast of the road we must take, not because it is our inexorable fate, but because the means we are creating to produce our needs demand it. The modern working class movement, able on the basis of scientific information to see the road clearly in imagination so as to take it in practice, can by its mass democratic organization sweep out of office the fumbling administrators of the old order, and bring into actual existence the rational and open society which was only a dream for so many who have gone before. The transition to communism. Democratic socialist planning. If we discount his more frenetic utterances about returning to tribalism and thence to the beasts, Dr. Popper's chief misgivings about the communist program arise over TW-0 points, the dangers inherent in economic planning and in attempting to control thoughts. But on these contentious points, too, his arguments can scarcely pass muster as rational. He objects to planning on a very large scale, such as communists advocate, because it must cause considerable inconvenience to many people. If this were a rational argument, he must say why it must, but he does not, and merely asserts it with all the perseverance of a conservative backbencher. He then goes on to say that to get a plan operated, the planner must suppress unreasonable objections, which is true enough. But with them he must invariably suppress reasonable criticism too. In the name of reason, why should one invariably have to overrule reasonable criticism whenever unreasonable objections are overruled? It is only by entering into critical discussion, and making it as reasonable as one can, that it is possible to decide which objections are in fact unreasonable. Dr. Popper lays it down that the planner can never allow any discussion at all about the plan. In that case, it is only too probable that he will cause considerable inconvenience to many people and his plan will come to grief. But those who seek to operate planning on a very large scale will, if they know their business, do exactly what Dr. Popper says they cannot do. They will make it their business to look out for mistakes, to find them, to bring them into the open, to analyze them, and to learn from them. And to this end they will encourage reasonable criticism in every way they can. Dr. Popper does, it is true, attempt to assign a reason why learning from mistakes is possible only in small-scale or piecemeal planning, and not in holistic planning on a very large scale. He says there is a technical reason: since so much is done at a time, it is impossible. The Transition to Communism 361. To say which particular measure is responsible for any of the results. This technical reason is on a par with saying that productive apparatus must never be let grow too large and complicated, for if so it will become impossible to FMD the cause of a breakdown. Dr. Popper should certainly have known better than that, for it is the reasoning of a man unacquainted with scientific technology. Just as very large-scale production engineering has to master the intricacies of how the many different parts of an apparatus fit together in their operations to produce the desired results, so must competent planners master the intricacies of how the many different things done at a time fit together to produce results. Indeed, the science of planning as it is being successfully developed now in socialist countries is concerned with precisely that problem. The result is not considerable inconvenience but lightening of labor and increase of articles of consumption. From these very insufficient objections to planning on a very large scale, Dr. Popper deduces what he takes to be the worst and most fatal consequences of indulgence in such planning. For this purpose he introduces a premise with which one can hardly disagree. It is impossible, he says, to centralize all that knowledge which is distributed over many individual minds. So what follows? The holistic planner, who will not listen to anyone else's advice and suppresses all criticism, reasonable as well as unreasonable, denies him self-access to accumulated knowledge. Therefore he must try to simplify his problems. And refusing to let other people express themselves, he must take energetic steps to shut them up and to control and stereotype interests and beliefs by education and propaganda. But this attempt to exercise power over minds must destroy the last possibility of finding out what people really think, for it is clearly incompatible with the free expression of thought, especially of critical thought. Ultimately, it must destroy knowledge. So planning on a very large scale leads first to tyrannical measures of thought control and suppression of all freedom of thought, and then to the destruction of all the human knowledge on which successful management must rely. A less reasonable argument than this would be hard to put together. For since it is plainly impossible for a single holistic planner to know everything relevant to the operation of a successful plan, planning demands the widest consultation amongst all those people in whose minds relevant knowledge resides. A person responsible for planning will therefore not simplify his problems by shutting everyone else up, but will do his utmost to draw in the maximum number of people to help. The idea that planning on a very large scale should ever be done by a single holistic planner, or plans be made up and dictated without consultation by an institute of centralized power, is merely one of Dr. Popper's fantasies, with the aid of which he works himself up into a state of alarm and indignation about communism. It is obvious that large-scale planning demands a very far-flung apparatus of consultation at all levels, between economists, administrators, scientists, technicians, works managers, and ordinary workers. The fact that mistakes of overcentralization were made in planning in the Soviet Union is no excuse for Dr. Popper's nonsense, even though he did not know at the time he was writing that these mistakes would soon be remedied. Right from the start in the Soviet Union, planning was done on the basis of wide and elaborate consultation. This was the basis for a real science of planning being instituted there, and for earlier mistakes being later corrected. But even though Dr. Popper's charges against planning must be ruled out of court, there are real problems connected with planning, and related problems connected with the control of thoughts, which are worthy of attention. Planning on a very large scale has become necessary because of the Sozialist character of modern industrial production. The fact is that Marxists are not doctrinaire busybodies who want to make everyone do as we say instead of letting them do as they please. We advocate planning because it is necessary, as a condition for managing modern production to meet human needs. But how can planning be made effective and at the same time not encroach on democratic rights and the freedom of the individual? The reason why planning on a large scale has become necessary for the use of modern forces of production can be appreciated by comparing modern conditions of production with those that have gone before. In primitive conditions of subsistence economy, for example, questions of planning hardly arose. People produced what they could with their primitive equipment and consumed it as they went along. Planning only came in by way of trying to preserve as much stock as possible, so as to have a chance of survival when the next season came. The transition to communism 363. Round. Again, there could not be much planning in the commodity production of peasants and handicraftsmen, since these people could only go to the market and sell their product for whatever price was offered. Individual merchants planned to buy cheap and sell dear, but there could be no overall planning. Feudal lords planned busily, but their plans took the form of conspiracies to grab each other's lands and possessions. When capitalist production appeared on the scene, large numbers of workers were collected together and set to work in industrial enterprises, and within these enterprises a great deal of planning was at once required, aimed at keeping production going, increasing it and increasing the rate of exploitation. The product was all taken to the market, just as with pre-capitalist commodity production. And it was from this circumstance that the need for some kind of overall planning of production and distribution became apparent. As Engels pointed out in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, a contradiction now became manifest between the planning of production in each individual enterprise and the anarchy of production within the sphere of production and distribution as a whole. The necessity for overall planning of modern production arises from two related conditions, both of which Marx analyzed in the 3 volumes of Capital. First, production is now divided into 2 great departments, producing respectively means of production and goods for consumption. Unless due proportions are maintained between the production of these 2 departments, production as a whole must suffer dislocations and interruptions. For instance, the production of consumer goods cannot be maintained or increased unless sufficient means of production are produced for the purpose. And again, if the effective demand for consumer goods is not sufficient to use up all the means of production that are being produced, then production in the department producing means of production will be interrupted because its products are not for the time being wanted. Therefore, secondly, production will suffer interruptions unless arrangements are also made so that the members of society are actually able to buy and consume all the consumer goods that are produced. Clearly, neither of these necessary conditions can be satisfied if every independent enterprise is left to plan its own production entirely at the will of its own management. There must be some sort of overall economic plan. Throughout that phase of capitalist production known as laissez-faire, this need for overall planning was denied by capitalist manage. 364 Towards an open society. Mance. Their idea was that the conditions of the market would automatically bring about the necessary adjustments. For instance, if relatively too much or too little of something was being produced, the market conditions would automatically cause capital in search of profit to flow from one branch of production to another. This sort of adjustment proved in practice extremely painful and injurious, and took place only through a series of economic crises with wastage of productive equipment and unemployment. Today, when whole branches of production have come to be monopolized by very big capitalist corporations who each plan their own production and marketing arrangements in a big way, the corporation managements have come to recognize the need for at least a certain amount of overall economic planning. At the same time, the corporations consider that they can do whatever is necessary themselves, with the aid of the state over which they exercise so considerable a measure of control. Recent experience is making plain the limitations of monopoly capitalist economic planning. This so-called indicative planning is not so much planning as forecasting. On the basis of data about past and present resources, forecasts are made of what would have to be produced in all the main branches of production, and how it would have to be marketed, in order to bring about a given rate of increase of total production. Government then takes various measures by way of offering incentives such as credits and tax relief to encourage the enterprises concerned to behave according to the forecast, and at the same time to gear nationalist industries and services to it. But there is no overall control to ensure that what is forecasted is done. Experience to date has shown that in no case are the forecasts of a capitalist national plan ever rehoused. Something always goes wrong, even though not always so rapidly as was the case with the national plan announced in 1966 by the Labour government in Britain, which collapsed within a few months. It might be thought, incidentally, from his strictures about planning on a large scale, that Dr. Popper would disapprove of all such planning as altogether too holistic. However, he professes to disapprove of laissez-faire and to approve of capita HST overall planning on the good grounds that it is still piecemeal social engineering and contains so little of the element of compulsion. But it is in these very qualities which meet with his approval that its limitations show themselves. In the Transition to Communism 365. Fierce market competition of so many profit-seeking enterprises, it is not possible for them all to keep to plan, even if their managements intended it, and the same types of maladjustment as have always shown up in capitalist production continue to take place. Meantime, the organized workers who demand that conditions of work, wages, and social services shall be improved are subjected to a restraint and compulsion not applied to their employers, on the grounds that their demands will divert resources from production to consumption, render industries uncompetitive especially on export markets, and prevent the national economy from paying its way. If capitalist planning increases employment, it increases the incidence of industrial disputes, so that some begin to think a dose of planned unemployment would be advisable as a means of bringing industrial workers to heel. By one of those twists of the meaning of words which are the stock in trade of capitalist apologetics, capitalist planning has been called democratic. As well as never working, it suffers from the drawback of being undemocratic. For it is most emphatically not under democratic control. The job of drawing up the plan is done by experts of the corporations and the government, and its operation is left to the managements of the corporations and nationalist industries. Without any exercise of democratic control apart from drawing in a few trade union officials. To say that this represents a measure of democratic control over the managements of corporations, or that it is democratic because permanent civil servants constitute key personnel, is to accept a very meager and remote form of popular control as sufficient to qualify as democracy. Many advocates of capitalist planning now recognize this fact, and are saying that democratic planning is nonsense because planning is an expert business and experts should be controlled only by their fellow experts. Others, however, continue to maintain that capitalist planning is democratic because economic decisions remain voluntary, and the plan only offers guidance to the corporations and not instructions, it is thought democratic to allow individual decision of this voluntary kind and undemocratic to use compulsion. But why it is democratic to allow decisions affecting the livelihood of millions to be taken by a handful of managers exempt from democratic control, and undemocratic to ensure that what is planned for the public welfare is actually done, are two questions never answered by the champions of capitalist democracy. 366 Towards an open society. The need for socialist planning is the need for planning which includes provisions to ensure the carrying out of plans, and which operates under democratic control. These things are connected. Measures to secure the democratization of economic decisions are at the same time measures to ensure that the decisions are well planned and are carried out. The abstract definition of socialism as public ownership of the means of production and exchange requires completion by defining the object of public ownership as bringing the management of social production under the control of democratic organizations and planning it for the satisfaction of human needs. On the other hand, the fear of socialist planning is the fear that if ownership of all major enterprises is taken over by the state will dictate a plan to the nation and arbitrarily compel everyone to accept it and work for it, so that there will be even less democratic control than is the case under capitalist private ownership. The spectacle of Soviet people not only bearing up under the rigors of socialist planning, but holding discussions to improve its methods and doing very well for themselves, has led many who express these fears to admit it has not turned out so badly as they expected. Some now try to account for this by saying there is not after all much difference between having production managed by private corporations and having it managed by state trusts. Such an assurance is calculated to have a calming effect on those who believe we must at all costs hold out in a last-ditch struggle against socialist planning, and at the same time subhe's a new argument against socialists who advocate a struggle to advance from capitalism to socialism. For it is argued that if capitalism now equals management by large corporations, it amounts to very much the same thing as socialism, which equals management by large state trusts. These points were urged strongly by Professor Galbraith in his Reith lectures. He said that the methods adopted by state trusts to plan production in the Soviet Union and by corporations to plan production in other industrial countries are becoming more and more It is not true, however. The methods of planning production in the Soviet Union differ from those in capitalist countries in at least two important respects. First, the plan is decided upon on the basis of very wide consultation amongst democratic organizations, and the managements responsible at all levels have to operate within the framework of democratically decided objectives. Second, there is democratic control over the carrying out of the plan, to ensure that measures are taken to carry it out. As a result, the objective of planning in the Soviet Union is the supply of what people need and its delivery to its destination. And what is planned is actually achieved. The basis of socialist planning is democratic control by popular organization over the production and distribution of what people need, and public ownership is the form within which this democratic control is effected. Socialist planning for social welfare requires the building of a very elaborate institutional framework within which the plan is formulated and carried out. This is, of course, something entirely un Dr. Popper's brave new world fantasy of a single hostic planner issuing orders. There are required institutions of research and teaching, institutions of economic science, working out the theory of planning as an exact science employing mathematical techniques. There are required interlocked institutions for the central and regional formulation of plans, closely tied up with instituted consultation with public organizations, trade unions, works managements, and so on. And institutions are required to supervise and check up on the carrying out of plans, tied up with the production institutions which carry out the plan. When such an institutional framework is built for planning, as it has been in the Soviet Union, it becomes evident that the idea that expert management is incompatible with democratic control is only one of the latest illusions of capitalist ideology. For in this framework are combined, on the one hand expertise, the making of economic planning into an expert business employing highly trained technicians, and on the other hand democratic control. These considerations show what has to be done to progress from capitalist to socialist institutions in the advanced industrial countries. There can be no question of smashing up all the institutions, as Dr. Popper imagines would be done by a revolution which transfers political power to the working class. There already exists in the institutions of research and technology, in the managerial apparatus of the great corporations, and in the organizations of nationalist industries and municipal and social services the basis of the apparatus of socialist planning. The great step that has to be taken is that of the institution of democratic control by popular organization, which is lacking at present. To raise the proletariat to the position of ruling class is, exactly as the Communist Manifesto said, to win the battle of democracy. 368 Towards an open society. 2. From socialism to communism. A major part of socialist planning must always be concerned, not directly with the production of consumer goods and services, but with the production of means of production. And where these are insufficient, that department of production must take high priority if later on a greater part of consumers' needs are to be satisfied. The controlling aim is to plan the increase of production so as to meet all individual needs from it. This contraing aim implies that all socialist planning is planning along the road to communism, when such absolute abundance will be produced that to each according to his need will become the maxim governing the social organization. This, of course, is why Marxist parties generally call themselves communist parties. Communism is the contraing aim of all their politics. And, incidentally, it demonstrates another big difference, and perhaps the biggest difference of all, between socialist democratic planning and the planning which already goes on in capitalist countries. The latter has certainly no aim of advancing towards communism, but presupposes the retention of social relations entirely incompatible with it, and is therefore likely to get into the worse confusion the higher the level of technological advance. At present the name communist is not widely understood, but it will have to be made better understood if we are to cope with the problems which technology is setting. Marx described socialism, in the Critique of the Gotha Program, as the first phase of communist society. It is this because already, when means of production are taken into social ownership and socialist planning is instituted, production ceases to be controlled by the profit obtainable by private owners from selling the products, and begins to be planned instead for the satisfaction of human needs. Communism is the organization of social production to satisfy human needs. In its first imperfect or socialist phase, production is not yet sufficient to satisfy all needs, and a fully communist society emerges only when this limitation has been overcome. At the same time, socialism can be described as a transition phase between capitalism and communism, because when capitalist ownership and control is first abolished, many conditions remain, carried over from capitalism, which will also have to be abolished before communism is fully instituted. As Marx put it, what we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as if it had developed on a basis. The transition to communism 369. Of its own, but on the contrary as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect tainted economically, morally, and intellectually with the hereditary diseases of the old society from whose womb it is emerging. These deficiencies are unavoidable in the first phase of communist society when it is just emerging after prolonged birth pangs from capitalist society. The chief of these unavoidable deficiencies is the retention of the wages system. People enter into agreements with employing organizations to work for so many hours for so much pay. What they receive to satisfy their needs depends therefore chiefly on their work. So far as the worker is concerned, he gets paid for his work, and receives as much as he can earn by enhancing his skills, finding jobs, and working diligently, just as in capitalist society. The retention of the wages system is a social necessity because, so long as the social product is not yet sufficient to satisfy all needs as of right, the distribution of social product cannot but be controlled by the socialist principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Of course, this principle is never applied with full consistency and rigor. That would mean that children, old people, and the sick would all have to be maintained out of individual earnings and savings. Whereas socialist governments always do their best to apply the communist principle by doing all that can be done to meet their needs out of public funds. And numerous other social services are provided, of which the enjoyment does not depend on earnings and the benefits supplement earnings. Indeed, a good deal on these lines is already done via capitalism, where social necessity reinforced by working class demands already compels the RUHNG class to concur with the introduction of these first installments of communism. Capitalists have, however, always been grudging off social services, which they think both cost too much and sap the moral fiber of the recipients. They administer them so far as possible on a contributory insurance basis and make the wage earners pay as much as possible of the cost. In a socialist society, on the other hand, social services are continually expanded and it is not thought desirable to run any of them as an insurance business. The wages system, reinforced by social services, is, then, and must be carried over from capitalism to socialism. With it there are inevitably carried over many old habits and ways of thinking, habits of grabbing whatever one can for oneself at the expense of others, of caring primarily for one's vehud and letting others look after their own if. 370 Towards an open society. They can, and ways of thinking which go with these habits. Such phenomena OC individual consciousness would in any case be likely to persist through inertia, since it always takes a long time for new modes of consciousness to spread amongst all individuals. But they are encouraged by the retention of the wages system. It is therefore not surprising, though disturbing, to find that in a socialist society many of the most hateful phenomena of capitalism persist, inculcating ambitious people climbing up over the backs of their fellows, people in jobs commanding status despising those below them and expecting deference from them, and so on. A good communist cannot lose confidence in the advance of humanity towards communism because of this, for it is only to be expected. But because it is only to be expected, he will not therefore take up an attitude of accepting and concurring in it, and still less behave like that himself. At the same time, the wages system in socialist society differs fundamentally from that under capitalism. The chief difference does not show itself on the surface, in the makeup of the wages packet or in the procedure of passing it from the wages clerk to the wage earner, but only in the overall mode of development of social production. It consists in the fact that wages are no longer the price paid by the employer for the purchase of the worker's labor power, but are the worker's entitlement, paid over to him in the form of money from the employing organization, to receive so much in value out of the total social product in proportion to the work he has contributed. Labor power is no longer bought and sold. And its value, that is to say, the value of the goods and services required to maintain fitness for work, no longer enters into the determination of wages. For labor power is no longer a commodity, and wages no longer the price of that commodity. Exploitation, in the technical sense of the worker contributing unpaid labor time as surplus value to the employer, has been ended. It may be objected that such theoretical considerations are meaningless in human terms, since the worker will feel just as much exploited so long as he has to work too hard and gets too little for it. They are far from meaningless, for what they mean is that under socialism the amount the worker receives is not determined by a bargain with an employer who buys his labor power at so much an hour, but by a calculation of how much of the social product is currently available to distribute as goods and services for consumption. As the social product increases, so must the workers' welfare improve. The settlement of wages is no longer an issue of class struggle. Quite utile. The transition to communism 371. The workers are working for themselves, not for the profit of an employer. It is sometimes objected to that in socialist society exploitation continues, just as under capitalism, because the workers by their labor contribute to the upkeep of a large class of officials and bureaucrats. These are described as exploiters who direct the workers' labor and appropriate the surplus value just as capitalist exploiters do. While it is true that any system of management permits individual peculation unless something is done to stop it, it is nevertheless absurd to allege that payment of officials, administrators, and managers represents a form of exploitation of the workers. Of course, these people have to be paid, because they do necessary work. If some types of work are paid more than others, that may or may not be unjust, but it is not exploitation. Supporting an apparatus of management out of the values produced by productive labor is no more exploitation of labor than it is exploitation to reinvest a proportion of the values produced in the production of fresh means of production instead of distributing the entire product in consumer goods and services. Naturally, to keep socialist production going, and to expand it, it is necessary that social labor should continually produce a surplus. Over and above what is currently paid out in wages, for investment in future production, for costs of management, and for provision of social services. This shows, incidentally, that the insistence in current Soviet planning methods on enterprises showing a profit does not represent the reintroduction of capitalism, but is an item in the efficient planning of production for welfare, which is heading straight for communism. That socialist planning is heading for communism means that this planning progresses towards planning the full satisfaction of needs. Communism grows out of socialism in the course of a period of planning, the length of which must depend on the level of social production from which it started. The transition is made by gradually transferring supplies from the sphere of goods to be bought out of earnings to the sphere of free services. When social production is producing sufficient resources for the completion of that process, we have arrived. Thereafter there can be no question of paying people for their work, but only of the provision of needs as a social service to the benefits of which everyone is entitled. The wages system disappears, and with it, all production of goods as commodities. Naturally, so long as people are paid wages, they use their wages to buy what they can get for them. 372 Towards an open society. So that all the things they need to buy are still produced as commodities. If needs are supplied and distributed as a social service, there is no more buying and selling and no more commodity production. That does not mean, however, that there is no more personal property, that no one possess anything of his own, but everything is shared. Everyone will possess a great deal more personal property than most people possess at present. But he acquires it as of right and does not have to buy it. The effective enjoyment by everyone of this right depends on their having cooperated and continuing to cooperate in producing the means necessary for its enjoyment. 6. The open society and its enemies. Communism and anti-communism. From our discussion it seems that progress towards the open society must be progress towards communism. The way of the open society is the way upon democratic control of social management. And whether we HKE it or not, this entails class struggle. For the class interests of exploiting classes do not harmonize with freedom and security for the rest of society. We cannot move into the open society while respecting the rights of exploiting classes, but only by infringing on them and finally doing away with them. What is necessary is for popular democratic organizations to unite in practical policies in opposition to the ending classes. They must, in the apt phrase of the British national anthem, confound their politics, frustrate their knavish tricks. This is the fight for the open society. But this is the very opposite of what Dr. Popper says about the open society and its enemies. Behaving that capitalism has fundamentally changed recently in such a way that exploitation, classes, and class struggles are disappearing, he says that capitalism is itself the open society. So he says that the friends of the open society, who are organizing to get rid of capitalism, are its enemies, and the enemies of the open society, who are organizing to preserve capitalism, are its friends. This topsy-turvy way of looking at contemporary issues is justified by Dr. Popper in The Open Society and Its Enemies by his making out that the great fight for the open society against its enemies is a fight against certain ideas and teachings. And these ideologies at enmity with the open society are, he says, those which regard human institutions as other than man-made. They teach that institutions are not made by men to suit their purposes but decreed by God or evolved through the operations of inexorable necessity. With them go authoritarian or totalitarian views to the effect that both in public affairs and in private life everything men do should be directed by authorities placed over them, and no one should challenge authority by thinking for himself. As typical of such ideologies he selects the views of Plato, Hegel and 374 towards an open society. Marx. But whatever may be urged on behalf of Plato and Hegel by Platonists and Hegelians, our discussion of the views of Marx has shown that Dr. Popper is much mistaken in selecting Marxism as such an ideology opposed to the open society. That beliefs of the kind he describes are indeed incompatible with progress is not in doubt. But as well as being mistaken in including the scientific ideas of Marxism among them, he is mistaken in supposing that these sorts of beliefs are the main barrier today to our advancing into the open society. If they were, there would not be much to worry about, for they have long since been exploded in the minds of most thinking people. The real ideological enemy of the open society today is everything that is included under the expression anti-communism. And the fight for the open society is the fight against everything being done to enforce and preserve the exploitation of man by man under the cover of anti-communism. It is not so much a set theory as a passion and a prejudice entering into and perverting every expression of theory. Views may be progressive, adopting a critical attitude towards the establishment, urging democracy, equality, and freedom, and seeking ways of improving conditions for the majority of the human race, but at the same time the element of anti-communism turns them into support of the capitalist status quo and hostility to practical proposals to get rid of it. In that they agree with the most reactionary views, which are opposed to scientific ways of thinking and uphold traditional dogmas and the sanctity of old established oppressive institutions. Nowadays there are few in authority who do not profess themselves convinced of the values of democracy and of freedom, but they profess to protect these values from the threat of communism, and for this purpose use force, tell lies, put people under orders and stamp on democratic organization as vigorously as if they were convinced by Plato's laws that democracy and freedom were evils to be suppressed. In no doubt sincere anti-communist indignation, Dr. Popper dedicated his tirade "The Poverty of Historicism" in memory of the countless men and women of all creeds or nations or races who fell victims to the fascist and communist belief in inexorable laws of historical destiny. He couples communism with fascism, and the victims of Hitler's gas chambers with the victims of Stalin's misrule while socialism was building in the Soviet Union. Yet it was the Soviet people, advancing to communism, who dealt the death blow to Hitler and subsequently by democratic methods put to rights the abuses of power which the open society and its enemies 375 happened under Stalin. We should remember all those who have since fallen victims in Vietnam, in Greece, in Spain, and Portugal, in many parts of Africa, Asia, and Latin America to the violence and cruelty of imperialist aggression done in the name of anti-communism. Dr. Popper denounces tyranny. And his principle of political science, that we need only distinguish between two forms of government, democracies and tyrannies, seems to have been formulated less as a guide to sociologists and historians in their study of the forms of state than as a guide for practical politics, to lead us to distinguish between capitalist democracies and communist tyrannies, and to exhort and entreat the guardians of the free world to oppose and ward off the latter with all their power. This principle is a rallying cry of the defense of imperialism. Dr. Popper can, indeed, justifiably rebut any suggestion that his arguments are mere echoes of anti-communist propaganda, since the open society and its enemies announced the strategy of the Cold War even before Churchill's Fulton speech. But for working people the issue of power is not the issue of democracy versus tyranny, but of control of power by us versus control of power by them. To take the road off open society, the latter control of power has to be overcome, and with it the deceptive use of the ideology of anti-communism. Seen in this light, Dr. Popper's mistakes in the open society and its enemies are indeed serious ones. What he has done is to propagate systematically and in detail the arguments of anti-communism. For this he deserves thanks from the enemies of the open society, but not from its friends. Communism is a tyranny. Communism will smash up democratic institutions. Communism will destroy individual freedom. Communism will forbid you to think for yourself. It will place you under orders, destroy all opportunities for criticism, impose a reinforced dogmatism, turn back the advance of science, destroy culture, destroy civilization, return us to the beasts. All this is the theory of anti-communism. It is the enemy of the open society, because on the one hand it prevents the coming together in mutual respect and understanding, and in common action, of those who want to advance out of the closed society of exploitation, violence, wasted resources, want and insecurity, and on the other hand it provides the propaganda and the 376 towards an open society. Justification for everything done, however tyrannical, however violent, to preserve the rule of capital. In accordance with it, Dr. Popper rests his main case that communism is the enemy of the open society on the assertion that communists stand for violence, for the institution of a lawless tyranny and the destruction of the democratic rights of individuals. In making these three charges he makes as many mistakes. Let us consider first the question of violence. Dr. Popper confuses militancy with advocacy of violence. Marxism advocates that mass organizations of working people should not be prepared meekly to abide by instructions issued by authorities not controlled by themselves and victimizing working people for the benefit of their exploiters. They should be intransigent in their opposition to any sort of control of power by the exploiting class. And they should be united in their demands for what they immediately want done, and prepared to back their leaders and those in whose hands they entrust power in getting it done. This attitude of opposition to the dictation of an exploiting minority should not be confused with an attitude of violence directed against democratic institutions. Marxism makes no proposals for the use of violence to destroy legally established democratic institutions, where such exist. And if anyone does try to use violence to destroy democratic institutions, the Communist Party joins with other democratic organizations in their defense. For us, the question of violence can arise only as a question, on the one hand, of how to resist violent attacks on democratic institutions, on the activities of democratic organizations, and on the implementation of the decisions of democratic authorities and, on the other hand, of how to overcome violent methods of preventing democratic institutions and democratic rights being won. As Marxists have said again and again, if the ruling class resorts to violence, either to deprive people of existing democratic rights or to prevent their winning them, then violence must if necessary be used to defeat this violence. But without a doubt, the better organized, the more disciplined and the more united the democratic mass movement is, the less opportunity is there likely to be for the ruling class to resort to violence, and the less violence will be required to repel violence if it occurs. This matter was touched on by Marx as long ago as December 8, 1880, in a letter to Henry Hyndman. The Open Society and Its Enemies 377. In it Marx discussed the likelihood of a revolution in Britain, in a context which makes it clear that by a revolution was meant a violent uprising. If the unavoidable evolution turn into a revolution, wrote Marx, it would not only be the fault of the ruined classes, but also of the working class. Every pacific concession of the former has been wrung from them by pressure from without. Their action kept pace with that pressure, and if the latter has more and more weakened, it is only because the English working class know not how to wield their power and use their liberties, both of which they possess legally. So Marx told Hyndman that if the class struggle in Britain should ever lead to the violence of civil war, that would be the workers' fault, because they know not how to wield their power and use their liberties. If they learned how to do so, then the unavoidable evolution to socialism could be completed without revolutionary violence. The current program of the British Communist Party takes up and spells out in contemporary political terms these ideas of Marx about knowing how to wield the power of democratic organization and make good use of democratic rights. Dr. Popper has taken upon himself to argue that Marxists always adopt a violent attitude because we always declare ourselves prepared to use violence to put down violence. He freely admits that Marx himself refrained from predicting that the socialist revolution would inevitably in all circumstances be a violent one. But, he goes on, the social revolution is an attempt by a largely united proletariat to conquer complete political power, undertaken with the firm resolution not to shrink from violence, should violence be necessary for achieving this aim, and to resist any effort of its opponents to regain political influence. And if a man is determined to use violence in order to achieve his aims, then we may say that to all intents and purposes he adopts a violent attitude, whether or not violence is actually used in a particular case. So, according to Dr. Popper, Marxists always adopt a violent attitude because we always declare ourselves prepared to use violence to put down violence. According to him, we are men of violence because we not only propose to win and use democratic rights to get a socialist government elected, but also declare ourselves ready to use violence if anyone tries violently to deprive us of the use of democratic rights or to resist the implementation of socialist measures. Yet how could democratic rights be preserved, or any democratically decided policy be implemented, unless we were prepared to repel 378 towards an open society. Those who attempted by violence to prevent rights being used and policies being put into effect. Dr. Popper himself agrees that physical force is required for such purposes. We propose not to shrink from violence if it is required to defend a socialist state and the democratic organizations on which it is based, or to prevent a ruling class from prohibiting and crushing democratic organizations. We propose to disarm those who carry arms against the people, and if necessary to carry arms ourselves in order to be able to do so. In this we assume far less of a violent attitude than some of those so-called democratic authorities whom Dr. Popper professes to admire so much. If he wants to condemn a violent attitude today, he had better turn his attention first of all to that adopted by the President of the United States of America. The fact is that while Dr. Popper, along with other would-be friends of the open society, expresses horror at the idea that Marxists should advocate violence to defend democratic organizations from their opponents, or to get them established, he first of all forgets that it is the opponents and not those who are trying to win and use their democratic rights who necessitate this by taking up a violent attitude, and at the same time forgets to condemn the immense, iniquitous, and systematic use of violence, including violence of the most cruel kind imaginable, in military campaigns to defend the rights of capital. Professed advocates of the open society often express their horror at the violence and cruelties sometimes practiced by people who have been long deprived of rights and are driven to seek desperate remedies. The violence and cruelty of legally instituted authorities is excused even while it may be regretted. Dr. Popper's real objection appears to be not against violence as such, which he admits is sometimes necessary, but against illegal violence. If he thinks violence should be under legal control, and so controlled as to be used only to the minimum extent necessary to win and protect democratic rights and carry through democratic policies, then we entirely agree with him. We have no wish to let loose armed bands in the streets and let them hang up on the lampposts anyone they do not favor. And incidentally, the last time such bands got loose was in Hungary, in 1956, when the freedom fighters ran amok. But we want to put down not only the illegal violence of fascist bands and groups of military conspirators directed against legal democratic institutions, but also all legalist violence for the purpose of defending profit and privilege. Of all the threats to winning through to an open society, the most menacing now is the threat of war. It comes from the fact that control over vast armed forces is vested in military organizations charged with protecting capital and capitalist profits. They are deployed to stop the liberation movements in colonial and former colonial territories from ousting capitalist control over their governments and their economies, and they have plans all ready to operate to overthrow democracy at need anywhere. The chief thing in the fight for the open society is to get democratic control over the military, to combat the hysteria and totalitarian irresponsibility of the individual on which militarism thrives and, where the militarists are already waging war, to force them to stop. On the global scale this requires a combination of democratic resistances, the exercise of their democratic rights by those who possess them and, where necessary, the armed resistance of those against whom military violence is directed. Second, let us consider the question of lawless tyranny. Dr. Popper confuses resistance to laws which perpetuate exploitation and unequal rights with wishing to settle everything by arbitrary decree uncontrolled by law. One of the achievements of the bourgeois revolution was the establishment of the rule of law. There is instituted a single system of law applying to everyone within the territory of the state, and an elected assembly vested with the final authority to make and change the laws. This means that the executive officers of the state, and all those who command the means of coercion, have to act within the law. They are charged to enforce the law and forbidden to break it. Their functions are defined by law, and they are liable to punishment if they try to use the force at their disposal for their own purposes, regardless of law. Thus at a decisive stage of the bourgeois revolution in England, Parliament brought the monarchy within the law by force of arms. Earlier, the bourgeoisie had supported the Tudor monarchs because they put a stop to the arbitrary violence of the barons and disbanded their private armies. The underlying economic reason why the bourgeoisie became champions of the rule of law is clear enough. It is because this was an indispensable condition for security in the commercial development of the home market. Without it, they could never have become as prosperous and powerful as they did become. And this necessitated laws to protect the right to exploit and curtail the right to oppose it. 380 Towards an open society. Marxists are opposed to exploitation, and oppose it even when the law steps in to protect it. But that, says Dr. Popper, means we want to break the rule of law and carry on without it, whereas without law there can only be anarchy or tyranny. The law which Marxism opposes is law insofar as it has been instituted to protect the rights of exploiting classes. We are not in favor of submitting to laws which are designed to protect the security and rights of exploiters and hamper the organization of the masses. We propose to nullify such laws. But that is not to oppose the reign of law in general. We do not propose that any individuals or any organizations should assume powers to set themselves above the law, but that through democratic institutions the law should be recast to correspond to the work of democratic organizations to recast social relations. Indeed, it is evident that the rule of law is a condition for effective democratic management. Democracy supposes instituted procedures for arriving at decisions and controlling what is done. And that supposes enforcement of law and regulation of the whole business of management by law. Without law there can be no security, no rights, and no democracy. Consequently, where lawless dictatorships exist, trampage on democratic rights for the benefit of a gang of exploiters, we propose establishing, or re-establishing, in their place the rule of law to protect human rights. This may lead us to query a forcible statement written by Lenin in 1917, at the beginning of his pamphlet The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koschei, the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat is power, unrestricted by any laws. Lenin's subsequent arguments made clear what he had in mind. Koschei had condemned the Soviet regime as a lawless tyranny because Russian workers were disregarding the old laws before they sat down to draw up new ones. He expects us to have a constitution, all complete to the very last word in a few months, Lenin wrote. When reactionary lawyers have for centuries been drawing up rules and regulations to oppress the workers, to bind the poor man hand and foot. Oh, then bourgeois liberals and Mr. Koschei see no tyranny. This is law and order, the ways in which the poor are to be kept down have all been thought out and written down. But now that the toiling and exploited classes have begun to build up a new proletarian state, all the scoundrelly bourgeoisie, the whole gang of bloodsuckers with Koschei echoing them, howl about tyranny. Strong words, no doubt. They express the fact that the task of the open society and its enemies 381. Socialist revolution is to establish effective control of power by popular organizations and use it to suppress capitalism. In this they will not be bound by old laws which circumscribed popular rights, and if necessary will assert those rights in action before defining them in law. But that does not imply that they have not the task of constructing a legal system. On the contrary, the task remains of instituting a system of procedures of management and of law which will protect the rights and personal property of individuals, control and set limits to all powers, and embody in institutional procedures the practice of free discussion and criticism, of settlement of disputes, of tolerance, of free research and expression, and of working together to produce for all the means and opportunities of a free life. This brings us to the final question about the democratic rights of individuals. Dr. Popper confuses resolute action in enforcing decisions with stifling democracy in popular organizations. No one with any sense of political realities can deny that in conditions of struggle measures have to be decided and put into operation quickly and effectively. For this reason measures cannot always wait while committees deliberate and all and sundry voice their objections, but a relatively small number of responsible individuals have to be given powers of command. The word dictator originally denoted an officer given temporary command to deal with a situation of national emergency in the democratic Roman Republic. And it was obviously because he foresaw the need for emergency powers in order to effect the transition from capitalism to socialism that Marx used the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat to describe a workers' government. Some Marxists nowadays try to explain that by dictatorship he did, I mean what he said, but evidently he did. Dr. Popper warns us that once individuals are given any dictatorial powers they are appointment to hang on to them, increase them, and misuse them, in defiance of democracy. And indeed the experience of many revolutions bears out this warning. It has happened not once but several times that revolutions have thrown up dictators. These dictators have sought to preserve and increase their power by turning it against the popular organizations which gave it to them, others have then risen up to overthrow the dictator, and so on. This process is now regarded by many as an inviolable law of revolution. The revolution devours its children. What are we to do about it? Are we for this reason to abjure any democratic efforts to force through a fundamental 382 towards an open society? Change of the social system? The arguments of Dr. Popper are hardly of recent birth, and had Englishmen listened to them 300 years ago we would have continued to enjoy the benefits of the divine right of kings just as had Russians listened to them 50 years ago they would now be laboring for the greater profit of monopoly capital. The problem is a problem of the democratic control of power. For this democratic control of power in the socialist revolution there must exist popular mass democratic organizations well organized, imbued with a voluntary discipline, well managed, clear about their demands and their aims. Such organizations, embracing in their membership the majority of the working people, can break the capitalist control of power and set up their own power, make it as firm and strong as circumstances require, and control it democratically. The essential condition is that organizations shall be organized on well-established principles of democracy, that is to say, of the orderly conduct of discussion of business, of criticism of persons and policies, of carrying out decisions, of the election of leaders and officials, and of the responsibility of these to the organizations for carrying out the policies for which they were elected. Clearly, such democracy of organization must not be merely inscribed in a rulebook but have become a habit, embedded in the consciousness of the masses, solidified as a result of practical experience, a law of life of all organizations. This sort of democracy, which governs not merely the methods of appointment and dismissal of officials, but the activity of millions of citizens, is no mere form. Without it, it is not possible for rulers, even though democratically appointed, to be subject to effective and continuous democratic control. And incidentally, This explains in what sense Marxists do disparage the mere formal democracy of general elections and representative government. Dr. Popper says these provide the only known device by which we can try to protect ourselves against the misuse of political power. Experience shows that that is not true, since despite general elections and representative government, political power is still misused, thanks to its control by capitalist organizations. The point is that there must be democratic organization embracing the day-to-day activity of millions, and that and only that can provide effective protection against the misuse of political power, and at the same time invest in individual office holders all the power necessary to carry through against opposition measures on behalf of the people. Control has to be exercised through a series of HNKs, and the only way this can be done is by the organization of individuals in democratic organizations in which the members continually exercise their rights of discussion, criticism, hearing reports from officials and voting on policies. If the executive is controlled from below by such organizations, then the organized individuals do, each of them, exercise a real and not merely an occasional and nominal control over the executive. Rulers are held continually responsible to the organizations that entrusted them with power. Each individual then exercises a real individual control through the rights he possesses as a member of an organization. To sum up, Marxism proposes organized mass opposition to ruling class violence. It proposes opposition to laws which exist to protect the privileges of the ruling class and the institution of a system of law to protect the rights of the common people, and it proposes the firm control of political power by mass organizations so as to eradicate capitalism and advance on the road to communism. These are the practical proposals of the fight for an open society. On the other hand, policies of using violence, military violence and police violence, legalist violence and illegal violence to enforce the interests of exploiting classes, policies to make laws and enforce them to protect the exploiting classes, and policies to keep political power out of the control of the organized masses. These are the policies of the open society's enemies. 3. The rationalist belief in reason. But effective action towards the open society is only possible, so Dr. Popper repeatedly informs us, on the basis of reason or reasonableness. In other words, it has to be decided on as the outcome of argument and criticism, of looking for and sifting evidence, of reckoning up consequences and testing opinions by experience. Reasonableness, he continues, brings people together. For it enables them to test their premises, draw valid conclusions and concert their efforts. Where they disagree, it enables them to argue it out, and to reach agreement by assisting each other in discovering mistakes. But this is exactly what Marxists, with their doctrines of class war, refuse to do. They refuse to try to reach agreement with the class enemy. Hence they decline reasonable discussion about differences, resent criticism, ignore evidence which conflicts with what they have. 384. Towards an open society. Decided must be true, are reckless of consequences, and believe blindly. And this is sheer irrationalism. Dr. Popper, like many others, FMDs himself in a contradiction when he reasons about reason and the need for reasonableness. On the one hand, he is all for reasonableness and says how unreasonable Marxists are in proposing to do away with capitalism. But on the other hand, he declines to reason about what changes in conditions must be brought about before counsels of reasonableness can prevail. He is caught in the same dilemma as advocates of reasonableness have always been. On the one hand, affairs will never go well until reasonableness prevails over the clamor of competing interests. On the other hand, reasonableness cannot prevail unless people are reasonable, which competing interests prevent. The difficulty was brought out long ago by David Hume in his studies of human nature. Men, he said, are moved by interest and passion, not by reason. And so at the same time as he recommended what he concluded to be a reasonable attitude in life, he concluded from this same reasoning that the majority of men would never adopt it. In the same way, Dr. Popper exhorts us to be reasonable. But from The way things go, there is no prospect in sight of building a rational society. However, the feebleness of the encouragement offered by Dr. Popper's rationalism is compensated by the vigor of his denunciation of the irrationalism of Marxists. Rationalism, he tells us, is an attitude of readiness to listen to critical arguments and to learn from experience. But Marxism discourages the whole attitude of listening and learning. According to Marx's historical philosophy, the course of social development can be decided only by the chosen class, the instrument of the creation of a classless society, and at the same time, the class destined to inherit the earth. This, says Dr. Popper, is on a par with the historical philosophy of racialism or fascism, according to which the chosen race is the instrument of destiny. Marx, he concedes, was in spirit and intention a rationalist. But his doctrine that our opinions are determined by class interests hastened the decline of this belief. Marx's doctrine tended to undermine the rationalist belief in reason. Thus threatened both from the right and from the left, a rationalist attitude to social and economic questions could hardly resist when historicist prophecy and oracular irrationalism made a frontal attack on it. So, it seems, Marxists join with racialists and fascists to undermine the rationalist belief in reason. And they do this by their doctrine that our opinions are determined by class interests. If this doctrine is supposed to imply that class interests and class interests alone determine all the opinions of every individual, then obviously the doctrine is false, and as obviously it would tend to undermine the rationalist belief in reason. But Marx never propounded any such doctrine. Indeed, he never propounded any doctrine whatever about this matter. He investigated in concrete cases the influence of class interests in processes of opinion formation, and on the basis of these investigations he concluded that in class-divided societies class interest is a constant determining factor in opinion formation. His whole approach to the question was scientific. The way in which class interest determines opinion is to be traced, not in the first place in individual processes of opinion formation, but rather in the aggregate of opinion-forming and opinion-expressing interactions of individuals in a society divided into classes. There is a very close connection, always observable in the aggregate though often not in the case of single individuals, between economic or class interest and mental interest. The ambiguity in the word interest is significant here. Class interests have the effect of making people interested in certain themes, certain problems, about which it becomes important, from the point of view of class interest, that opinions should be formed. Simultaneously they have the effect of creating what may be termed blind spots in opinion formation. Certain ranges of experience are ignored, certain questions are simply not asked, and this kind of opinion censorship is sustained by the indignation with which any opinions tending to trespass on blind spots are received. Again, class interests lead to unquestioned assumptions being made both in factual judgments and in value judgments. In general, whatever class is dominant, or specially active in furtherance of its interests will receive reflection in major directions of interest and of opinion formation in society at the time. These and many other effects of class interest on aggregate opinion formation cannot but have a very pronounced influence on the opinions formed by all individuals in society. The starting point for all individual interest and opinion is the aggregate of interest and opinion which the individual finds current in society, towards which he has to orient himself. So his interests WIU 386 towards an open society take their direction from class interests, and his opinions will tend to be for or against class-determined opinions, and so inescapably bear a class as well as an individual character. When individuals of exceptional mental ability and originality elaborate opinions, they tend to serve the interests of one or another class. When they question received opinions, their very questioning tends to aid one class interest or another. Or if the individual's opinions break right away from any class interest, then he becomes an isolated eccentric in his society, and he and his opinions suffer accordingly. And this is to say nothing of the upbringing and education which individuals receive, which cannot but play a determining part in their opinions, and in which all manner of class-determined interests, blind spots, and assumptions are put into their heads. Such being roughly the facts, it follows that Dr. Popper assumes without reason that no opinions determined by class interest can at the same time be reasonable. For there is no reason why class interest should always and necessarily preclude an attitude of readiness to listen to critical arguments and to learn from experience. On the contrary, on many topics class interest may demand the formation of reasonable opinions, namely, on those topics in which the class interest is better served by truth than by illusions. So far from Marx's scientific conclusions about the way class interests determine opinions undermining the rationalist belief in reason, they provide the clue to understanding at long last the practical means by which an attitude of reasonableness can be made to prevail. To promote a rationalist attitude to social and economic questions does not demand pitting reason, as some kind of ideal force free from such mundane influences as class interest, against the irrationality of class interest. It does not demand that a few rationalists who have managed to overcome in their thinking every influence of circumstances should somehow manage to get the ear of the swinish multitude and teach them to think disinterestedly. These are the contradictions of rationalism which have caused so many in the past and present to conclude that reasonableness is an ideal incapable of realization. No, to work for reasonableness to prevail is to work for the victory of that class interest which is served by reasonableness. Recently the French Marxist, Louis Althusser, has presented us with a definition of ideology which distinguishes it sharply from science. There is no question here of the open society and its enemies. 387. Giving a profound definition of ideology, he writes: it suffices to say very schematically that an ideology is a system of representations endowed with an existence and an historical role within a given society. Ideology as a system of representations is distinguished from science in that with it the practical social function outweighs the theoretical function. Pour Marx, Paris 1966, 238. Here is a case of a Marxist engaging in that very habit of setting up abstract antitheses against which the Marxist dialectic is directed. Of course, if one contrasts, say, the system of representations of the constitution of the material world which was current in medieval society with the conceptions of nature current today, one can contrast the former as feudal ideology with the latter as science. However, the reason why scientific conceptions of nature ousted feudal ideology was that the development of capitalism demanded and encouraged a scientific approach to the knowledge of nature. Industry could not use images or myths, and it could not develop without scientific ideas or concepts. So far as nature is concerned, the representations endowed with an existence and an historical role within bourgeois society are scientific. This has been forwarded by the interest of the capitalist class. It is not due to the practical social function having ceased to outweigh the theoretical function, or to demands for winning knowledge having contrived to outweigh the demands of practice. It is due to circumstances in which the practical social function could only be served by genuine scientific inquiry. So in this department bourgeois ideology is scientific and reasonable. It is a great mistake to set up science in abstract antithesis to ideology. Under definite circumstances ideology can only be developed to satisfy its practical social function by the adoption of the methods of science. And if that were not so, it would be a kind of miracle that the methods of science, and the attitude of reasonableness in the formation of opinions, should ever begin, let alone come out on top. So far as class interests are concerned in the circumstances of the present day, it is quite clear that the class interests of the capitalist class, and the sorts of ideologies which its social dominance promotes, do not preclude an attitude of readiness to listen to critical arguments and to learn from experience in many matters. In these matters they favor reasonableness and scientific thinking, as a result of which these good things have made some progress in capitalist societies. This affects particularly in the development of science and technology, and it also applies, though with rather definite limitations, in what Dr. Popper calls social engineering and, in more theoretical matters, in the discussion of a number of problems of philosophy, morals, aesthetics, and so on. But v.hen it comes, theoretically to basic questions about human relations and the development of societe and practically, to the management of social production, the conduo thing that throttles it, whether from outside the movement or from inside. It follows that reasonableness is not the same thing as universal tolerance, nor as nonviolence, nor as the reconciliation of all interests. It is not the counsel of reason that where incompatible interests exist I should always be sought to reconcile them all. On the contrary, where they conflict one must always in practice be subordinate to another, and what is reasonable is to subordinate the interest which opposes human progress to that which promotes it. It is not the counsel of reason to tolerate the blocking of progress by organized vested interests, nor to refuse to use physical force to overcome physical force. Our century has been called the century of the common man. This is because of the growth of democratic institutions and democratic organization. The common man has no interest in exploiting his fellows, and still less in fighting with them over economic issues, territorial claims or ideological differences. If contrary to all reason, exploitation and enmity continue, this is not because of the inherent unreasonableness of the common man but because of the interested irrationality of administrators, legislators, leaders, and rulers. Our trouble is not in the irrationality of the common man but in the institutions which set men at loggerheads and place over us the rulers we have still got. The reasonable ideology we must have in order to end these conditions is one which subjects them to rational criticism so as to show how institutions must be changed by us, and rulers and policies brought under control. Its principles are those of science and reason, its development comes through critical questioning and learning from experience, it unites people in rational opposition to the clamors and incitements of divisive ideologies, it relies on the totality of scientific ways of thinking and promulgates not doctrines but a well-tested method of practical thinking.